Five Mini looking for an angle. Manui gets knocked back, tries to get the quickness. Look at Five Mini. He's found the backline. This AoE is massive from AMI. They don't have the damage though. Kisno dodging out. Now gets locked down. The cease and desist for perfect timing. The dog is down, but Conviction, it's still a 3v2. And Aaron has been untouched this entire time. Open up, because it's going to be him. Dancing in the pit right now. Kisno all by himself, but here comes Conviction. Oh, Five Mini finds the backline, tries to find Aaron, but can't do it. Kisno right back into it. Here comes the Deadly. And now it's the open up from Aaron, who's laying those shots in, but it's the rest of the team cleaning house. The Five Mini just took down 3 members. Darkwings will clean up a Realm Warp.
Can maybe save the game, but it's hard.
The Warwolf, oh no, the Jhin has encountered their ultimate foe in a top laner. The Darkwings, 1 more auto, 2 more auto. He's got it.
Cross map from the airport.
Yeah. They want the play. They want to take down Fake God. They got to execute it though. They want Spica to get more gold. They get Fake God out from turret, and the flash from TF Blade puts him down. Queue up that counter strike, but can't find it. Nice double shove. That's a 3-man pop blast that comes through from Zazel. Is that the saving grace? Insanity is cooking. Insanity goes golden near airport. They need 1. They need 2. Double Lip looking for even more. He's going 7-3 in the first game of the series.
Leads off the charts here. Decent Cyclone to Magnastorm. Mega Inferno Bomb gets a lot done on the Sajed, but here comes Spyrax and Yuji, but Adam's got the resets. The Emperor's Divine is going to push them all right back into the mood of Sion. Can he do the work necessary? Yuji flies on in, finds the monkey with the spear, and to stop the leashing on the Otacon, but Bio's getting in range, forces the Cyclone Mega Inferno Bomb just to get it lower down. Oh, it was a good attempt by Polestar, but Yuji's quicker with the hands, and now Zabuto's turning it on. Unstoppable onslaught into the back line, and Polestar are running for the hills. Yuji is looking for more, as there is a tiny Yordle who is caught in between this Pantheon and the Rakan. Sweeping in with Spyrax on the Sand Soldiers, and Dark Zero just laying down the pain train once again.
You got Levitate, trying to put some pressure. Unstoppable onslaught there as well. They get the CC. Oh no! The miscommunication there. Solar Flare goes a little bit wide, but only 35 still flashes out. Keeper's Verdict goes completely wide with Blue Otter. Maybe this is the scaling we've been waiting for. The flash play from Music. That direction is what was needed for Blue Otter. And they find the fight. They actually end up denying a couple of those flowers from the Atacon take. Oh, he gets hit by the Attack Crystal Arrow, so he's unstoppable. It doesn't matter. Now, Nature's Grasp went across the back line, though, and that's the problem that Blue Otter are dealing with. Quacker's losing his health bar. Nice Deadly Flourish there into it. And a big Samikin shuffle. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think it's enough. The health bars are just not moving. It's a double kill already for Sword. They're looking for more, and guess who's still alive? It's triple kill for Sword, and it's a game 1 win for Winthrop. Otter going into a natural habitat is something as a zookeeper I love to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster, though, as we have seen a lot of these names before.
And this was a team that returning as 5 people.
What's this? These are their actual pictures. We finally found the pictures. Quick, label your favorite one. Mine's Levitate.
Dinosaur music. He's holding a dinosaur. No contest.
I love that it represents their personalities so well. Welcome one and all right back to NACL. We're here for week 2, day 2. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. I couldn't be more excited, man. We got a banger day ahead of us. Are you ready for some good action?
We got 2 turbo bangers today, Mazel. Kicking off with a upper tier, top threshold matchup with so many past champions of NACL opening up the day today, and then get to see if Apex Mission Impossible can continue to stay hot as they're going to beat Tom Cruise to outer space later on, taking on Supernova.
He told me he was going to get that in somewhere. I didn't know it was coming right off the bat. I love it. We just got to get it out of the way anyways. But I think we are going to go ahead and take a look at yesterday and talk a little bit of what we saw in this week too, because it's interestingly enough some upsets to some extent, but it's also a situation where we are seeing some serious growth from week 1 to week 2 in a developmental league.
Yeah, I gotta say, Apex Mission Impossible, they showed some promise going up against Conviction. I thought they had some decent setups to take down Winthrop University, who put on a very respectable performance taking down Blue Otter in their week 1. That was a surprise to me, a pleasant surprise at that. The style in which Apex Mission Impossible were able to find that 2-1 was promising. We get to see if they can continue to be hot against a Supernova team that's been quite cold later on today.
And we got that recap coming up right now as well. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that one. And it was a situation where I think the expected series score came out in that first series itself. And we get to see a little bit of a recap of Blue Otter turning things around a bit here in week 2.
Yeah, we have 2 teams of fresh players to NACL, 2 teams of 5 players who have never started before in the league. At the moment, one looks better than the other. Pulse is struggling, which is no surprise. They didn't make it through the OQ, of course, competing under the name Slated 6. Were picked up by Pulse retroactively in the split. Good to see Blue Otter get a bit of a bounce back in their series, but still, Pulse, a lot of people had a projected bottom 3. At the moment, it's looking like a pretty clear bottom 1. As both Apex, Mission Impossible, and especially Winthrop for me, even after the loss yesterday, have really showed some promise. They're here to compete in the league. Just haven't yet to see that out of Pulse.
I am very happy we got to see, obviously this fight not going their way, but a Blue Otter that looks a lot more like the Blue Otter that we know and love, right? We talked so much in that last series, because we casted it together, about the expectations that this team didn't have last year, but then that they built for themselves coming into this year. And unfortunately, it hasn't lived up to those expectations so far, but this is a return to normalcy. This is a return to those expectations where we had some seriously dominant performances from these guys.
It is. I still think the story with Blue Otter for me is that they were a team that when they didn't have expectations and were making a name for themselves, they got a lot of the fundamentals right. I know this is a team that doesn't have a full practice schedule right now. Really struggling to find scrims behind the scenes just because they have players with different time zones. They have school schedules to respect. So to see those players really step up whenever they do find those wins, it's going to be a lot more on the individuals that are going to bring to the day. I don't think we have seen the same macro, which we're going to be looking for. But man, speaking of good macro play, I was impressed by Apex Mission Impossible yesterday. The comps that they played, it really feels like as a team where, again, 5 players who have never played an NACL before, the drafts they're taking, there's some pretty good direction from Pokers and friends on how to play these out, and I really feel like that was a big difference maker in what got Apex Mission Impossible that 2-1 victory over Winthrop yesterday.
And the promised son has made it. 5 Mini popping off as well. I think that first series maybe was a little bit of a stark contrast to what everybody expected to see from this guy, but it's really nice to see that even in week 1, they were giving teams run for their money. In week 2, they're giving us upsets, and that's the kind of stories we love to see. Although I will give Winthrop credit, like that first series you saw from them last week looked damn good, and we got to see some really, really tough moments be piloted well from them here in this series.
I thought they played the game 2 really well. Game 3 was really cooked after 10 minutes. Sometimes just tough. How the cookie crumbles. So good to see Winthrop still be nothing but competitive in this league.
And that being said, I'm very, very excited to see these teams' next iterations, and especially today we get to see AMI yet again. But we're going to take a look at the standings coming up here as well and get a little bit of a refresh of where we're at coming into the second day of week number 2. Conviction sitting there at the top, but there's going to be some movement today.
Both Dark Zero and Luminosity Gaming expected 2 of the top 3 teams that we have along with Near Airport. So a battle of heavyweights going up today. When it comes to the past champions that we have in the league, Dark Zero were in the finals the last 2 splits with their core 4 winning last split, Sajed beating them in spring. But that was all done while Luminosity Gaming and their players were sitting in LCS at the time, right? This is the LTA North Reject Squad, quite frankly. And when they were in NACL, they were the ones that were winning with their core of Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel in back-to-back splits. Insanity was a finalist before he went over to TSM, which then became Shopify Rebellion. And even to go back, Tactical has hoisted an NACL championship before as well. So a lot of pedigree in the matchup that we have to kick off the day today.
Yeah, and because it's a single round robin, this is the only time we're going to get to see this matchup until the playoffs, which puts that much more weight on it. And it's at the beginning of the split, too. Oh, man, it's going to be fun to see what the real first test is going to be like for Dark Zero. But now we're going to take a look at the schedule on the day. And we talked about that big matchup to start us off. It's a big chunk of the pie here. But that second matchup, I don't know. It's just, it's pulling on my heartstrings here. AMI, not only is their story wonderful to see going, but Supernova's side of things, definitely heartbreaking in terms of fans' eyes.
Yeah, again, we had some hopes for Supernova, just given, what that Ole Miss squad has been able to accomplish in collegiate, and frankly, some of the skill of those players as well, especially, it's a pleasure to finally see Shogo in NACL. We'll see them later today, but man, Mazel, I'm so excited for this opening match. Again, you said it, single round robin best of 3, the only matchup we're going to see against two teams that are expected to finish towards, if not at the top of the table. And this best of 3 could really affect, who is posturing where at the end of the season. This match being played so early, but still ramifications going to be had at the end of this regular season. Excited to see what we have in our hands today.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of strategies we get from both sides. I mean, it is the best of 3. It is fearless, so we will have that differentiation in champion pools and stuff coming to a fold. I have to say, looking back at the accolades, I know it's something that we foreshadowed a little bit going here, but it is a 10 squad of players that are well known in this scene, are well known at the next scene as well, but having this kind of experience, this kind of veterancy on the map, but also seeing some of the best at our level be able to go at each other, it's just exciting, man.
I mean, this is our defending champions of NACL, one of the top squads that we have in collegiate, going up again against who I can now lovingly say it's the LTA North Reject squad, right? These are the players that you really feel like are next up, and given the changes, missed out on spots they would have had in past years. And with the changes that we have to the format this year, these players are all playing for that golden nugget at the end of summer to challenge Disguised in that promotion relegation tournament to LTA North. So the CS Reject squad has an opportunity to win that LTA North spot for themselves at the end of the year. They're going up against the stiffest competition that we have in our defending NACL champions in Dark Zero, who, of course, were winning the league while the Luminosity Gaming squad were playing at a higher level.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this Luminosity team here because not only, like you're saying, a lot of players well known in the scene, well known at that next level, but it is something where they had a very fun and entertaining but good first performance against Near Airport, and it gave so much promise to this team and showed off a lot of their individual skill, which I feel like usually we would talk about their kind of togetherness, but I mean, you look at Tactical's performance in that last series and it was second to none.
Yeah, that last game got big on the Tristana, had all the meatballs in the world that you could hope for, in front of him. And then I do have to shout out Fake God in that series, who I thought played really well in the TF Blade. Again, Fake God is a player where whenever he is at this level, he has been nothing but solid. I feel like if fans only watch LCS in the past, they haven't really been a fan of Fake God there. But again, whenever he's been here, he has been the guy in the top lane. So good to see him be stable. Again, his Ambassador looks really good in that series, and he'll have his hands full today going up against Zamudo, who was dominant in his opening series against Pulse.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at Dark Zero Dragonsteel here very shortly themselves. Now, I will say, there's a big change on the roster. This team, I feel like, is built around synergy and a lot of the long-standing pieces that we did have with the team. But the fact that Scary Jerry had moved up to LTA and now Sajed, a massive prospect coming over from FlyQuest. I mean, it's been the FlyQuest to Dark Zero Dragonsteel pipeline here now, and it's working.
I was about to say, I think that Dark Zero is hoping that it works as well as it did with Eugene Spyrax, of course, with Sajed in his sophomore year now making an appearance here. But again, this is the team that was the team to beat last year in NACL, and the fact that Yuji is still here, I know that's a big matchup that we're going to be teasing. I kind of felt bad for Tomio because, of course, Tomio, he won back-to-back NACL splits to get that sub job with Shopify Rebellion, and only be able to play a few best of threes before getting benched again last year was a bit of a bummer. In the same way that it's kind of a bummer we get to see Yuji in the league again here after he won back-to-back most valuable prospects. So definitely a lot of excitement in the jungle matchup as Tomio was someone that really grew in 2023 with Zazel. Played those control junglers much better than he did in the past. I think that's what got him the promotion. But man, what Yuji did last year was unmatched in NACL. And I always feel like when these guys have gone toe-to-toe, it's two mechanical junglers that are very talented, but oftentimes Yuji's gotten the edge, and we'll see if that's the case again today.
Yeah, I will say, just on your first point, I'm sad. Like, it's a weird thing to say that I'm sad to see him still in the league, but it's a boon to still get him to get to see him in the league, because this guy is just at that next level. And it's a situation where this is that first real test for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and wanting to see what works in stressful moments. I think that's been my biggest critique to a lot of this roster, is in big stressful moments we have seen some breakdowns for them, even if they are kind of defending champions there. So I want to see what that next level growth is going to be from them coming into another year, and specifically with those kinds of changes. Scary Jerry was a massive morale piece for this team, and I want to see if Sajed can kind of fill those shoes.
Yeah, and I think that for me, the one real test, that's the key going into the day, and why I'm actually favoring the Luminosity Gaming, because the first test that we saw from each of these teams, Luminosity Gaming went up against Near Airport, whereas Dark Zero went up against Pulse. They're the bottom team of the league. We didn't really get to see a lot of what Dark Zero, I think they can show, just given that they did go up against Pulse, whereas Luminosity Gaming were forced to show a lot, and they did pass the first test in the end. So really curious to see what kind of drafts angles these teams bring, and if Dark Zero can really rise up to the competition today against Luminosity Gaming. We know this team can play at the highest level, but again, Luminosity Gaming much more tested after their first week, and wild to think that they're playing the two expected hardest opponents for them in the first 2 weeks of NACL.
That's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
We have our little setup here between the two teams, because 10 out of 10, they've been in finals, baby, and 9 out of 10 have won. That's some pretty good accolades to have when you're looking at a NACL year that is probably the most important we've seen in many, many years.
Yeah, again, just teasing. I think it's really interesting, the fact that Dark Zero, this team made it to back-to-back finals, while the Luminosity Gaming team were competing in LCS at the time, right? And again, this team, it's the LTA Reject Squad versus the top collegiate team, an expected top team that we have in NACL. It's a banger heavyweight match from the zone. I'm excited to get this one underway.
I cannot wait, and we're starting off with Dark Zero Dragonsteel on the blue side, so we'll see what exactly goes into their favor, what kind of picks they want to highlight first and foremost. It's the Callista band towards Tactical, a tried and true classic comfort for him, and the Yone band towards Spyrax.
And for me, all eyes on the Gwen and the Fury. It's really up to Luminosity Gaming if they want to take those away, or if they want to trade them right now. As we do see that Tristana taken away from Tactical, that was played very well against Near Airport, where it was all the meatballs and then just the Yordle in the back that was freely firing and was the big difference maker.
That's something that's really important to highlight, is just compositions that you know are unfair and good to win in Fearless. That has been one of our biggest growth points that we've seen from teams learning how to use Fearless, is just knowing that you have certain strategies that will work. The Cassiopeia, another comfort band going over there towards Insanity. The Nefiri has to be on that ban table now, especially against a team like Dark Zero, and with Yuji at the helm and blue side.
Yeah, Nefiri was already taken away by Luminosity Gaming, which means the Gwen gets taken away too. That's an early pick rumble for Zamudo. No surprise, Zamudo is very good at piloting this champion.
By the way, he hit rank 1 today. Congratulations to Zamudo. Huge stuff, and maybe a little bit of a confidence booster coming into FakeCon. I mean, hey, you never know. Get to flex that a little bit. Maybe see some little chatter now. Zamudo's a chill guy. He's a chill guy. But now the question is for Luminosity, what is their 1-2 here on the red side? Because you got the Jace locked in to try to go into that Rumble matchup. Do you try to go for something for Tomio to get more facilitation?
Potentially, I mean, a lot of options available. Could get that Varus too, would match with the Jace poke identity. Varus is a really high prio pick. If not, you got to imagine that's going over to Sajed and Dark Zero. Could be a big deny. That said, actually going to go for Tomio. Enabler in the jungle, going to be the Skarner. And
I like that. It's the facilitation, the key word for me for Tomio. We all know the days of Tomio running rampant on his solo carries, the big chance. I feel like he's definitely succumbed to the more facilitative role, and it looks good, especially when him and Zazel can combine there. So now the Rise, Vi lock in for the other side of things, a very, very, very heavy comfort for Yuji, but also bringing out a classic for Spyrax and a very deadly combination.
Yeah, I will say I like the Ezreal pick, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel at the moment. I mean, Vi's going to be going in. Hopefully you have Rise for the follow-up. Realm Warp can create some angles, but a chance for the Jace and the Ezreal to outrange right now. So the engages from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they have to be clean, and that's not easy to do going into a Skarner. So I do like the start to the draft we have for Luminosity Gaming. Interested to actually see a Smolder ban targeted at Sajed. He was a very early adapter of the Smolder bot. Meanwhile, looks like we're going to get some mid bans maybe to protect the Rise. Support being the one role that hasn't been locked in yet.
And that's actually one of the most important roles in this matchup because both supports have had big influences onto their teams. I do like the Misfortune ban. We're getting like almost every ADC possible banned in this first game, which means we maybe open things up for games 2 and potentially games 3. The Azir ban is the final one here in this first game.
A little bit of double duty there as that protects that for Spyrax later on. Spyrax, of course, being a long-time Azir player. We've got to imagine that Insanity going to take his choice into Rise. Of course, Zazel then will get R5. Got to say, Rel, pretty appealing too. I always really like how Rel interacts with Skarner. And oh boy, old school counter, baby. It's Anivia into Rise. We talked about range being an issue. If you overcommit into Anivia now, it's going to be really, really tough to break. That said, this champion's limited. She can really only play in the mid lane, so Insanity going to have to be really careful about, if he's going to find himself in a side, and if not, Rise will have the ability to make plays, but Anivia can really slow down the game through mid.
This is a supreme cook from Chef Insanity. The guy is known for all of his different ideas, the way he approaches matchups. I love this for a game 1. Just test the water, see how you're feeling. The response is lethal, though. We got the Lucian Melio combo from Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, idea, the Melio can play far enough back where you aren't really under threat against Anivia. Of course, you have that cleanse to get out. Might help against Skarner, too, but Ezreal Karma should be a lane that will be lane dominant. So for me, Luminosity Gaming, I think a lot of this is going to depend on the solo lanes, as I favor Insanity into the Rise, but of course Rise will get early push, and Anivia will have mana problems. There are going to be a lot of windows that Rise can move, and then that top lane matchup, Jason to Rumble. Rumble gets a push early, but that matchup can be flipped if Skarner has a positive gank, so definitely going to be something to look out for.
Yeah, and I'm very, very heavily keeping my eyes on this jungle matchup. We knew that was going to be the case here. It's obviously 2 big names. Our first ever back-to-back most valuable prospect in Yuji, going against the tried and true legend of this seed in Tomio, a guy that is determined to get to that LTA spot once again, and it's a fun one. It is a potential preview to what playoffs can look like from a couple of our most dominant teams. It is Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking on Luminosity Gaming in our first best of 3 of the day.
The back-to-back most valuable prospect winner in the jungle versus Tomio, who went back-to-back and served the championships with Cloud9 challengers, and of course that Sky squad, right? With both Fate God and Zazel. As again, these guys, if you're LTA fans, might have not seen the success out of these players that you were hoping for, but if you've seen them in NACL, you know that they are the players to beat. They were the last time they were in the league, and looking to reclaim that against the the defending champions in Dark Zero today.
And this Dark Zero Dragonsteel team has a lot going for them. I mean, they've slowly but surely, even if you look back to last year, the beginning of their journeys into this league itself, and trying to see what this team structure, the kind of collegiate aspect of it brings to the table. And now we look just down the line and we have a league that's full of collegiate teams, full of collegiate players. And it's such a nice growth to see in the tier 2 atmosphere, but also that they're some of the best we have in the league.
Yeah, I've been a big change. I mean, when I started casting in 2020, Maryville was one of the best teams in tier 3. Now, Maryville, Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, this combo, they are the best team in tier 2. So it really does show how much they've grown over the last 5 years. That said, we'll see if these players have what it takes to get the win today. As, of course, this Anivia into Rise matchup, Rise has to be very careful later on of the ult and the wall that Anivia can bring to the table. I will say a lot of the champions are going to be pretty vulnerable against Anivia, so might be a target for Vi to go after, but of course you do have to kill the Anivia twice if she has that egg up, so something to look out for.
Gotta try to scramble those eggs, or I guess you could make them over easy, I don't know. What's your favorite egg preference?
Not a big breakfast guy. I mean, I will say I like sunny side up.
Okay, you're fine. You saved yourself. You saved yourself.
Yeah, I throw that on a burger, you know?
Okay. Now you're saving yourself even more. We're
Yeah.
taking a look at the jungle pass now, though. It is the mirrored side starts for both. So Yuji opting to focus in on his rank 1 top laner potentially here to get him out of this bubble with the Jace, while Tomio could be looking to get that championship combination down there with Zeyzal in their time on DSG.
This just makes sense to me. There's no way you want to play into the Ezreal Karma lane as Vi, so just play towards your top side and see if you can get anything. I will say Rise, really good gank setup with that Empowered Rim Prison. So yes, pathing top, but the expected look for me is mid. Curious where Insanity drops his ward.
And I'm wondering now, like, how much this bot lane push is going to matter, because we're going to be coming up on objectives. We have seen teams actually put a lot of preference towards dragons as well, and like early dragon stacking, whereas like obviously we've been watching a lot of the LPL recently. It's like literally leave the dragon alone, scrubs in a lot of cases. And I'm very interested now between these two teams who want control of the map, how that's going to peter out.
It's something to look out for. I will say the Ezreal Karma, expect that Skarner has the option to go for the early Drake. So I think that's where we're at the moment. Just handshakes across the board. You know what, the boys lane and what the jungler's going to reset in here as they drop their trinkets to scout the upcoming camps and return to have their second clear. So this is where we're going to start seeing options again. Expect Ezreal Karma to continue to maintain shove in the bot lane and have that Drake be an option for Tomio. Question is just going to be, does he want to play that or try and go for the grubs, where a level 6 for Zemudo can be really fight-changing up top, and now Fake might have to run.
Oh, getting close.
Spaces it out.
It's really nicely defended. He will TP back, so Zemudo can choose to kind of keep that TP advantage if he wants to, but we did get the redeploys from both junglers. Just going to go towards that re-clear for both sides, which, like you had mentioned a little bit, might lead to Tomio end up getting that dragon early for themselves. But do we like this lane state? I mean, every time I go to mid lane, I think of how impactful both these champions can be in a lot of situations, but are we okay for both sides just kind of letting this one farm out?
Ideally, it's better for Luminosity Gaming, but Spyrax needs a little bit of time in order to start, being able to make moves on the map. But onus is going to be on Spyrax to get out of the lane. He can shove. It's just that when 6 comes in for the Anivia, Rise starts to get under threat, because if you get trapped up by that ult, by that wall, pretty immobile as Rise, and get outranged by Anivia, so very vulnerable to that stun, and then throwing the combo in with the ease. It's going to get rooted up.
Ooh, that's a big damage combo. I love that Tactical Arcane shifted to the bottom side of that fight to try to get a little bit more poke into Sajed. But this is what you expect from this type of duo in the bot lane, but also what we've come to expect from Tactical and Zeyzal.
And even with the Electrocute on Sajed, not able to get a lane advantage into the Karma Ezreal, this lane so strong. As now, Spyrax stings 6.
There he
Looks like he's
goes.
looking top. Grub's going to be the target, and Fake going to be a target too. He still has flash.
Oh, they got the prison. Oh, nice little predict there, but is the flash going to be enough? The Flame Spitter and First Blood goes to Spyrax.
Yeah, no, frankly, there was a late reset that came out from the Luminosity Gaming bot lane to set up an early dragon. Instead, they actually reset to try and contest the grubs, but Yuji's at least going to snag one before everyone else can get involved. Tomio going to look for a snag. Not going to see the fight real quick. Do have a quick replay. Spyrax again, Realm Warp in, Equalizer to drop. But my interest in the bottom left of the screen is it does look like Yuji has pulled off the grubs, and we're at a bit of a stalemate here with Luminosity Gaming having numbers.
I think I like Luminosity's chances here. Zemudo also not having much health. That Glacial Storm is going to provide so much spacing. Tomio gets level 6, immediately goes for the wallbang into the Impale. This is a beautifully set up fight from Luminosity, and they get Yuji already. That's a massive setup tool gone. Zemudo tried to reset the fight onto Tactical. Sajed finds Insanity. Double pump and double shot. Got the egg, but I don't think he can scramble him now. Tomio on the other side. Itna getting another wallbang. Dark Zero reset the fight, ends up getting the feats of warfare on 3 kills in this fight, and the poke isn't enough. Zyko beautifully blocked there. I don't think Fake God could do it, and Dark Zero are out of there.
Thank God. Nearly finds Zyko with the shock blast, and Dark Zero escape with really nothing left in the tank on their health bars. As I'm getting
20
pretty
HP.
much, 20 HP from our producers. But man, if we get a second look at that fight, I gotta watch it how Zamudo lived for the whole damn thing, because at the start of the fight, no equalizer, half health, and somehow he walks out scot-free in the end.
And the egg came so clutch there as well, because you just have, like, you can't stand there as Sajet. Like, you committed to that side of the fight, and you cannot rejoin the rest of it. Dark Zero getting picked apart.
First off, I love the play from Tomio. Dink 6 off the grub. He was full clearing, insta-slam. Yuji's gone. That's a good start to the fight. But Zamudo overheats. The Empowered Rune Prison comes in. They force Tactical out. That's significant. The Ezreal can't stand and fire. Gets pumped down by Spyrex. And Zamudo going up against the tank and the Karma, who's somehow able to live with the help of Zyko through all this, even sneaks out at the end. And then Dark Zero play a nice game of juggling here as everyone catches the right shock blast at the right time. Zyko flashes forward. Sajeb was going to barrier it. Regardless, everyone else gets out. Consolation prize, Luminosity Gaming. They did get 3 grubs to their name, but a nice golden injection here for Dark Zero off of a good fight.
Really tight stuff early on. I really like the realignment of Dark Zero in that fight, realizing when they need to kind of pull out there. We see all this vision play towards this top side of the map because of what just happened, and we still have the adaptation of kind of Dark Zero's bot lane being in top side and Zeyzal being up there trying to support Fate God as well, and we've got a little bit of lane shenanigans going on between the teams.
I'm still so impressed
Realm
with how
Warp.
Zamudo was able to pull that off.
Oh, Tactical, got to get over the wall. No! He has no exit, and those flames, they do spit. Killing spree for Spyrax.
Bonus to make plays. It's on Dark Zero, and this is really what Dark Zero does so well, how they found that championship in, late last year. They play early, they play fast, they play well. Luminosity Gaming took a lot of scaling between the Skarner and the Anivia. Find themselves falling behind here as we have some interesting lanes at the moment. Of course, Tactical with solo mid just fell, which means Fate God and Zeyzal landing on the top side. And with more levels going into that Milio, Lucian Milio in a lot better state now on the top side.
And I just got to give huge props to Spyrax. The way this guy thinks about the game, I know maybe the heyday for a lot of people for Spyrax is great plays is a little bit past, but I think it's now. Like, this guy is still putting people down, even when we have this new influx of mid laners, even when we have some of the old guard returning, like, he still finds a way to be so incredibly impactful for this Dark Zero team.
Yeah, and impact on the map really going to be the story of the game here for Dark Zero. Spyrax 3-0-1 on the rise, going to continue to snowball with these Realm Warps, Mazel. As he is outpacing the Anivia for now. Of course, going to be a matched build path, as it will be a Roa and a Seraphs coming in for Insanity as well. Anivia will be very powerful later on in this game, but of course, being that bird rather immobile at the moment. So, Super Mega Fire Kick goes to the wayside for Zyko. Didn't matter that time around. That is a really nice tool, though, to get Skarner out of his E. As oftentimes talk about Rel and the Skarner, right? The Q is kind of nice for getting Skarner out of that E. A little bit more range with the Milio Q to play around with that. Missed that time from Zyko, but could be big in later fights.
I like this timer, though, from LG. I did think they could maybe even play a little bit more aggressively, because you have the Heartsteel already completed for Tomio. So trying to find those little skirmishes and get those procs off is huge. But now you also have to think, we have Item Spike coming through for Dark Zero on the verge of this Rift, the Grub fight, at least, and trying to keep LG from getting all 6.
Coming in soon. You can see Insanity's resetting. Curious to see where he walks and how much support they want to throw at this. Again, the first 3 grubs, they go over to Luminosity Gaming. Would be nice to prevent more. Grubs going to be useful on the side, but I gotta say, neither team is really going to abuse grubs. Like, getting grubs against Anivia is sometimes a null and moot point. Anivia has so much wave clear, sometimes it's just really hard to walk up and hit the turret and leave yourself vulnerable to what her kit does best, and that's finding picks with the R with the walls. So we'll see how hard Dark Zero wants to play for this, but could see a world where they just want to play for the Dragon, frankly.
And it's probably one of the later Dragons in all of NACL early splits so far to get us going, but that's going to have to go down the wayside yet again. You see these item completions coming through. Grubs is spawned. Dark Zero will move over to go ahead and start clearing this one, at least deny the 6 right off the bat. But Insanity a little slow to this deployment. They might be able to contest for the rest of it.
Okay, they want to contest.
Tactical! He's just down! Zamudo, that rank 1 top lane feels good as LG lose their main carry in that one. This should be full grubs going to Dark Zero, and that'll be a 3-3 split.
I mean, sadly, a tactical moment, right? Walked too far up. They didn't have vision of that topside embankment rush on mid. Easy rune prison into combo to take down the Ezreal. Second fight in a row where tactical is fallen victim to that empowered rune prison around Grubs Mazel, and that's been the big difference maker.
And we talked so much about the great performance from that last series as well against Double Lift. But having a little bit of woes to start off for LG, Dark Zero is a team that if you do have those woes, they will take full advantage of it. I mean, they're almost 2,000 gold up 13 minutes in. This is a very efficient team. LG are looking to take the scraps here by getting this dragon.
Tactical Tails are going to get some good poke on the Zyko over the wall, who was forced out. No thumbs burned, but that should be enough to get the dragon, given that Dark Zero's off reset. So consolation prize to LG, but still, Dark Zero the ones who, to be fair, they have the better early game comp from what we deemed in draft. They're the ones making the plays right now. 1.5 to 2K goldie that feels on pace for what is necessary for this game. It's not like they don't have scaling elements. I think Rumble is going to shred as the game goes on. It's just, I mean, Tactical is a ward over the wall. Like, can't be walking in first like that. There's just no control. They don't have mid. Very disrespectful from Tactical, and it's too bad because Insanity ended up finding a really nice wall and combo with the back half to get some damage down. So if they play it slow, that's where the power of the Anivia, the power of the poke from the Jace and the Ezreal kicks in. But if you get caught out like that early in the fight, that's exactly what Dark Zero wants. So big mistake from Tactical.
And the toughest thing is that was through Barrier, through Flash, through Arcane Shift. I mean, that was literally like one of the most mobile carries just getting picked out. And that's honestly, when you look back to the draft, what Dark Zero wanted. We talked so much about what does this draft do? Okay, Yuji's going in, finding pick. Their CC chaining is pretty lethal there, and I look to use that execution to maybe find that advantage continuously. We are getting closer and closer to second items here. Since we did have that grub split, it's going to be a little bit different, I feel like, when we get this next dragon, things along those lines. But this is also a situation where Dark Zero need to push the tempo, at least to some extent.
Hard to do so against Nivea. Actually, I've been a little bit surprised that Insanity has found himself in the side lane for so long. Usually Nivea just kind of sticks mid because you can't really move. Your job is to wave clear. And Insanity has been doing a nice job at least staying safe. He's getting his CS, so again, Nivea will kick in later on.
See what the bird can do. God, what a throwback. But also what an Insanity moment on the Anivia. I know we have followed these guys, at least the mid lane matchup, for a long time, but Insanity's always been the chef. And when we got to talk to Zazel last time around in the post-game interview, he talked a little bit about like what the direction for the team is, kind of that leadership potential, but it's always an Insanity Zazel masterclass when it comes to drafting.
Fun too, because that first championship that this core got, it was Cloud9 Challengers going up against Dignitas Challengers, and that was the Hoon, XU, Insanity, Tomo Diamond team. That was very good. They also played very fast, but the control of Cloud9 was enough to overcome them in that final 3-1. Insanity now, of course, found himself on Shopify Rebellion with his crew, and you know, they took him back in Tier 2 here, as now they're looking to play again for that LTA North spot that they might feel like is rightfully theirs, again, as players that have historically mostly played at that level. Of course, different teams came in, some you know, from different areas, different regions, took different players. These guys don't have a spot this time around, but with the new system, get to fight for their own to earn it at the end of the year. So definitely a motivator for them to see if they can do so.
Now we take a look at the map state. Really nice little pick from Insanity. Got to get the flash out of Zamudo, and he took the turret down there. So LG picking up some of the standing gold. I will say, though, Rift Herald went the way of Yuji, and they're also going rampant in the top side. Nice flash play from Tomio. Psycho, you cannot survive. That was through heal, was not able to ult, and that's a really big pick.
That ward in that bot embankment brush, it wasn't deep enough to actually see the whole brush, so Zyko kind of playing with false information there against Tactical and Tomio. Walks in, finds a Skarner, and, you know, feels the pincer on that one, as Tactical was able to clean that one up. Good gold going over to Luminosity Gaming.
Well, yeah, Dark Zero were trying to make a play on top side, but unfortunately get played on. Dude, look at this play from LG, man. They knew.
That ward, it doesn't see the back of the brush. It needs to be deeper into the brush to see everything. So, and they have it pinged out. You can see that red circle. They knew they were playing with that info. Really well played.
God, that's the kind of stuff you love. That's the kind of stuff that gets me giddy about League of Legends. Just these guys knowing the game so well, they can just utilize some of that against their opponent. And now we get set up for another dragon. This could be second dragon for LG, and we're starting to see that point that we've raised in draft. I mean, this team fight potential, they're hard to crack.
It feels like at the moment they're like Dark Zero are the ones that really have the edge. I think the rumble has been big in a lot of these.
Oh, he got stopped.
Yuji.
Passed the flash out there as well. Tomio was right on his way. This draft is starting to look like Exodia right now.
Again, Anivia brings a lot of perks, and really cute from Insanity there. Actually used the wall to move Yuji, which canceled the Q channel that got the flash out. So well played by Insanity, and the fact that Luminosity Gaming have control over this pocket proactively, that empowers Insanity to really use Fog and have these setups where, again, this is Anivia's comfort zone. Walking into Anivia, exactly what Insanity wants in this game.
Looks like LG a little hesitant to move over to the Dragon. They'll try to keep Cryo in mid lane.
The poke's good, though. Milio can help sustain, but Tactical, if he's able to land some of these Qs, could be big. That said, Spyrax, he's chunked out a little bit, did move down. Fake God cleaning up that wave, so Dark Zero have numbers on this wave. This is going to be the one where they look to take control over that bot side river. We're going to see if they rip it. Looks like Spyrax is going to reset and utilize his TP first.
Zamudo going to layer some damage in Tomio. Big extensions here, though. Second item completed. TP coming out from Spyrax there. He will have that Seraphs. And we have Sajed with his Lord Dom. Tomio trying to kick off the fight before they can get the full team there. That's a bold TP from Fake God, but they go straight in on Zamudo. He's locked up. He's taken down, and a shutdown goes to Fake God. Dark Zero have no stake in the game now.
Zamudo doesn't walk out with the team, gets caught, didn't have his equalizer go down. That's going to be the Dragon going over to Luminosity Gaming, and an error on the setup there from Dark Zero.
Tough to see, but LG will take that, and this will cut the lead down nicely. They are playing with some vision here, though. Dark Zero maybe looking to get a collapse going, but that Dragon is going to be the second one in a row for Luminosity, to the next one being Soul Point on a Cloud Soul. And this comp would love a Cloud Soul here. Rift Herald play being set up by Dark Zero in the mid lane. Yuji on the side, waiting to see if he can get an engage here. Here comes the charge. Zamudo coming to join the team. Charge goes in. Outer tower still up. Yuji finds Tomio. Equalizer over the top. And now Sajed gets one. You got that breath coming through from Dark Zero, and they are going to get the big pick onto Tomio. They don't get the turret, though.
They waited to get Zamudo back. TP Equalizer going to get the turret now in the next wave. Insanity going to reset this TP. Shouldn't be coming down fast enough. We'll see if Dark Zero wants to actually push forward. Lucian can get greedy. They're going to pass. Okay, so the turret stands.
Really nice defense there. Even if you're losing some ground, we're going to take a look back at that initial play here.
Yeah, I mean, before this, Psycho, he missed the Super Mega Fire Kick, so Tomio was able to finish the E. That really enabled Luminosity Gaming to close the gap, and Zamudo just didn't exit with his team. Error from him, no equalizer dropped. At least they were able to use it on the back half.
And that'll be some play going back towards into that mid lane play that we saw with that collapse over here. Just really good combination of what works on this team, right? That like lockdown into equalizer combo.
Yeah, it's the Vi and the Empowered Rune Prison into Rumble R, into Lucian R. That's what they're trying to do, and so far it's been pretty well executed by Dark Zero.
You see here, Tomio literally doesn't even get to move his champion. Tactical almost goes down too, but he isn't as real. And Flash out of Insanity. I'm sure that will be revisited as well. We're getting reset up on the map.
I like that highlight, trying to get the Anivia that is down Flash. Should be a target for Dark Zero. If Insanity is caught out now in a side lane, gotta believe that's where the Realm Warp from Spyrax, that's the target that he wants. So Insanity gonna have to be really careful and make sure that he is being disciplined when he catches. He is in a nice spot in the game, though, where he has enough mana. I'm curious to see if he starts ripping away some of these jungle camps. Anivia with economy. This champion does a ton of damage, and again, it's a pretty good setup for Anivia this game. She feels really good into the Rise and the Rumble, who, outside of their Rs, are at the range where they have to interact with Anivia. So a lot of potential for Insanity in this game, and with the scaling for Luminosity Gaming, the fact that he's already done a decent job at slowing down this game, making sure that whatever lane he is in, there is no damage going towards that tower because the wave clear Anivia brings. It has helped Luminosity Gaming stabilize the game. We've been in the 1.5K gold lead for a while. Psycho misses another Q.
Oh no, he's gonna get dragged. He's gonna get taken down. Didn't even need the impale. Emilio just not able to tank that damage. Now they have the Demolisher proc coming through here. They could just take the outer tower in mid lane and scrape back more of that gold. Dark Zero's lead is now under 1,000.
And Psycho's got to connect with some of these super mega fire kicks if he wants to play up this far. The fact that he can if he hits these, but the fact that Tomio has been able to skirt his way around it has been a difference maker in the last 2 skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, you draft Emilio for that Ultra Mega Fire Kick and try to find the angle on that one because it does upset so much of that engage potential from LG, but you also have to remember you're paper thin, so trying to find those angles on that is so difficult now as well. Zamuno is going to get some side lane gold here, and this is Dark Zero trying to recoup some of that gold differential.
It was actually a nice stall, as in the back half of this play, Tomio was looking for more.
I think we already saw the miss.
Yeah, they were going to look appetizing enough to at least keep him around. Up to middle, clean up that tower for free. Wrong warp, of course, was cast.
Oh!
It's too close. We return to live. Zyko bring his flash yet again to escape the R from Tomio.
That's tough. And we said when the Skarner got drafted, I mean, this is a perfect facilitation pick for Tomio. He's shown some really nice mechanics on it. The flash, Ixtal's charge, and trying to find like where you can get the setup for this team, because he is that main engage, right? Like, you have Zeyzal, you have a lot of backup, but he's the one that's going to be kicking things off. And honestly, this is the role I've loved to see Tomio adapt into.
I just love to see Insanity on this Anivia. Whenever Dark Zero is grouping up for mid, the Anivia is there, and any threat of that turret is gone. So that's been nice from Luminosity Gaming. As, of course, Sajed, I gotta say, it's kind of hard for him to dash in and get the poke against stuff like a Skarner, like an Anivia.
It is.
Has been difficult. And
The wall
might be under threat, able to skirt out.
Tomio
takes a big chunk.
Oh my god, tactical too. You see some of the poke damage that can be layered in from Dark Zero, even though they don't have as much range to work with. SALG, Sajed, he sees that true shot barrage, he just goes in. They both lose a massive chunk of health, but Tactical has to play a lot more safely now, and the dragon is coming up, so that's going to be a denial of soul point for Dark Zero.
You can see Tactical picked up the Vamp Scepter because he knows he's going to get chunked out by Sajed. Sajed has the sustain from the Milio, but this should be the wave where they look. See how hard Dark Zero wants to go. I think they're scared that if they start this, then Baron gets ripped. That said, they really have to look at this wave, because if not, then Insanity is just going to take top outer over time. So yeah, good setup. Really nice setup from Dark Zero this time around.
Yeah,
we were able to pick this one up.
And just too quick to the trigger pull. LG can't really scoop anything off, but a side lane turret, you'll take that. It's a little dub. TP coming in the mid lane, but the fight's already kicked off onto Tactical. He is out of there with the Arcane Shift. Realm Warp coming in. Spyrax trying to be the assassin here. Tomio is locked down, flashed over the wall with everything used from Dark Zero. Do they have a rebuttal from LG's side? Insanity thinks that's a yes. Not enough poke, layering down. Tactical Arcane shifting over to try to get to Jed. They don't have a turret here, so you got to be careful, but Dark Zero's retreat will be beneficial.
Ultra down from Dark Zero in this game state. Luminosity Gaming much stronger. You have the Jace, you have the Karma, and the Ezreal poke. Just play with your range. There's no big R key to try and break any setup from Luminosity Gaming. As they continue to stall out this game, even up the gold graph, and get back into this one, it really feels like Luminosity Gaming, after the quick start from Dark Zero, once they slowed things down, they've been able to get into more and more control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we said it from the beginning. Dark Zero, they need to burst out into this game. They need to find a lead, keep that lead, and manage it proficiently, and keep ahead of LG because of that compositional difference that we said. Well, I feel like we've been watching an arm wrestle match, shout out to Kangas, and slowly but surely LG has been gaining the bonuses here and been gaining that potential, because this team composition is going to be so difficult now that we're reaching that 30-minute mark for the next dragon and these big objectives coming up. LG are forcing the hand of Dark Zero.
Spyrax's bot has the empowered TP, but Otacon's going to be ripped and likely taken. It's the GA Otacon, so we'll provide some temporary power. I gotta say, maybe with the flowers not spawning, Dark Zero's okay with dropping this one, as the flowers do provide a lot of XP.
I mean, you just go straight to the bear.
Especially if you're behind, but God, they're really ripping it.
They can't
Dark
do
Zero,
anything
you have
about
to
it.
respond to this.
They're like, there's no way these madmen will go for the Baron too, right? I mean, nobody has even crossed the threshold into the river, and that's going to be 2 massive objectives traded for that tower pressure by Dark Zero.
I'm surprised that Dark Zero gave this one up for free. They were late to respawn. It is a lot of gold on the Spyrax. 16 on Rise is significant, but not nearly as significant as a Baron. And now talk about a power play for Luminosity Gaming. Baron on their shoulders and a free res too if they want it. So Luminosity Gaming can afford to play very aggressively in this next sequence.
And that's where I want to look. It's a top team versus a top team. I need to see those little micro adjustments in the game itself. You've gone from playing backseat, playing this team that now had that lead that you're trying to take back over. I want to see them use this power spike efficiently because it's a massive one. I mean, you just got Atacon and Baron. You can keep pushing going. Side lanes have been a question mark for us the whole time, and Spyrax is definitely king of them right now. But you can see LG are moving down towards mid and bot.
2 minutes until the Dragon. Map's still pretty quiet. Fake God has opened up a decent lead over Zamudo, whereas Spyrax did pick up some of that golden XP. I think importantly enough, Infinity Edge was completed by Sajed on the Lucian, so those chunks gonna hit a lot harder, but at the moment, they're giving everything to go find Fake God who will fall.
Well, he will get his Atacon GA pop. That'll be a tier 2 in bot side. LG trying to use this tempo right now to get an inhib potentially, and that would do some lasting damage and give you prio over bot side for a long while, and especially that next dragon fight.
Vial wasn't used. That's an Equalizer and Realm Warp were used on the pick on the Fake God. He has spawned back.
I mean, they don't have the bodies here. Dark Zero disrespecting this push from LG.
Spyrax.
They get the Breath of Life there. Maybe it's just enough. Tactical gets locked down, and that Atacon GA will be signaling the end of LG's push. TP coming in from Zamudo. They're going to lose all bodies here. Sajed not going to go down either. Insanity maybe try to find that last pick, but it will be a beneficial push there. Oh no, his egg gets popped too.
I mean, LG, they can afford to play that aggressively. Did over push, tactical dashing up, didn't quite see Yuji, kind of dashed into the Vi and wasn't able to do much more in that fight. So a nice consolation win for Dark Zero, but as you called out, Mazel, bot inhibitor taken, that's lasting damage, and that will last until Baron's down. Take a second look. Zyko able to get Spyrax out with the R, that's nice, going up against the Skarner. But yeah, tactical, that dash up. Yuji is right there. And that made the rest of the fight pretty easy for Yuji because he gets the target down Insanity. And Sajed had himself a nice one, getting himself on priority targets for the duration of it. But ignore the fact that R went wide. He played the rest of it quite well. Sajed, I know I talked to him before we went. Oh, hold on. Gotta pause.
We still got Baron push, so, you know, they're still going. They actually aren't gonna... Okay, the next push might be enough. They are gonna bring all 5 members up here to try to get this turret, and this is just a lot of goal. I mean, this would be the lead going the way of LG for the first time, it feels like, in this game. And we see them slowly wrestling that control from Dark Zero, sticking according to plan here, and Dragon is up on the table.
Dragon's up, Baron buff is down, and I gotta say, LG a little low after that last skirmish. Spyrax did reset. Sajed has max resources at the moment, so if Dark Zero can kind of buy their time, stall this setup out a little bit, I think their conditions are better for the fight if they want it.
Zyko also popping the control ward there in the mid lane to stop them from taking it. Easy peasy, good money. They were trying to get Prio in mid, but that's tough against this LG team because if you get locked down, if you get CC'd, it's really rough. There's the Realm Warp coming in to bring Yuji in. They just want the fight. Dark Zero said, we're enough of these games, we just want to end this one, and now it's LG that have lost their primary engage. Onto tactical goes Yuji. Another flash comes out. Running rampant is chaos on LG's backline. Zamudo's flashing over there. Dark Zero make the pick, and they make it happen. Another breath of life, and Zamudo will get out just fine. All 5 members from Dark Zero will turn onto the Dragon.
Barely escapes the true shot barrage, but it was the engage from Yuji that ended up ringing true in the end. Found Tomio with the chunk, a good equalizer to slow them down. Then a Q flash on the Zazel, followed up on the Tactical. Got the flash out of him, so no flashes in that last skirmish from Insanity and Tactical, and a bit surprised Luminosity Gaming didn't give that one over for free. They really used their turn to destroy all the structures. Their conditions were not as good entering this fight. I look at Tomio, low health, look at Zazel, low health. Keep in mind, Zyko can keep people topped off. But this setup, I gotta say, Zamudo took a little bit of damage in the back half here. Maybe that's what triggered it, but I like the engage on the Tomio. He's too far up. Take what's in front of you. The Q doesn't even hit. It didn't even matter because Sejed's peppering from the back. Really nice ult into Tomio. Then Yuji, the Q flash in the Zazel, got the flash out of Tactical. That can be quite valuable. So with all the flashes down, I gotta imagine that this next R from Yuji, it could be really strong setup. Spyrax does have Realm Warp coming off cooldown and has TP up. Zamudo's stuck though. Spyrax is in the bot lane. We'll see if he commits to this or starts walking to join the team.
Big thing I want to say, we highlighted these junglers so heavily being a part of how their teams win games. Tomio is the flash advantage right now. He can make a difference with this Impale. They find another tier 2 turret here for LG. So the punches
Spyrax
are going back and forth. And LG, they're trying to get an inhib now.
Now we'll see Sejed. Oh, he's actually going to burn the ult. Throws some bullets into the back of Zazel. Keep in mind, Spyrax has a TP. There is a ward in mid. He's pinging it right now.
They might try to look for a TP play back, started by LG, but the Equalizer going to stop Insanity there. They'll be slowed down, so this will be a rebuttal to that super spawn, at least in the bot side from LG. They're going to get the Realm Warp in mid lane, trying to take a tier 2. Look at Spyrax with the big brain here. They get Sejed there too. They should be able to get this as well. Oh, it's just not enough.
The wave. It's not enough. I still love the creativity because they ran him around there, got the TP out of Insanity for just the Realm Warp. But Spyrax, that's a trade up. And guess what? They get full control over Baron as a consolation prize. Luminosity Gaming now on the retake.
All right, we're setting up now for the potential Baron take by Dark Zero. They have evened up the Dragon score. They have prolonged the game, and now looking for picks onto Tomio. Tomio walking in with no vision, and he's just locked down. Impale to his own very death, but he's down to about a quarter health left, and that will mean the primary engage of LG has to play a lot more reluctantly.
There's no Equalizer. Zamudo waiting for that one. Just got it back up. Here comes Spyrax.
There they go. They didn't expect them. They found the flank. They found the fight. Insanity we cooked alive. Over easy, you said? Well, Dark Zero's cooking for you right now, Cubby. And now Sejed about half health, but still just fine. This team, Dark Zero, they do not quit, and they always are looking for angles.
Sejed taking some big poke from the Jace and the Ezreal, but still a sound fight from Dark Zero. It's so tough. As the Luminosity Gaming comp, you really have to be disciplined about your angles. We're going to play Nivea. Tomio playing a little bit too far up. It is his job to check, but he is melting at the hands of Dark Zero. I think he really needs that MR to come in as he's working on, I assume, a Visage.
Oh, but, no.
Man, he's going to have to find his way to the Baron pit. This thing's melting. It's at half, now spotted by LG.
Dark Zero Dragon still a bit hesitant. They don't want to force because Tomio will have Impale coming up here shortly, so they will back off. It was just to try to get as many tools away from Luminosity. But man, these kinds of fights, like LG had to know their people were missing.
The angle. Yeah, the angle from Yuji is so good as they got, I think they had some info to kind of mark them, but not good enough. Again, no flash on the Anivia. Find an angle, that's big. Anivia, you really want to keep the fight in front of you. If you get angles thrown at you like what Dark Zero was able to do there, it can be hard. Insanity falls victim to it.
And that's been multiple times that Dark Zero Dragonsteel have utilized their angles. Like, you think back to that river fight where they caught out Tomio. They have pressure from top and bot. Tomio has nowhere to run in that little congested area, and they've been just really utilizing space well so far. And that's what we expect from a team that's looking for yet another championship, that is led by our double most valuable prospect in Yuji, a guy that has, even if a 0-1-4 scoreline doesn't mean much, he is the linchpin that makes this team run.
Flashes are now back up, so Yuji gonna have to be a little bit more careful about the next decent assist. As again, the game slowed down a bit. We have another dragon spawning soul point gonna be up for either team. I think a lot of my eyes now go towards these ADs as Bloodthirst is secured for both, so always gonna be fighting on good conditions.
LG needing to re-center themselves here out of their own jungle. I feel like if you're fighting in these choke points against Sejed and against Zamudo, it's going to be very difficult to handle. You've got to have this poke working to your advantage. They do have Insanity, but Sejed, look how confident Dark Zero Dragonsteel are playing in this mid lane.
They're catching it so high that this dragon's just going to go down for free, and I think Luminosity Gaming, they can't really respond.
And they can't force the Baron because Dark Zero, no.
Yeah, and well, I also like what Dark Zero is doing. They're sending the Rise and the Lucian, so even if there's a response, they just get the Realm Warp in.
Oh, so close! All right, well, That is the play from LG. Oh, they've maybe overstayed. Tactical gets locked out by Yuji. Just going face planting into the Vice. Spyrax with the flick. He flashes out immediately. Yuji trying to get it. There is chaos. Flashes all apart these teams. Dark Zero now moving in, closing the jaws on LG. Sajed has been untouched in the side, and he is pumping. Get that gunslinger in there, and a rampage for the man himself. Yuji, who kept that cease and desist the whole time, will still be alive. What? They are creating magic on the Rift, and Zamudo's there to slam dunk the rest of them. They got harpoons for days, and Sajed is rounding out insanity here. Maybe a little bit of scrambled eggs coming his way.
TP not able to connect and get the bird out of there. Goes into another dimension, and Dark Zero going to clean up game one. And at the back half, off the back of Sajed, who, again, in his sophomore year, talked to Sajed before this, said, when I started playing, before I played an amateur, I used to flying tactical a lot, solo queue. I really respected him as a player, but not as much anymore because I feel like I've gotten better. Sajed showing up. That Lucian Milio lane ended up being big, and oh boy, they can't end.
They can't end.
Yeah,
we go again.
Oh, I thought that was it. Zazel, Fake God, Tomio, they're up. Dark Zero just going to take an inhibitor down. We're going to get a replay. Spyrax went in really deep. Look at all the time he bought between the Seraphs, between the Zanyas. It was enough to get Zamudo in, doing a lot of damage. Sajed absolutely melts Fake God on the Jace, and then Sajed is able to keep on pushing forward. I got to say, good flash here by Tactical. Got out of the queue from Sajed, so the Piercing Light doesn't connect. Still ends up getting chased down to the end because of how big this Lucian Milio is.
But I think the biggest thing for me is the confidence that Sajed has been playing. Like, it's been a little bit back and forth, but the fact that this guy has been stepping up in the face of Tomio multiple times, finding these kind of flank angles on a Lucian who's playing against a very range-heavy team, that's the kind of growth you'll love to see from a guy who was already at the top of our table in ADC.
I remember when FlyQuest picked him up, he was relatively unknown, but their scouts, they were sending me tape like of Caitlyn, of Vayne is one trick. Like, this guy's playing this better than most ADs, no? And I was like, yeah, he's playing these fights really well. It's just about rounding out his game against Sajed. Longtime Vayne player, so not surprised to see him stepping up on Lucian in the right place at the right time.
And he's just throwing up the happy bees. He's also full build, by the way, so no big deal, I guess.
Arrow, man.
He is the big change on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. The biggest question mark, it feels like, on what's going to happen with this new AD, and maybe another time for him to step up. Look at this pincer maneuver. Here comes Spyrax on the other side. Cease and desist into it. Culling going to go through. Tacticals down. LG, they're losing people, and they might be losing this first game. Fake God gets blasted by Sajed, who goes dominant, and that's going to be more kills Dark Zero's way. Dragonsteel has made their entrance here, and we asked them, that first test, was it real? Was Polestar the big moment for you to show yourself? No, it's against LG. It's against a comp that we doubted for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and they execute. They find game one win, and they put LG on match point.
I don't want to say doubted. I just, didn't know how good it would be later on because the scaling can really kick in for Luminosity Gaming. But man, you know what you can't doubt in that game? It's the angles that Dark Zero were able to find. Again, Anivia, you want to keep the fights front to back. Keep things in front of you. How did every single fight start? It was Spyrax, Yuji, Zamudo finding the pincers and opening up the space for Sajed to step up and pump. And Luminosity Gaming had no answer for that. Really well played by Dark Zero.
And these are the kinds of performances that give you that much hope and praise for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Why we saw them be so dominant over this last year and that kind of growth through it. And I know I talked to Zamudo and I'm like, so is there anything different? Is there things that are changing going into a new year besides Sajed joining the team? He's like, no, it feels a lot like last year. So maybe a little bit of championship potential here with Dark Zero Dragonsteel. That is it for our first game. Dark Zero Dragonsteel go up 1-0. We'll see if Luminosity Gaming can pull it back and bring us to 3 after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're here on week 2, day 2. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and we're looking at the last game highlights. What a banger to start us off. Luminosity going to be licking their wounds a little bit and trying to get us to 3, but Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they look as dominant as ever.
I mean, a 40-minute game, and there was some back and forth, but Dark Zero, every fight setup they had, it just felt like the angles they presented, Luminosity Gaming could not be dealt with. And for me, the real standouts being Sajed and especially Spyrax on this rise. His side lane pressure, the realm warps, and even the early fights, finding those empowered rune prisons on the players like Tactical really set up his team for success and got Dark Zero that win for me. It was a really impressive game as a team and a really competitive match in NACL. I gotta say, it was one of the better, if not the best games that I've seen so far in the league. So excited for more.
Oh yeah, and it's exactly to the tune of what we wanted to see today from these two teams. We expect these guys to be at the top of the table at the end of the regular season and to potentially see this matchup yet again further on into the playoffs, as this is single round robin, so the only time we'll see this in the regular season. And this is also maybe some learnings from LG's side going into this next game in trying to figure out, yes, okay, the cooking looked okay, the cooking looked good, we had this kind of really set style coming from them, but you've got to find a way to out mechanically execute Dark Zero, and you need to set yourself up for success in the long game, in these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the new game is going to present new scenarios and Fearless, right? We're going to see some different drafts, but I like the idea from Luminosity Gaming. It's just that once they lost their turrets, the angles that Dark Zero were able to find against them, like, it's really punishing as an Nvidia when you end up losing inners and inhibitor turrets, because those are points of power. If you're playing around the turret as an Nvidia, you delete waves, your ability to get a pick is huge, you're really good at stopping sieges, but once those turrets fell, it felt like Dark Zero allowed for Luminosity Gaming to get out on the map and then just found like 3 or 4 different angles against Nivea that made the game really hard to play. I think the other thing that I didn't hit on, the scaling of Lucian Milio in this game was significant. There really wasn't like damage that could take them down immediately in the fight, and Lucian really got to run these fights for free. So I feel like that was a big difference maker later on as well that we maybe didn't hit on in the draft, that in hindsight really felt like it was significant as the Lucian Milio really took over later on.
But it also came down, like, I honestly give you a little bit of leeway in that way, because it's also the way that Sajed played it, right? Like, this guy is literally stepping up into these kind of rage competitions where if he misses his combos, if he's not able to get the kills early, like, they will just run him down. And he was still playing with utmost confidence. And when you're trying to fill the shoes of Scary Jerry a lot on this team, where he was a very, very big, impactful moment for them for building up last year, Sajed is doing that, right? Sajed is a guy that we've lauded so heavily for what he brings to the table in NACL, and you love to see him having a big part of Dark Zero Dragonsteel's victory.
Again, just a player that we look at and like seeing how he fights, how he plays in year 2, just excited to see more as someone that, again, was picked up for how he plays fights, and it was good to see him playing the fights really damn well in that game. Yeah,
and now it just depends on what he wants to go with in that next game. You start the game on Lucian, you got the hot hands, man. We'll see if they want to go with some more mechanical style 2v2s in that bot lane there. But it is interesting how the game developed, and it also shows a lot of the kind of background strategy that this team has been working on for Dark Zero. And I know that's something you highlighted at the very end. That was a very important part to the puzzle pieces that Dark Zero put down, is how they approach fights, the kind of pincer, but the communication that this team has developed over this time together, and a lot of that kind of camaraderie that they have. They know how each other plays, and they execute it well. Like Zamudo, Spyrax, Yuji, the way that they find entrances to fights is incredible.
Again, they just allowed for Luminosity Gaming to get out on the map, set up the angles, overtook them, and executed that comp out really well in the back half. So props to Dark Zero, but of course, game 2, all those chances saw in game 1, they're gone. We've been doing Fearless Draft longer than the world has, and it's not changing anytime soon from the looks of things. So the only thing that's changed in this game, of course, Luminosity Gaming, they took the L. They're going to take blue side, and we'll see what happens for game 2.
No, nobody ever takes the L and chooses red side again. So, I would like to see if that's even happened a single time throughout this entire year so far, or at least the split. Now, it is going to be the similar bans, though. LG going with those particular bans, the Yone towards Spyrax. Don't want to give him that. We've seen him carry a million games on that. While Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they will ban away that Callista yet again, taking away the pieces from Tactical.
Yeah, now you got to believe that Dark Zero is going to pay the Gwen to Fury tax, as they don't want to give those through on the red side.
Yeah.
So you got to believe that's going to be the case coming in here.
Yeah, do you remember when Tomio used to run the league on the Leah? Good times, good times.
You know what he also used to run the league on? That UG can also run the league on as well is Nidalee.
True.
Definitely, if you want to play Nidalee, I think Lilia is a viable takeaway. So we'll see if they want to set more of that
Warwick.
off. I will say, that's a South ban for Fake God too, but
It
no
is.
Warwick for Zamudo. Might be looking at something like Renekton being blinded in top side for Fake God. Got some other options too. Maybe he wants some Anbessa, and actually they're going to drop the Gwen ban to take away Tristana. So Gwen is up, Gauntlet is thrown. Gotta believe Gwen's going to be first picked. But what's Zamudo willing to play into that? As the Jax matchup with the changes did get a lot harder.
Renekton, maybe?
One of the better ones against Gwen. You can't play Renekton and try and nuke it early, but that got a lot harder as well.
Yeah.
It's why we're seeing Gwen really hit the ban list. It has been the highest
There it
presence
is.
champ in NACL because it has been banned the most, and surprised to see it let through here.
Don't do it.
We're going to see what Zamudo can do into it.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Zamudo. Don't do it.
I think he's going to do it. This is one of the few matches you can actually play.
But this is also the matchup why Gwen came into the meta here a lot of times, especially at the pro level, is it was an answer into Anbessa. You were finding really good end-up trades into the Anbessa in later parts, and Gwen still has that major impact. So, hey, we'll see which one ends up winning here in the tier 2 space at least, and the Poppy maybe helping that out a little bit.
It's going to help. It can be played by Yuji or Zyko, so it will be flexible throughout the rest of the draft, and could help slow down the Gwen for sure, or just guarantee some numbers advantages as those keepers' verdicts. And I'm always just so impressed at how especially the LCK teams play Poppy. I think that with their commitment to objective setups and how Poppy can really break that if she just connects a good R, always impressive to see how they use and abuse that champion over there. So we'll see if Zyko or Yuji can do the same.
It is back to the Sejuani duty for Tomio. He had the Skarner facilitation. It wasn't enough. Go to the superior form of pig transport in the Sejuani. And the Varus also going to be there, so a really big comfort for Tactical, but also something that gives them flexibility in the build path.
This pick's damn strong right now. I really like this draft so far for Luminosity Gaming. I feel like Gwen can delete tanks, so you get a free path for the poke Varus, and Varus just gets to delete mid-wave. So it could be a decent setup for Luminosity Gaming if they do want to go for that poke Varus. Of course, Poppy and Bessa can get quite tanky, especially if Poppy's in the jungle, so opportunity for on-hit. But with the Gwen, again, being the one that can really deal with frontline, poke Varus can be really strong. So Spyrax is going to take that trusty Dusty Azir. Of course, we talked about that being banned away from Insanity in Game 1. It is also protecting it for him. Like, whenever you look at Spyrax's match history, Azir feels like it's always been his most played champ every split, and it also feels like it always makes its way up there to be one of the most winning champs. It's like you have to, it's like a must ban away from Spyrax at some point this season. He's so good at this champion, and with that Poppy combo, it really makes me feel like that Poppy much more likely to be in the jungle role, just given how well it actually plays into Sejuani. This is a really good matchup if UG wants it, and also how it synergizes with Azir. So looks like Luminosity Gaming feels the same way as they're going to take away some realm.
If you need a visual representation, all those flanks that Spyrax had on Rise of all champions. Well, now imagine that with the Shurima Shuffle, and that's what you're going to be getting here for them. Now, it is that fun Zed ban away by Dark Zero Dragonsteel from Insanity. The Azir matchup, like we've seen it a little bit, I know, in the LPL. We had Saber picking that one out as well, but it is the Rel ban, back to consistency, back to what engages there can be for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, because that's what they're going for right now. They have tons of ways to start the fight.
Smolder ban, of course, targeting more sources of AD as Insanity could play that one into Azir. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised. I would have actually kind of liked the Braum ban, just because I feel like Braum synergizes well with Sejuani and also could take away like any chance of on-hit Varus. Braum interacts pretty well with Poppy and even Anbessa in that front line, so I know it's pretty rare you see a blind Braum, but I actually think that Zeyzal might be able to get away with it here. As, of course, Corki locked in. The Poppy's still going to maintain to be a flex until the end, and Zeyzal going to have his choice to pick. Looks like he could play a very aggressive bot lane here with a potential poke Varus. I mean, you could double Comet with a Nico and a Varus, or take Elise support, which has been nerfed and fallen out of favor a little bit, but makes its way back here. I lied about that Poppy maybe being at support. That thing's coming out of the jungle now. We're going to need a different pick for Zyko.
Well, Ed, you're giving a counter pick there to Yuji, right? Like, he gets to see everything in front of him, and you're going to give this guy
not
the
anymore.
potential. Yeah, maybe not, I guess.
Yeah.
The Aurelion Soul, so he hovered
Okay.
it. Last game was a potential pick on that red side. It is going to be the pick this time for Insanity, going with the Astral Dragon there. And Dark Zero Dragon Steel, they're going to save their counter pick for this support.
It could just be Rakan and try and chill in the lane phase, and then just be Rakan later on. Aurelion Soul, we talked a lot about range advantage in the last game. Honestly, kind of similar to Anivia, except the range that you get, your ability to break the game later on, it grows. So the Poke Varus, what I expect to be Poke Varus, and the Aurelion Soul, man, they're going to delete waves on Luminosity Gaming, and it's really going to be on Spyrax, on Yuji, on Zamudo, on Zyko. These engages, they have to be sound, they have to get be clean, or else you're running into the scissors and then into the comets and you know, the breaths of fire that Asol is going to be dropping. So
It's of light, all right? It's
okay, thank you. You could hear me struggling on that one. I was trying to hide it, you know.
That's why they got me here. We lift each other up as well, but we're getting into the second game of the day. Can Luminosity bring us to 3? I need to see more of this matchup before we don't get to see it until playoffs. Dark Zero Dragon Steel looked dominant, but there's a dragon on the other side this time around. Can Luminosity Gaming turn that fire into their benefit and get this series to 3 and show us what they showed us against Near Airport last week? We're into game 2 of this one now, Cubby, and we'll see this matchup between Yuji and Tomio, the main center point of where everything starts.
Yeah, they're going to need that Dragon Steel to take down this Aurelion Soul. And again, I think it's another game where the Luminosity Gaming is just kind of telling Dark Zero, hey, you can make plays early, right? We're going to give that to you in the draft, but if you don't play this game fast, don't play this game clean enough, we have scaling. And again, this Gwen Aurelion Soul, they're going to scale very hard. I think that Dark Zero, again, I think that this is really playing to strengths. They play with direction. They play to make plays really, really well. With stable laners and just the skill and flexibility that Yuji can bring, the backup of Zyko going in, this really was the comfort setup for Dark Zero, which was taking early game and just winning the game. So Luminosity Gaming really challenging them to do that into them. I thought that Luminosity Gaming did a really nice job of bringing the game back into states where it was good for them in the last game, but it wasn't enough where they could find a winning angle. See if that changes in this one.
How do we feel about the Zeyzal Elise pick here? I feel like tried and true for the Elise is sometimes it feels like it does not do much, and definitely want to have as much impact on this Elise pick as you can, because Zyko is on a tried and true support like the Rakan.
I think the idea of the Varus Elise thing is that this is the bridge for the rest of the map. Gwen, Aurelion Soul, they'll take care of the scaling. They'll take care of the late game. If we can use the Elise and the Varus early on to be strong and get Elise out of lane to maybe help these lanes on the top side, could be really good for Luminosity Gaming. So Elise, bit of a feast or famine champ, especially at the support role, as you were building damage and you play with the least economy in the game. So we'll see if Zeyzal can end up doing some feasting early on. But yeah, for sure, I think it's just a bridge pick.
Yeah, and Tactical's going to be on that Hail of Blades build with the Varus, so we'll see what that ends up being like, at least in terms of how it meshes with the rest of the team comp. But we look at those junglers now. It is not the mirrored side start this time. Both know how important this bot lane can be to get it going, and both of them will be pathing down towards this bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit surprised actually. Yuji, like, with this path, was never able to get off in the face of Sejuani. Poppy early on does have the opportunity to fight Sejuani if she does find Sej with the phase rush, and especially opening with a red buff can be really advantageous for the Poppy. But of course, bot lane prio in the hands of Luminosity Gaming. No chance that Yuji is going to walk into the Sej now. So just cleaning up all the camps here for each of our junglers, and we'll see what happens over the crab, as bot prio very heavily in favor of Luminosity Gaming, and they do see Yuji on his camp now, so we'll see if Yuji goes for the bot crab or if he skirts his way towards the top side, which I think is the right move for him.
Yeah, I think little vision games like this are always so interesting because you kind of get a feel of what the players are thinking going into this game. Because for LG, I mean, there's a little bit more stress in this game for sure. I mean, going down to Dark Zero when you had such a good start to the split would feel bad. Also, because it's Dark Zero's first real test, they're like, maybe we can actually be the ones to give them a little bit of a run for their money as we see Zeyzal take over half health onto Zyko. Beautiful repel there. So Zeyzal's mechanics, they're on point right now, Cubby.
Yep, very clean. Also, we did see Zeyzal help secure that bot crab with the prio, so it does go over to Tomio, priority crab. UG relegated towards the top side, and there is a nice board dropped here by Fake God, but he is low mana, low health, and I would not be surprised if UG... Okay. I was thinking for a sec, maybe he just flashes over that wall and sends it at the Gwen. Gets at least a trade of summoners at worst. Instead, just going to drop a late ward here on the Gronk, continue to attract Sejuani, and go reset for himself.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to get that full-on reset, top to bot clear for both junglers. Maybe a little bit of a stop-off point after that top side goes down, but no impact so far from our two would-be stars in UG and Tomio. But that will come with time because we have Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, Grubby Tubbies coming up in a minute and 30 seconds. And last game, I don't think we got our first Dragon until like 14, 15 minutes into the game. So definitely readapt towards this top side for both teams.
Luminosity Gaming showing their priority towards the top side right now as their strong lane, the Varus and the Elise, they had push bot. They're shifting up towards the top side as, oh boy, looks like Sejed's adopting some Shogo tech here, going into all the poke. He's going to pick up a Vamp Scepter. Gotta say, I don't hate it given the lane. Like Varus and Elise, this is an incredibly oppressive lane, so he's going to do his best to sustain through it, but any grub fight that emerges towards the top side will be advantage Luminosity Gaming as Zeyzal actually throws the interrupt at Zamudo, stops his base. That might leave the Zamudo missing more on the bot side, so he does lose his flash, but it wasn't for nothing, as Zamudo gonna have to burn that TP to go bot, and we'll see if he loses anything.
But I feel like having that flash play from the Elise around the grub fight would be so massive, and so that will be down.
Overreach. Wasn't for nothing. Bit of an overreach for sure.
They did end up getting the TP from Zamudo down bot side, so no TP advantage for either side. And we still have a little bit of time for these grubs to spawn. We're taking a look at UG, preying on mid lane to see if they can pick off anything here, but we'll end up heading back to the bottom side of the map here.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that maybe Tomio made an appearance after his Raptors. Of course, did clear top to bot.
Oh, Fake God.
Oh! Nice dash.
Really good dash from Fake God there on the timing.
Again, Fake God, whenever he's been at this level, has been one of the better top laners that we have had. And kind of fun that this split, you know, these guys, they aren't gatekeepers. They actually get to play for their spot towards the end. If they are a top team, what all of our teams are hoping to do.
And we see the trades. So no play from UG on bot side.
Is there a trade? It's just a win right now for LG.
It's just a dub, unless Fake God doesn't want to get wall banked here, needs to get separation, does do so. It's feeling really dicey, but Zamudo does have that public execution, can use it to lock him down. Are they going to go with the fadeaway? He's not. That's the turret defense from Fake God. Really well done, but did burn his flash.
I mean, that's beautiful from Fake God. He got to eat that entire wave. We'll see if Zamudo actually goes in under turret, can still look for the kill threat. Meanwhile, Sejed, he had to hide, wait his way out as Psycho, he was going for a reset, so gonna get the majority of this wave and protect the topside camps of UG, but still a big win here.
Whoa!
As
public execution, public. Oh, he missed it.
He got out. This is so big from Fake God. The fact that Fake God's been able to absorb all this and doesn't go down means that those 3 grubs, just a big win for LG, and he hasn't lost anything for it. So very well managed by Fake God these last couple of waves.
He will lose out on some plates, but I will take that all day over losing your life to Zamudo. That is a massive dub. And now everything kind of leaning the way of LG to start this one off. They got the grubs early there. Now, maybe looking back at the map, this top to bot clear could lead into a dragon take.
Of course, UG decided to use his time as the Poppy to really try and go for that dive. Gotta respect it, but that initial dash from Fake God to really avoid that first wallbang before the waves were even set up or the tower came in. The first look that UG had, I thought was significant.
Man.
And Fake God continues to make his impact felt as the Scissors don't get any kills, but they do stop a base, kill some tempo, and that's going to be a bot wave crashing that will now be lost by Dark Zero's bot lane. So more wins from Luminosity Gaming, really playing with tempo well. I like how they've been really making it a goal to stop faces step up. Even losing a flash for it, was that too much? Yes, but is the idea good? Absolutely.
The pace control from LG has definitely gone through the roof here. Like, they are just strategizing really well on the map. I mean, using that double back stop into the dragon take here by Tomio as well with the help of Zeyzal. We have readaptation from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but honestly, with Glacial Prison and everything available to this bot lane for LG, this is where their strength is.
I mean, this LG comp, what they have so far, it's doing their job. The solo lanes, they're surviving and scaling. Fake God put that dive out so well. Meanwhile, what's happening? A lot of focus was given towards Fake God and slowing him down to the bot side. Was he slowed down? Not really. What happened, though, with Tactical against Sajed? He is way accelerated in this game on the Poke Ferris. Of course, Corki will be able to sustain himself and top it off, but if he's hunting for Azir in these setups, could be really big for Tactical. Is now Insanity.
Oh, he got the stun there on the Spirax and able to get away with his flash. That will be a lot burned in the mid lane, and Spirax still having his flash available.
Flash advantage, yeah, for Spirax. Usually did burn his flash to go for the setup. That's what prompted the flash out of Insanity. So I'll see if that's something they revisit once Spirax has that Shurima shuffle up again.
And
it should be revisited.
It should. Zeyzal is going to go on to Yuji here. No C there. Tomio punishes Yuji. First blood to Zeyzal here. Almost 10 minutes in for LG.
Samudo.
Oh, another public execution going wide. That's tough. Is he still going to go for it? Gets it. Trying to get out to it. He's got enough health to do it. A solo bolo to the rank 1 top laner in NA.
All right, didn't find the initial engage. You're able to find in the back half. That said, almost dead ward. Going to get the dragon in. Zamudo's just going to have to execute to the turret.
Oh, he gets it.
Yep. Okay. That's big. Well played to our rank 1 top laner, Zamudo.
Okay, you love to see it. And, oh no, the directed cam UG aggression here, I guess. And really well played from Zeyzal and Tomio.
Yordle getting ganked by the cavalry and the spiders. That sounds like a horror film. Meanwhile, Gwen going to fall on the top side, of course. A lot of pressure was put into Fake God, into this Gwen. It didn't pay off until now. Zamudo on this deploy was able to find the solo bolo. Well played to him.
Get the really well played setup from Zamudo. And now on the Eclipse spike as well, we will be getting first items for majority members. But this is Dark Zero Dragonsteel giving up more map pressure and, more importantly, giving up 6 grubs to LG.
Now, I mean, Gwen's really the champ that can abuse it the most, so we'll see if Fake God's able to get off anything. But I think it more so speaks just to the strength of this Varus Elise lane and how, again, the purpose of this lane is to try and be the bridge. It's been very effective at being the bridge to help Luminosity Gaming at least have some early strength to get the rest of their team going.
Now you get a little bit more gold going the way. And I think that's the biggest thing I want to check in on is, okay, maybe another solo. Zamudo, my God. Somebody stop this man. Somebody get this man off of this Ambessa. And he's making Fake God look tough.
That's a big solo bolo now. Again, this lead really coming up. Zamudo, that said, first brick was secured on the top side by Luminosity Gaming, and they did get feats for themselves. So again, doesn't come for free, but all eyes have to be on Zamudo in this one because, again, these engages from Dark Zero have to ring true early on, or else you will get Aurelion sold in the fights. Zamudo's big, and the public
massive
execution, that's a free ticket into the backline. So eyes on him to really see what he can do. Is, again, rank 1 on the ladder this morning. Gave a shout out to Coach Draxer, as, of course, him and Deos both worked with Tactical actually over at Immortals at some point in time. So, no, it's been good to see Zamudo, who has really always been an individual menace, but ever since he joined the Dragonsteel Dark Zero squad, he's really, I think, rounded out his play as a top laner.
I mean,
really nice on this team.
Most improved player, but as well as the finals MVP there too.
Yeah.
So he's been racking it up a little bit. Now racking up some more. TP's gonna be way too late to stop Zamudo's killing spree, and I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything about this guy. He is just running rampant. And what I love is I talked about in the draft, like at least in the LPL, the Gwen was the answer at best, at least the trade-off. But Zamudo's definitely get the better hand of this one.
Yeah, again, a lot of time and attention was put into this lane, and Zamudo's cashing it out. Honestly, a role that, for me, Zamudo, when we first saw him in NACL, played a lot of weak side, right? It was the Karagas and the Rumble for wild card, and then some of these big tank picks like the Scion that we already saw him bust out in NACL. But we've always known Zamudo, he can play the carries, and good to see him be supported by Yuji. And again, here, I think that's some of the fear of what makes Dark Zero such a scary team, how flexible they are. A lot of players on this team can play a lot of different roles. They can fit a lot of different comps. We saw the value of that in Fearless Draft really emerge, and to see Dark Zero even just shift up their identity, in a series, right? Between playing through Zamudo and not, having Spyrax on a splitter or not, it's really good to see.
Now taking stock at least of the map state here. It is still 6 grubs and first dragon that have gone the way of LG. They still have a small lead, and now they're combining themselves over this potential second dragon. I don't think Dark Zero are going to willingly give this next one to them. And LG struggling to find something. But I want to take stock because we also said this is another situation where LG are fine with Dark Zero trying to make plays early, but long term still favors them.
Yeah, I know that you were like, take stock, but when you said take stacks, I thought of Aurelian Soul, right? He's sitting on that big wall right now. And will continue to stack up throughout this game. So, again, Varus Elise, job of this, just bridge the team to the rest of the game and make sure that you're able to get some sort of prio. And if you look at the neutral objectives, again, feats have been secured by Luminosity Gaming. It was off of first brick, first objectives, which have all gone over to them, and that trend looking to continue as Dark Zero still do not feel strong enough to go into this Varus Elise lane that is so strong early. Instead, going to use the free time they have to get Spyrax the turret on the top side. So a lot of focus towards funneling these solo laners, giving objectives to make sure that the solo laners are set up for success for Zell. We'll see if they can cash it in.
There is the Rift Herald coming up very soon. Ooh. Looks like we ended up getting the Sky's Descend down in the mid lane. You saw a little bubble come through. LG will take a side lane tier 2 as well. So getting some more gold for Tactical and company, where they're going to be cresting over onto second item here in the near future.
Yeah, I really like that play from Luminosity Gaming. Yes,
this is big too, though.
It shouldn't fall, though. They should be here to respond in time. There are no grubs on the Azir. Meanwhile, it is 6 grubs on the LG.
I don't know, man.
The fact they pushed into the inner was big. And no response to the Spyrax. Actually get it?
No. Okay.
Yeah, okay, we're good.
Nasher's Tooth is nuts.
It is. 6 grub Azir is also nuts. But again, no grubs on Azir. Not this game. A little bit
that would have gone down,
I think one grub.
Hindsight's 2020 there.
Yeah.
They are getting a little push on mid lane to try to collapse over onto this bot lane, though. And I will say, even if LG have been doing a really good job of kind of keeping the game out in front of them, you still can tell that Dark Zero are scheming here on the map, right? They know that they need to play away from this lead that LG have developed.
I mean, again, they're really focusing on setting this Gwen behind, sacking a Rift Herald even to make sure. And like for me, Rift against Aesol really strong. Taking the terrain away from him to farm, that's big. So again, just a lot of intentional play from Dark Zero to play away from the Varus Elise, play towards the Gwen and slow that down. But it's got to change at some point. You can't give forever. As the Herald being secured, you got to imagine that's going to come down mid, and we'll see if Luminosity Gaming can set up a power play to take a turret or more off that, because with 6 grubs, that Herald is pretty much a guaranteed turret.
Yeah, 100%. And that would be the last outer tower remaining for Dark Zero Dragonsteel too. So not having that kind of defensive structure to leap off of into the side objectives. Oh, we got the catch! Tactical! He got public executed, but he's not down yet. Charm comes through. Big counter play from LG. Tomio saves the day, and Insanity comes and smacks him down.
Honestly, I need a replay on that one because we kind of hopped in late. I didn't see Zyko find the play on the Tactical. I think he was late to pop his R. Also had flash up. He was just trying to find Tactical with the combo. Yeah, Zyko presses R early. He gets Tactical, but misses the W. Great sidestep from Tactical there. Charm comes out late. Didn't find the full combo. I think if he commits to using that early on, the Varus falls, but was not the case from Zyko, and Varus lives.
Tough stuff there, but really good for LG to try to collapse on that. And that's some of the strength kind of bubbling up to the surface here of this composition from Luminosity Gaming is they have a lot of saving tools. They have Tomio as a very, very good body blocker in this situation here. And they are going to have some real good strength coming through when they can combine together. Now, Tomio won't have ultimate. A lot of members from LG will not have ultimate for a little while. And maybe this is where Dark Zero can start looking for a play. Sneaky, sneaky.
All right. Classic ships. You
know, Poros are not known for their sensitivity to things around them. I would not call a Poro an apex predator.
Yeah. You know, Spyrax able to sneak out of there. I know you're talking about looking at making plays here. When it comes to making plays, my eyes go towards Zamudo, of course, was granted the lead on the Ambessa, but has that Shojin finished.
Yeah, that's massive.
So that's a big one as more abilities.
Oh, how did you get here, bud?
Zamudo and
okay. No. Oh, he's going to go down. He's trying to fly his little fly, and public execution actually used. So Zamudo going on rampage for that one. That's a pretty big ultimate utilized. Insanity down for 30 seconds though, and Dragon coming up in about 50. TP is still available there though.
He does have TP. The concern is that he burned his R, which means that there aren't stacks in it, so you can't get that big R for the Dragon. Might be a sack from Luminosity Gaming if they're able to funnel gold onto the Gwen and the Aurelian Soul. So thank God he's going to base. He's going to go catch top. Does have TP to interact with his fight if he wants to. And they're going to let Insanity catch bot. I think this one's going to go to the wayside, though. As
he's TPing out.
Oh, yeah, Gwen was TPing in. So, I mean, still some creeps that actually dropped to the inner turret. And that inner turret fell to those creeps. So, I don't know if Spyrax got solo gold for that. Or the, local gold, that the turrets drop, which is significant with inners. So it might have been a win for LG. I honestly don't know.
I mean, the lead's in favor of Dark Zero now. So it might have just been, those are worth like 600 gold or so.
Yeah, it's worth a lot. If they deny local gold, again, I don't know if he hit it or not, because he TP'd away when it fell, but if he hit it, he might have got the gold. Like if you're involved, I didn't see the notification. It's kind of tricky.
Inherently a strategy that Dark Zero have been really good at using. Like Spyrax is the side lane menace. His entire career, this man has known how to dictate side lanes and use them to their advantage, and that is very clearly what Dark Zero have been utilizing not only in this game but also in last game on the Rise.
I mean, it was fun to see that Rise game. Of course, on the trusty Azir now, Spyrax. Gonna fix top lanes early on.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Gonna see how Insanity again. Looks like he was just stuck up there. Wrong side of the rift. Dark Zero. They didn't have mid priority, but they definitely had members up here. Zamudo didn't need to respond to that bot lane and just wasn't respected. So ends up going down.
All right, so I'm checking in now about our foreshadowing events and that draft where we're talking about LG being okay with early plays, but we are starting to see Dark Zero have some really strong mid-game moments. Are we still feeling okay with LG's drive of this game too?
I think they're still in a decent spot. Yeah, I think that my big concern though is can Zamudo take over and really break what LG wants to do? Because this we've seen Ambessa's carry, and this Ambessa's really, really big. As another base comes in, that's going to be a Hex Drinker secured. Even more strength now on the Ambessa.
Charge in mid lane. Not going to get much for it there. Even with those 6 grubs, nobody's there to help the Rift Herald, and realizing that it could be just a under tower engage from Dark Zero. Dragonsteel, a lot of presence around mid lane right now. Dark Zero trying to get priority and catch this wave high. Tomio maybe looking for a Glacial Prison. I think Dark Zero realized they're in a tricky situation. If Tomio decides to kick things off here, you might have to use some of your tools defensively.
I still didn't love that series of plays from Luminosity Gaming because the Herald A doesn't knock down the turret in B. They're kind of using it to threaten topside control over Otacon. I don't think they can rip Otacon. It's just not an option for them right now.
Oh, Tomio just missed the dash. Okay. Ooh.
Able to sneak out, but still, you can see Zamudo, he's just going to go fix top after this wave. He's hanging out here to see just in case to make any plays. Did get spotted there by Fake God hitting the blast cone, and Dark Zero going to retake some control. But again, I don't think either team can really make a play right now, so just kind of a bit of posturing. I would love to see Dark Zero pick up that wave in the top side. I don't think they have to drop it for anything.
Zamudo's very strong, though. It seems like Dark Zero are making a call. They want to keep him in the fight if it kicks off.
As long as it doesn't show, Luminosity Gaming just step back. They don't check. They don't want to fight. And again, a lot being sacrificed here for top river control, but I don't think either team can really actually threaten Otacon. It for sure is of more threat for Dark Zero, who have the on-hit marksman, but it's too early in the game to start it, I think, for either team. So for me, not worth sacking that top wave for.
The Sky's Descent is also available for LG, so they can make a really big, impactful AoE play if they need to. Atacon is still hovering up here on the top side of the map. There's a redeploy from Dark Zero Dragonsteel coming out this way. 2.5 items for Zamudo means that you can kind of force pressure up here onto Fate God. He also still has a public execution. They're just looking for the solo before this. If they get a kill, if they find a pick, that is the Atacon to Dark Zero.
Luminosity Gaming knowing this, they got to retake some control over the top side, since Azel going to get some vision over the objective, but still, it's just going to be a stalemate until the upcoming Dragon. When Dragon's up, Baron will be on the map as well, so potential for action there. That's a big E from Azel, I got to say.
It is.
That's getting a little bit scary. Rylai's and Torch in. Really easy for Roy and Soul, of course, to get that Torch going and get a lot of AP. This build really nice on the Azel.
Yeah.
Feels like right now, if you're able to go Torch in masks, you're a pretty happy camper in a lot of builds. So that or Roa. And nice to see Insanity really actually committing towards playing towards those items, which are pretty good on mid right now. I know he's a little bit behind, but of course you are Aurelian Soul. A lot of power hidden on the scoreboard if you're able to connect in a team play.
That bridge you were talking about building earlier, it's there. It might be just like 2 planks and a couple boards, but it's there. And we're almost on 3 items for Tactical as well.
I think Tactical and Zazel did a lot more than drop
Yeah. Okay. They got carpentry skills.
They do. As TP came in from Insanity, TP came out from Zamudo, actually went all the way bot. And I gotta say, that's a nice do-si-do from Dark Zero, because look at the map now. Insanity, no TP, stuck on the top side with Fate God, who's responding to that wave. He's actually on the Otacon with Tomio. So Dragon going to be given over for the Otacon. Again, it is a res Otacon. It looks like Dark Zero's fine dropping that.
Okay, they'll just take the standing gold out on the map and try to propel this. Look at Spyrex! Oh my god! Tactical just got rulered in the mid lane, and it might not be the unkillable Demon King, but it is the unkillable mid laner for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Atacon will be pity prizes for LG.
Rez is coming in a little bit too late for the bot lane as whatever bridge. Oh, wait, they actually got flowers?
They did. They did. And now Yuji catches Tomio out. And Dark Zero comes
this
up
game?
because this is the Atacon spawns the flowers, and Tomio trying to run away. The heal coming through. The entirety of Dark Zero Dragonsteel have just found Tomio. I don't know. Maybe Insanity has enough damage to get 1 back, but he doesn't. All 5 triumphant members of Dark Zero Dragon. Oh, Zamudo tried to catch Insanity. That was dirty. But back to the Baron they go.
They're going to pick up the flowers of the Otacon. We'll see if they get the Baron. But yeah, you called it out. Tactical, he got rulered by Spyrax, preemptively committed the flash, knowing the flashes were available for Dark Zero, finds the scoop and score. It's not enough respect being paid from Luminosity Game. Again, they're getting an objective, and even that objective being taken, I don't like all the priors they've put over the Otacon. Even when they did, it was Insanity. He wasn't tanky enough to actually sit here and then get the flowers. A lot of these big flowers went over to Dark Zero, which is significant in terms of XP being split. It means that Otacon's not worth it. As Luminosity Gaming, they attempt to make a play on the objective and just get punished across the map from Dark Zero.
I'm pretty sure Ruler just woke up in a cold sweat somewhere in Korea. But I have to say, more so talking about these players, like Spyrax is having a day, guys. Like, this is incredible to see from this guy. And even all those machinations of LG, even this dead even game, 25 minutes in, we've all of a sudden found ourselves 3,000 gold in the lead from Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
It is a real shame that Spyrax is very happy at Maryville, because this is the type of player that we would have loved to have seen go pro.
He did go pro.
It doesn't count, Miss L. It was 1 game.
Well, that's on them. That's all I'm going to say.
They were doing it, I should say, up against Insanity, a player that a lot of LTA fans felt like was left out, potentially, or maybe didn't deserve to lose that spot on Shopify Rebellion. Spyrax and his team here, the collegiate boys with Dark Zero, stepping up big. Is Yuji going to find Tomio, Zamudo?
Public execution is there. He can go on to Zazel here because Zazel's in front of Tomio as well. Little drifting, a little bit of damage from Insanity. Is it going to be enough? Look at Sajed. He has hit third item now with that Navori Quick Blades and is doing some work on the Corki. And because of their composition, because of how much out front damage they have, they could just burn this Baron.
Yeah, Sajed's killing the wave. We have Spyrax on the Baron with UG. UG can tank through this. Looks like Luminosity Gaming are wiser to it, but that's a lot of health bar and a space to close.
Oh, here they go. They get the initial grand entrance on the Fake Out. That's all that they get. They do pull off the Baron, though, and I think Dark Zero Dragonsteel will go away from that initial play. Try to get some tools out.
No, it's risky to flip. I would have loved it if they stayed on. I think by pulling off there, you're playing into Aurelion Sol. There's no way you can walk through that choke against the Ace Soul, so you got to bait him in. Would have liked to see if they were on, but no public execution for Zamudo. My thing is that UG has Keeper's Verdict, so you can really play aggressively with that Baron and then utilize that spell to try and kick Tomio out or get a numbers advantage, as we talked about before this game got going.
Couple little things here. Tactical has completed the Serpent's Fang, so taking away some of the shielding available to Dark Zero Dragonsteel. See how effective that is going to be. We did get that Force of Nature finished at least earlier from UG, but more so we're right on the cusp of getting Spyrax the third item. He's looking to get that in the bottom lane, has TP to get back to a fight, and yet another round of Baron could be on the table.
Sajed, he does have the I can be on the map forever build. Of course, free health and mana from the BT and the SD
Easy,
Streamer.
right?
Yeah, the Flicker Blades, too. Interesting buy here on the Corki. I know Shogo has been the one that has really popularized this build. We'll see him in the next series today, by the way, as a fun one against AMI. Got a great slate of games today here in the NACL. But, yeah, you do have the option to go IE, of course, with this build, too. You can even go LDR or the Grievous Wounds item. Both feel good. So Jeb will have options, but Flicker Blades, so more ease, which of course that Armor Shred really helps this build pop.
Oh man,
and will
that's
also
Void
really
Staff
help
also.
pop the Baron, as this has been started.
I don't know. This is tough. This is tough for LG.
Good angle from Zamudo. Okay, he's spotted.
They have the Sky's Descent. That is the biggest ticket right now. Zamudo going on the side. Big knock up on a Spyrax. They recenter away from the Baron. The Baron is reset. Zamudo looking for an angle. Gets locked down. Oh, he doesn't hit the public execution. The Chains of Corruption are doing work, and the Skies have descended. This is LG's moment. Look at Tactical on the side. Dark Zero Dragonsteel realize they need to cut their losses and back out. Sajed go to the very aggressive back there, but LG will stave off the darkness for now.
It was a decent attempt from Zamudo. My thing with Dark Zero, though, is again, you can't go through the choke against Azul. So really good by LG to kite back and play around as Azul as Insanity going forward now.
UG pretty tanky there. Spyrax layering in some damage. This is dicey, though, but the Baron is still the focus for LG. I don't think Dark Zero are going to be able to contest this one. Maybe Sajed could steal it with a rocket. He's going to stick around. Maybe this is just the camel, or at least the straw that breaks the camel's back, but here comes the TPs. Double from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They want to make LG hurt. They say, you're not allowed to get out with this Baron. Spyrax on the back. He has the Emperor's Divide. He has that good old Shurima Shuffle. Zamudo not having public execution yet. Here comes Fake God. They found Spyrax. They found Zamudo. And they'll take down 2 quick kills for LG's redemption.
Massive play from Zazel as the bridge bot lane pick ends up finding a massive pick later on against the Azir. Spyrax has his wings clipped by a nice cocoon from Zazel, and that long collapse ends up failing. And this is where, again, Dark Zero, look at all the damage they've already taken from Tactical. Public execution doesn't hit, and then Luminosity Gaming just retreat back to the choke, lean on the big Aurelion Sol ult. No chance for Dark Zero to do anything, as this Azul is really scaled into this game.
It has, and it's been really nice to see how LG are willing to kind of stick with the fight here as well. Definitely think Dark Zero were a little bit baited by the Baron start here, sticking around and just not able to have the tools available to them.
Yeah, and again, this collapse, it was a massive play by Zazel. This is a tough spot for them, but Zazel pulls the trigger, finds the Azir. Spyrax does not react to the flash cocoon. Point blank range from Zazel. Love the play, love the call from him. I think that's 100% worth the flip. And you can see Spyrax, no flash, no ult. He wasn't able to get either off in the fight because Zazel locked him down. Really good play from him.
And this is where this Elise pick comes in clutch. You just have those singular moments where somebody just cannot outplay it. And now we have this siege coming down too.
That's about all you're good for later on.
That's all you're good for, but that's all you need.
Zazel really cashed in, yeah.
And now we're almost on 3 items for Gwen. This is the reason why we see the Gwen taking in the Mbessa, because she's just better at these states. And if you can't find those entrances as the Mbessa, it becomes that much more difficult because Gwen is a constant. And now with this Baron buff, they've completely swung this lead rather in favor of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, what a good series that we have on our hands as Luminosity Gaming. Again, the Baron up. Aesol continues to scale. Dragon being taken right now by Telmio. That will be soul point secured by Luminosity Gaming, and nothing Dark Zero can really do on the map. And frankly, like, the lead that Zamudo had early on just didn't, like, he snowballed it really well in lane, wasn't able to snowball it into the fights, as those public executions, the last couple, haven't connected, haven't gotten him into the backline where he can do the work. So my eyes on Zamudo to connect with one of these R's. He thinks he's hidden right now, but he's on awards. So LG has info. Good Keeper's Verdict sidestepped again by Luminosity Gaming.
And this is all going back to the draft when we said, Dark Zero have the moves to make things happen early, but if you get to a certain point, just like in that game number 1, LG will have a dominant hand here, but it's all about how they execute it further out. That's exactly the story that played out in game number 1. Luminosity have an attempt to make good on that here in game 2.
We'll say it's not on the scoreboard, guys, but Luminosity Gaming, they did secure Soul Point. It would be an Ocean Soul for them. Really oppressive for Dark Zero to deal with up against a Aesol and a Poke Varus. You're telling me that any harass these guys take, they can just walk backwards, utilize Aesol slows, and heal back up. That's going to be really tough to deal with. So these fights, they have to be clean, they have to be bursty from Dark Zero, and they're going to have to make sure they execute. As shout out to our team for throwing that up, Dragon up there.
Let's go.
Have Soul Point secured here, as Ocean Souls have given us a headache so far, but made some adjustments as we're also scaling up as these weeks go on for NACL. Zamudo lying in wait for Luminosity Gaming, trying to retake some control over this bot side, and Dark Zero have a nice trap here. Fake God has to be careful.
They do. Wall bang, there you go. Spyrax combo, Fake God is gone. 3-man stun there from Insanity, but that's going to be already a big member gone from Fake God, and you already have the preemptive push from Dark Zero in the bot lane. These are the kinds of mistakes that can't happen against a team like this, Cubby.
Yeah, see if Zamudo sends it. I do love that play from Dark Zero. Again, you're behind. Play 2 lanes, get there early, see what happens. They end up getting something big there as Fake God overstep. Wall banged by Yuji into the one-shot. Now we'll see if it can be a public execution into the back line if Dark Zero wants to look for any more. 25 seconds on Fake God.
And this was dead even. Like 5 seconds ago. It was literally a dead even game. Now 2,000 gold up from Dark Zero. And punching into the turret. Public execution on Insanity. He's going to fly his way out. Psycho going back and forth. They don't have minions here. But Sajed, he's hit that 4th item spike. And he is doing work. Meanwhile, Tactical tries to snipe down Zamudo. It's not going to be enough. Dark Zero, do some damage. Get out and have the entirety of the bot side jungle warded.
I will say they did get Insanity's flash. If I could draw on the screen, I'd have all eyes on that flash key from Insanity. Is going to need another look at the pick against Fake God. That waves there, goes for the camp early, doesn't expect to have all of Dark Zero lying in wait, and that Gwen goes down.
That's really tough. But yeah, we look back at the main man on campus right now. No flash. But he does have the Sky's Descend, and he's about to hit his next item here. Does end up getting it as he comes out of base now as well. So Leandri's Void Staff, the Blackfire Torch, and the Rylai's all there for this big old dragon.
Yeah, we are 30 seconds away from Baron spawning. We saw what happened when Luminosity Gaming were able to retreat into this choke and lean on the Aesol. It was really tough for Dark Zero to break. This time around, though, no flash on the Aurelian Soul. That has to be the focus from Dark Zero if they want to break this game. His Tactical's pretty far up. Spyrax going to pop the turret. Looked like he was looking for a sec, but again, look at those the fields from Aesol. That little corridor on the map, both that one to protect mid and then the one that enters river. He's so strong in, and Dark Zero doing a lot to try and keep them out of the river in itself, as Zamudo and Dark Zero have complete control, and Luminosity Gaming just going to play for mid inhibitor turret.
They're trying to get this push up here, but they're being surrounded. This is the tension that I love to see between these two teams. Two top-of-the-table expected teams here in NACL. Split 1. Dark Zero 1 game away from taking a clean sweep over one of the favorites here in Luminosity Gaming, but they've given them a run for their money. We are now back to just over 1,000 gold lead for Dark Zero, and they're trying to get this preemptive setup around the Baron. LG moving in from the mid lane.
Zamudo has a pinch now. Zyko, again, the target needs to be Insanity. Zyko has his flash up. Expect the quickness of the flash onto the Aesol. Zyko looking for the angle, potentially over the wall. Zamudo going to get engaged upon, but Zyko's kind of stuck right here.
Okay,
Can't really
Zyko.
get into the fight. Yeah.
He needs to find a way over the wall. He's waiting to see if they get close enough to the wall to get a preemptive engage there. Zazel gonna catch out Zamudo, though. Zamudo can't get caught here. Zazel getting low. Public execution in. He has to commit his life. The keeper's verdict is not gonna be nearly enough, and Zamudo is down. That's a massive amount of gold from Dark Zero, but they put up the Sun Disc in mid lane. Spyrax and Yuji are gonna try to hold this front, but Fake God going in on a Spyrax will get the dash away from him.
I mean, Zazel, again, Zamudo, he was forced to go in, but again, Zyko was the one that was kind of in Narnia there. If he's able to sync up with the public execution, it's clean, but that position he took, he never had any look to actually get into that fight, so LG,
You can't
had
do
it
that.
where it was going to be a trade, and now, keep in mind, Ocean Soul, it's on the table, Aurelion Soul is on it, Dark Zero, this is their
burns.
last shot. They're going to be down in Ocean Soul now for the game. They have no control over that side of the map, so they're going to be forced to flip the Baron.
TP from Insanity. He can join this fight after he takes it. Look how quickly he's going.
with
But
the fight.
nice play from Dark Zero Dragon Steel, and they've hit zero sum on LG. A double kill for Spyrax, and they are looking to take this one.
Okay, so Ocean Soul down. Good play by Spyrax and Zyko, who managed to connect with the flash quickness. Baron will be in the hands of Dark Zero, but they're down in Ocean Soul now for the rest of the game. Gotta imagine that after the Seekers comes in from Spyrax, he's going to be forced to get some heal cut as the Azir. He's going to be the best one to apply it. So, frankly, advantage Luminosity Gaming for the rest of the game, but there is a Baron power play here for Dark Zero. Gonna see how many structures they can get, but going up against Aurelion Soul, that's hard.
That is hard. We see the initial pick on Zamudo. I do agree. Like, he just had to go in here. There's no way he's getting out.
I mean, just look at Zyko. Like, Zyko was stuck over the wall, and it takes so much time for him to get involved. And again, Dark Zero, they're really trying to hold the river. They want Luminosity Gaming to fight for that top embankment rush. That was the angle for the pincer that they were looking at. Just never really able to get it. That said, in the extended fight, Zyko did manage to connect, and again, just forced to trade, forced to flip. They managed to make this one work.
Spyrax, man, on this Azir just finds those angles. I love the combination of him and Zyko together, but it's going through Tomio to get this engage, right?
Yeah, was able to flash, get around it. The engage did ring true. But again, for me, it's just how much can Dark Zero get in the next couple minutes, and then can they stall for the Elder? Because Elder is really the only thing that's going to enable them to actually get through this Ocean Soul Luminosity Gaming team that has so much range, has so much kite that they can lean on. It's going to be so tough for Dark Zero to break.
UG going into the face check push. Now they're getting their own medicine thrown back at it. Oh my God, Zamudo just decides it's tactical to end. He is down. Zamudo once again making the saving play. There's the Sky Descent, but he is out of there. Keeper's verdict from Dragon Steel. And they get one. Sajed goes on a killing spree now. That is 5 members strong on this siege for Dark Zero Dragon Steel. Insanity trying to take down these minions with Fake God. That should be all that DZ get, but that is massive in terms of keeping the momentum out in front of them.
Again, it's about how much you can get with Baron up. That was huge as, again, Luminosity Gaming, if they're away from base, I think they're in danger. If they play in the corridors where they're walking backwards as Aurelion Soul, it's so good. But Zamudo, we talked about in the mid game, he was the one that was fed. A couple public execution as they went sideways. The last few, they've rang true and have been the difference maker in this one for Dark Zero as he got his way into the back line. Deleted tackle now.
Spyrax.
Insanity.
That's the flash. Oh my God. Dark Zero Dragon Steel decided Insanity is target number 1, and he is down. Soon to join him is his duo in Fake God and Dark Zero Dragon Steel. You will know this name. They will show Luminosity Gaming what is what here in game number 2. A clean sweep from one of the most dominant teams we've seen in NACL's history.
Wow.
And they are starting off 2025 with a bang. And Dark Zero Dragon Steel will eviscerate Luminosity Gaming.
The 2024 champs come back and really beat up the 2023 champs. Here is the collegiate team. They take down the LTA North Rejects, and it was off the back of better team play. Again, I really feel like Luminosity Gaming, they had winning positions in both games, but especially that last one with the Ocean Soul, I had them advantage. It's just that when they got out of base, the angles that Dark Zero was able to take, able to execute against Luminosity Gaming, it was too good. And really, for Zamudo Spyrax to step up like that, honorary shout out to Zyko as well, who had some big recon engages in the back half. Huge win against Luminosity Gaming as Dark Zero established themselves as the team to beat in NACL.
And it's so funny because the solo lanes in this game shine so hard for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. You're like, did Yuji do any? Like this guy that we hyped up so much, he did so much, but it doesn't matter when you got superstars like Zamudo and Spyrax plucking away at those solo lanes. And this was 2 games in a row where like everything is set up for success for Luminosity. They held on. They looked good. They let Dark Zero Dragonsteel get out ahead a little bit, have some early plays, but we always said it was about relying on that late game, relying on that scaling, and 2 times in a row, Dark Zero Dragonsteel just say mechanics are better, guys.
I mean, it was that, but it was the setups, really, for me.
Yeah.
Like, it was the threat overload, right? The fact that they were able to find picks, able to, like, bait Luminosity Gaming, the check brushes that they couldn't take fights, that they couldn't. That was the difference maker to me. It's the collegiate team, like, really outclassing the LTA North reject team in terms of setups and how they played that. I think that's, like, again, we have so much confidence in what the coaches can do with the players over at Dark Zero Dragonsteel, of course, over at Maryville, where they develop players not just in League of Legends, but in games everywhere. The fact that these guys were ready to take down the team 2-0 of the players that you would feel like are next up if there was a 9th team in LTA North, it'd probably be this squad, right?
Yeah.
And you have the collegiate squad taking them down like this. Again, it's not a giant surprise to us, but just the fact that it's happening really speaks to all the good that's going on over at Dark Zero.
Yeah, it truly is. And this guy right here, Zamudo, having a hell of a day. I mean, not only in this series, the guy just hit rank 1 in NA on top lane and then comes into this series and just smashes Fake God in a lot of these instances, right? Multiple solo kills and finding the difference maker on this Ambessa into the Gwyn pick of all things. It just shows you the level up this guy has had over this last year. The most improved player, obviously, from that last split itself. But then when you hear him talk, it's like, nothing's changed. I just need to keep going.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed by the team play of Dark Zero. I gotta say, my vote for player of the series, it's gotta be Spyrax. I thought game 1, the angles were huge, and the Azir 2, big difference maker in the back half of game 2, even if Zamudo was the big carry of this game for me.
Yeah.
I thought Spyrax was the player of the series for sure. Great to see this guy step up against Insanity. This was a fun matchup back when each of these mid-laners were playing in Challengers, when Insanity was on Dignitas Challengers, and good to see him rise up to the occasion today against a player that a lot of people in this league, myself included, really respect in Insanity.
Man, I wanted 3 games. We don't get to see this matchup until playoffs coming. I'm so sad, but honestly, that speaks to some of the dominance that Dark Zero Dragonsteel has been able to show. And that togetherness. I think that's the biggest story through it all. Like, you can have these mechanical plays and awesome stuff, right? Sajed coming in, the kind of new blood on the team itself. But it's about what this team has built together over the last year and a half. And a lot of the camaraderie, a lot of the synergies that are inherently built within these friendships that this team has developed.
I mean, all that aside, I just like the discipline, man. And these guys play disciplined league.
Niles keeps them disciplined, man.
Yeah, what they want to trade. And again, it really speaks to what him and CKG are able to do over there. The fact that they have these college students playing at this level in a tier 2 league is just fantastic to see from Dark Zero, as again, I feel like they really established themselves as the team to beat heading on in. And I guess the other top 3 matchup that we have is really that matchup against Near Airport later on. That's the last one that we have to look forward to in terms of our expected top 3.
That's going to be a lot of fun, too. But I got to say, teams are going to be a little wary going into Dark Zero Dragonsteel looking this good. And we have to remember at the very beginning of the day, we said this is like the first test for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They got A++, man. They got 100, maybe even some bonus points there, because we wondered what this team would look like against a team that is up to that level, is up to that par, right? Not Polestar, where they are trying to figure out what works for them. And they were able to ace it here.
Hey man, they were NACL champs for a reason, and to see these guys step up to really have a huge solo lane performance from both Zamudo and Spyrax in this series was just really, really nice to see. And hey, if the team's running that way, having Psycho, Yuji, and Sajed kind of, be a little bit more supportive, be there. I know Sajed had a massive game 1, felt like he was a little bit quieter in that game 2, but still did nothing but his job and more in the end. It's like a pretty winning formula for me for a team that we know is so flexible from the run that they were able to put together last year.
Indeed that, and some signature gameplay there. We also got the Spyrax's ear. And I love the setup for that. I know it's like something small, but looking at the save from that game 1 and then going to game 2 where they pick this comfort, the guy has just been a menace in the side lane as well. And the solo lanes, again, I think are the biggest bright point today for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by their play as a whole. Again, took down one of the top teams that we have in the league as a top team themselves, and that's a win they can be happy about. I think they deserve whatever dinner they want to have tonight. If they want to get.
What do you think they're getting? But I mean, we're gonna probably get to ask
yeah,
what do you
let's
think
ask
they're
them,
getting?
they got some good spots around there.
Good times, good times. Well, hopefully we'll be getting the interview going very shortly here to get to speak to somebody from Dark Zero and Dragonsteel as well. But in that case, I think we could take a little bit more time to look at Luminosity Gaming and see what can work out for them as well, because I think there were some question marks around Tactical this game, rightfully so. I think Insanity was probably the most stalwart player throughout this 2-game series.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, what a wild day, or at least a wild series of games.
They face Blue Water next.
Yeah, I know it's a 2-0 on paper for Dark Zero, but I feel like that doesn't really speak to how close that series was. As I feel like each team's had multiple winning angles in both games, so that series was a pleasure to cast here at NACL. It was quite the banger, if I do say so myself. Hopefully we get another one to follow up later on, as of course, stay tuned after the interview. We got Apex Mission Impossible continuing their impossible mission up against Supernova, hopefully, but excited to sit down and talk to the Dark Zero players first.
So what do you think? The Blue Water Winthrop matchup for LG next week? I mean, it's a big week. It's some big teams.
I still think they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Blue Water, Winthrop had a hiccup, but the game 3 was so one-sided I can kind of write it off.
Okay.
I still think they look good as a team, and Blue Water looked better, but still dropped to Winthrop themselves. I feel like it should be a 2-0 week for LG, but we'll see if Blue Water or Winthrop can take any games or any series off them as a surprise. So by no means would I be concerned if I'm a Luminosity Gaming fan. They still beat Near Airport too, so they should be towards the top of the standing.
They still look good too.
But yeah, I mean, I will say the 2 hardest matchups are off the board right away, and you got to imagine that that's your scrim partner now for the rest of the regular season between Near Airport and
that's going to be awesome, honestly.
Yeah, that's some good perks there for LG, yeah.
Dark Zero Dragonsteel will be facing CCG next week as well, so a little bit of difference in that. That one's going to be a banger
damn
too.
good.
They did.
Yeah.
They did indeed. Hopefully we'll be getting to this one very, very shortly, though.
I will say CCG versus Near Airport tomorrow is also a match that I
think it could bang it.
Yeah, as if you're a double lift pole belter fan, seeing them in a lobby against Dardock, that's a real flash in the past,
that is indeed. I do believe we have our MVP to give away, and it will be Spyrax. From the Rise to the Azir, we got to see a shade of Spyrax that we've known for so long, and the side lane king is right back at it again.
Very, very much deserved from those 2 games. I was very impressed by the Rise game and thought that he was a big difference maker in just helping his team pull the trigger and find those numbers advantages that enabled Dark Zero to win later on. So really impressive series from Spyrax.
Is indeed on the green Azir skin too.
Changed the skin.
He did.
It used to be the Graveyard Azir.
It was.
But now, we have the green Professor Jack. Maybe he was inspired while in university,
Gotta dress nice. Gotta dress nice for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, the guy has been putting up numbers at Maryville University, now Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and it still is, I think, one of the best duos you could have grabbed in like the entirety of NACL is the UG Spyrax duo, and it's working real well.
Yeah, they play everything, every style, anywhere on the map. It's amazing how flexible these guys are. So it's really a treat to watch.
It is indeed. I do believe we're gonna have Zamudo joining us, so we get to ask him some questions as well. We're gonna go ahead and bring him on after a dominant Mbessa pick into the Gwyn. My man, first of all, the jersey's looking good. You hit rank 1 today, and then you go 2-0 Luminosity Gate. What is up? What are they feeding you over there at Dark Zero Dragonsteel?
I mean, Niles forced me to play solo queue, so I guess I got rank 1. I don't know.
Shrug.
I wish it was that easy for all of us at home, as where you're just forced to play and then rank 1 magically happens. But Congrats on that and the grind. Excited to see you grind out in NACL again this split. Year 2, this time around with Dark Zero over there at the Maryville campus, of course. What are your goals for year 2, Zumito? And how do you feel like your role in the team's changed now that you aren't the newcomer, it's Sajad, you have a little bit more experience under your belt? And if you really changed for you within the team or around campus, or just kind of same old, same old?
I think coming into this year, I need to just step up and be more vocal, because Jerry was very vocal last year. So without him this year, like someone needs to step up. And initially, you know, it was very overwhelming, but to have like Niles put this responsibility upon me. But I think that I'm looking back, you know, I came to realize that I was just really happy that he even trusted me with this responsibility in the first place.
Yeah. I know last year it meant a lot, or at least last split too, and last year, it meant a lot to you to kind of see that own growth, but also maybe have that kind of confidence built from your teammates. Going into yet another year itself, are you guys still doing kind of like team bonding exercise? Is winning just that team bonding exercise? Like, what do you think brings you guys together so well?
Yeah, we spend like a lot of time. We just like, we go to the gym together. We do team activities pretty much every single week. And I think, you know, outside of the game, you know, we're all like friends with each other. You know, we hang out.
As someone that's competed remotely and now in person, Zumito, what kind of difference does that make for your team? The fact that you guys are all in the same building and able to do these things together.
I think being remote, it's a lot easier to like understand how others are feeling, and I think if there ever is like conflict, you know, being remote, like I think you just have to like solve it. It can't even like go, like you can't just like let it sit there, because you're just like with them every day, so it just has to like come up at some point.
Yeah, I like that. Last question here, and focusing a little bit more on the game. Give us the end-all be-all for the Gwen and Bessa matchup. You went ahead and chose that into Fake Gods Gwen. Do you like the matchup itself? Did you feel like it was okay for you?
I mean, I don't even know about these matchups anymore. These days, I just like look at like what they play in like the pro play, and it just looks like they first pick Gwen, and then they pick Bessa into Gwen, and I'm like, you know what, whatever, I'll just do it too.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and I'd like to
you'd like to
actually never mind, I forgot.
I'm sure that you were about to say something like, I'd like to play some more Warwick if, you know, the enemy team might.
Okay, I was going to say something like that, but like we can't play it anymore.
We're not allowed.
It's actually like, I can't believe they banned it. Like, we were never playing it. What?
they banned it away from themselves a bit. That was the joke, you know.
I mean, they did.
Yeah, let's go ahead and give you a chance to give some shout outs here and get you on your way. So you got anybody you want to talk about before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out, you know, just all my teammates. Shout out to Niles, shout out to Draxter, you know, he's been working with us at MU for a while. Shout out to Parth, shout out to Dark Zero, shout out to Brand Sanderson, shout out to my brother, and shout out to Whisper. Alright, that's it.
All right, you'll love it. Go tell Niles to get y'all some good grub. Incredible start to the season for you guys.
Good point today, Zumito.
Thank you so much for sitting with us. I know Niles is listening, so you heard me there. Anyways, take it easy, guys. Go enjoy your win. A nice little clean sweep over Luminosity Gaming. Goodbye, Zamudo. And we ourselves are going to move into that next series. You have any other thoughts about Dark Zero Dragonsteel before we
no,
transition?
they look great. Look like the team to beat. Let's get into the next series. That's also going to be a pretty fun banger.
It is indeed. So we will be moving into AMI versus Supernova, and I think a very differing story between the two coming into this one specifically, and trying to figure out what works for one side and see what has been working for the other side here. Could we?
Yeah, no, I mean, the team on the up has been Apex Mission Impossible. They found a win yesterday. Again, this was a projected bottom 2 team that we have in the league. 5 players that have never played in NACL made it through OQs, a team that, really no one expected to make it through OQs in the community. And not only have they done that, but they're now winning at NACL. Been a very impressive rise from them.
It has indeed, and I do believe we have Supernova's roster to take a look at here first and foremost. And this is a team that has a lot of expectations just based off the names, but also trying to come into this league and make a splash for an organization that has been a part of the story of Tier 2 and Tier 3 for so long.
Yeah, and I mean, exciting to have some of these players involved. I know that Shogo, long time coming, Rhino as well. I think honorary shout out, and then Keel, someone that was thinking about retiring. It was said that he was going to do some coaching, find his way back into the player role. Exciting to see that, but a team that definitely had struggles week 1. They were one of 2 teams to play twice, and so they lost both games. So definitely looking towards a bounce back, as it was a very disappointing opening from this Supernova roster, and we're definitely looking to see more, as we know these guys can bring it to the Rift.
We do, and I know a little bit more riding on this one. I will say Brandon Colliver apparently is going to shave his head if they lose. Shogo said that one. So
okay,
we'll see if that actually happens. But now looking at the other side of things, AMI, Apex Mission Impossible, or like I would like to call them, Apex Mission Possible, trying to beat Tom Cruise to space, and they have done so wonderfully. Not only having very, very hot and heavy week 1 performance, but also coming into week 2 and beating Winthrop, who looked good. And to do so as 5 rookies, I mean, that's the story you live for.
Yeah, I mean, and these guys look great in their series. I got to say, for a team that's young, doesn't have NACL experience, I think that they're playing out their drafts pretty well with some direction, really helping them in the early season. And fun to hear how this roster came together. I was talking with Low Jazz, who for me was the MVP of yesterday's series. He said that he actually just subbed in for a weekend tournament, playing with Baz, Decoy, and Pocus, because they're playing all the Canadian mans. And they're like, yeah, so they're like, they asked me to try out for the team afterwards, and so I hopped in. They saw Phi Mini, his POV between streaming and some of the combines he was in. He was like, oh, this kid's good, can we get him? He was in, and I know that we talked a lot about how no one even expected them to make it through OQs. Lojaz himself was like, I didn't really think about making NACL until we saw Galaxy Gaming lose. And then we were like, oh God, we can do it. And sure enough, they did it the easy way. They were one of the 2 early teams that made it in that best of 5. So really, honestly, a pleasant surprise in the league. Again, a team that we didn't know how competitive they would be. They've been nothing but competitive so far, and we'll see if Supernova can bounce back from a poor week 1, because if they play like that, AMI would be the favorite team, the team that I actually took to win the series. I know that you were on the other side, Mazel, going up 1-0 after the Dark Zero win on Supernova, hoping that they'd really show up in week 2.
Yeah, because of those expectations we have. And we know that they have good heads on their shoulders. We know that this is a strong team. They just have to put it together and find that experience, that veterancy, to make sure the execution matches it. And that's what we're looking at today. This is another big test. Like Supernova, on paper, without looking at anything that's happened so far in the split, should win this one. AMI, they have a little bit backs against the wall, but with their recent performances, that changes that completely. First pick of the Rumble here from Supernova on the blue side. We immediately have that 2 pick of the Apex Mission Impossible team of the Aurora and the Vi, back to the Skarner for Supernova.
And that Aurora traditionally has actually been played top into the Rumble, so chance for Phi Mini to grab a counter here. I know that he really likes his Syndra. I don't know if he wants it this game.
His Tristana looked really good too. Saying.
It's so good it was banned out. And I will say I like the bans from Supernova because they attack the Tristana and the Mbessa that Phi Mini can play, and then Lojaz has been playing a lot of Maokai, which I think is really strong for an open with Rumble. Maokai could be an answer and not a pick you want, so I do like the bans from Supernova. Yone taken though, Phi Mini. We saw him have a rough start against the Zed yesterday against Winthrop on this Yone. Frankly, it's a pick that I feel like he's been a little bit better on the mages, but keeps on going back to it. I will say, fits the comp in the draft really well here. So again, that Aurora locked into the top side for Decoy.
You love to see that, but also really good spread of damage and follow through with the Vi so far for Lojaz. Now in the second phase, it is all ADCs all day. The Xayah, the Corki, the Varus, all banned away so far. Is the Callista going to be there? Is it going to be banned away? It's the Ezreal as the final ban.
They want Kai'Sa. For me, when I see Corki, Xayah banned, could be setting up for some Kai'Sa here. Would be hard to play against Ori, but would give you some mobility against the Rumble Equalizer. Okay, I lied. That's one way to find mobility. Lucian continues to try and make a comeback here. As Shogo now gets his answer, he is willing to play the Draven and Illusion for sure, but Shogo always has his own read on the meta, a player that has garnered a lot of respect from solo queue, a lot of respect from people around NACL in the space too, as a player that was always good enough to play, just never was able to make it given import status, has made it now, and bust out the Aphelios, which has been rising up in priority. I was going to say chance to run an Enchantress here if they want to.
Dude.
I think Lulu Milio looks pretty good.
This is the Shogo show, bro. This is literally the Shogo show. They are setting this guy up for such success. Yes, I think Asila will have a lot to say on the Orion, the kind of ball delivery system. But you are looking at Shogo on this Aphelios to be the carry for Supernova. And honestly, if there's a guy I'd want to give it to, it is Shogo. On the other side, you have that combination that we had from last series as well.
Yeah, chance for Polymorph to be really valuable too against the Yone. So a lot of opportunity there. I do like the Milio pickup. We saw the interactions in the Skarner. That Zyko was able to win that game. You can ult to get out of the suppress, which can be really valuable. And then the scaling of the Lucian Milio, it's not as good early as Lucian Nami, but later on, it gets much stronger, can really overtake the comp. It dominated in the game we saw it earlier on today, and we'll see if it can do so again later on.
We're into our second best of 3 of the day. We're here with NACL split number 1, week number 2, day number 2, and it is the final best of 3 of the day. AMI, a team of rookies, all 5 of them first time in NACL, but given these big teams a run for their money so far. And Supernova just waiting for that Nova to kick in, waiting for it to start up, waiting for the Stardust to get all combined and find that Supernova for themselves. And a team that deserves a lot of respect, even if we haven't seen them follow through on that.
I mean, again, this is the Ole Miss squad competing in CLOL. They're very competitive, and NACC that's a tough conference to be in too. With, I mean, you got Winthrop in there, you got St. Clair, they got to compete with every day. Some really good players, and that's why we had some hopes for Supernova to be a middle of the pack team. But I think both teams, it's kind of been the same story, but with opposite direction. AMI, for me, they're taking drafts and playing them out pretty well. They have direction. They have a decent idea how they want to play out their picks. Whereas Supernova, for me, they've been stubborn. They are calling plays and then not adapting to what their teams throw at them, still following through on plays that don't work. I feel like Stray and Asila both had a pretty weak week 1, so looking for them to step up today against 2 rookies in Decoy and Phi Mini could be an opportunity for Supernova to bounce back. And I will say...
apologies.
Yeah.
But it is a situation where I was unfortunately a little muted there. But it is a situation where you don't want to start 0-3 as Supernova, not only for kind of what that means in a single round robin, but also that the competition doesn't get much easier with near airport right around the corner, right? So trying to get these kind of situations where you have a tried and true setup, the strategy is there, you have a very strong team fight potential for Supernova. Now it comes down to the execution.
And so far, good job on this Aphelios to really push the Lucian around. Aphelios has gotten some small buffs here and there, which has really tried to propel him back into the meta, and Aphelios really can be a very oppressive lane, so looks like Supernova switching it off a little bit with what they have Shogo and Rhino piloting. Again, these guys, they'll play for the 2v2. This team does play hard for Shogo. So I feel like that's one characteristic of the Supernova Ole Miss squad for sure, is that resources going to go into Shogo, and most likely it's going to be Stray, the one that ends up sacking or playing a little bit more with the team, a little bit more grouped up in order to support that.
Which, on base concept, is fine, right? Like, if you have this kind of super carry on Shogo, I think you have to look to play towards him in a lot of cases. I know Keel, he has been the kind of hyper carry in the past on a lot of time. You look back to the wild card days, this guy made a name for himself there. He's been constantly in the conversation of most valuable prospect, just hasn't achieved that top goal just yet. But this is also a guy who has been running the jungle here in Tier 2 for a long time.
As someone that made it as far up as top 3 in our most valuable prospect discussion, and again, it's a player where I was bummed to see him step away. I think Keel's always been good. I was really happy to see him decide to compete again with Ole Miss. And now the Supernova squad, so we'll see what Keel can do. All
right, we're looking at gameplay here, and not much has happened, unfortunately, Cubby. Push in bot side by Supernova, that's good.
Dive here.
You have a move from Keel, as we might end up getting Shogo getting his first kills as Pocus getting a little bit lower, but you've got to be careful.
No.
Shogo! Oh no!
Oh no!
He's gonna get out. Keel tries to go with the Exalt, but can't do it onto Baz, and things have gone awry so far.
Yeah, it was good defense coming out from Baz and Pocus as there was no Ignite to slow down the heal, and Emilio was able to really sustain through it. So the tempo that Supernova had bot side now lost on the failed dive attempts from Shogo, Rhino, and Keel. And now it will be Baz able to crash this wave in. And really curious, you can see Aphelios Lulu walking back to lane. Lulu actually stuck around. Rhino going to try and maybe chip down Baz a little bit. Make sure they can't get this wave in or pull the wave itself.
They're bringing Keel down. This is like the ultimate Splinter Cell moment from Rhino. Just stay in the bush. Don't make noise. Here comes Keel. Here comes Shogo. He's going to move out. Going to take a brunt of damage. Baz was not ready for it. And that's a massive wave. But Supernova are going to bypass it. They have the Gravitum from Shogo. He's going to fly, but he didn't have vision. He's going to try to get Pocus, though. He will be able to get the lockdown. The Extal's impact into the wall, and they shut down Pocus as first blood goes to Rhino.
I do like how there was no flash onto Pocus. He didn't burn that one as well as the Gambit pays off for the bot side of Supernova. But again, he skipped over 3 camps in order to make that play. I think it really speaks to how hard they're willing to play to Shogo and Rhino in this team.
That's a really massive, and Shogo just knows they have to make something happen. I mean, he literally bypassed like 15 minions over there.
Yeah, Rhino did his best to pull that wave, and again, Baz able to sneak his way out of there. Unfortunately, his support could not find the same fate, and that wave frozen. Going to be advantage Rhino and Shogo in the back half.
I don't know how I feel about the early gold going to Rhino, but I think it's okay at this point, at least if you're getting something for them. And we are going to look at the culmination of the path from AMI now that we've put so much focus on Supernova. Lojaz did just steal away a Keel camp in topside. We'll have a little bit of that momentum in the jungle push and jungle CS differential over Keel. Baz? Baz might just die here. The chakrams are ticking. The healing, the shielding, it's there, but it's about to drop. The dash away. Baz gets out. Flash play for Rhino. And that's carry Lulu to you.
Oopsie from Baz walked into the Aphelios. Shogo and Rhino able to punish. No answer from Lojaz as he's on a ward. This Grob gets smited away from Keel. Does not have another smite available, so Lojaz will get one, but a win on the bot and topside for Supernova.
Oh, that's big, too. Supernova just capitalizing on the many mistakes of AMI. And it was this dash that I think doomed it all.
It was walking back in, and then the Q missing from Focus. That enabled Shogo to step up, so good sidestep from him. If that hits and Baz doesn't step up again, I think it's okay. And that said, did drop too low. Bloodthirsty support. Let's go Rhino.
That's what I like.
Is able to get early item, like early Mikhail's, early redemption, that can make a difference. I know that obviously you'd rather have the gold on the Aphelios, but it's not like the support items are bad by any means. They're
and especially on the
pretty
Lulu.
OP.
Because you're fuddling that gold technically into your carry, right? When you're getting these supportive items, kind of boost up Shogo. But I mean, people maybe forget Rhino is a pretty well-known name. I mean, you look back all the time on Team Liquid as well, but more so coming back into NACL and trying to make his own force felt, I guess, on a team with I feel like a lot of voices and trying to have that kind of leadership.
Yeah, I know I actually talked to AMI a little bit about how their conversations go in the team and their leadership structure. Lojaz said it's a lot of him and Pocus and everyone pitching ideas. Side laners responsible for the assignments they want mid to late game, and then the coaches just kind of help them draft and play as a team. Definitely painting it out to be a team effort for the Canadian squad here is, again, nothing more American than calling yourself Apex Mission Impossible for the Canadian squad. I feel like that's the only hit I have on them.
And then you just call them Canadians. We got the best of both worlds. Oh, Shogo's in trouble now, though. About half health. We'll get the heal out of Rhino. That's an attempted gank, an attempted dive there by Lojaz. Meanwhile, mid lane, 5 minutes. You're in a lot of trouble. Can get out. Impale is available. He will end up burning that Fate Seal, but Keel might be able to catch him here, potentially. Does have Flash available. Does have the Impale. The Flash comes out from 5 mini.
Silas still had Shockwave available. Keel going to put this wave in. I will say with the pressure going down, I think that the gank bot, I thought Lojaz was going to try and do the Dragon. That said, he's actually reversed his clear and is heading up towards the top side, taking his camp. So Lojaz will be very fed at the end of this clear, but no action, no common early Drake here for the Vi. Instead, Lojaz will be very fed. Again, someone that I feel like was the MVP of the series yesterday.
For sure.
Played really, really well in the Maokai game. Found a game-winning pick onto the Ivern. And then also played very well in that game 3 as he had a 10-minute Triforce on the Wukong. And it's pretty hard to beat that.
That game was a little Jover at the end of that series of events. But we actually saw that Shogo trying to use that level advantage over Baz to get pushed back in bot lane with the Calibrum Chakram combo. We have Lojaz potentially hovering over here, at least shadowing Decoy to keep Stray out from pushing this turret. We'll get another plate, though, at least one to Supernova's top lane. Now we have to also think about objectives, because we have that next spawn of grubs coming up in about a minute. No dragon taken on either side just yet, and maybe a little bit of preemptive setup by Supernova on that grub side of the map.
Yeah, of course, first grubs, Supernova didn't get the max win, but they did get a 2-1 victory, so...
You take that, you take that.
Yeah, of course, you'll take that one. We'll see what happens with the second one again. Lojaz at the moment, 30 seconds for grubs spawn. He's still rotating out his camps, getting pretty close to that Sundered Sky. And we'll see if any resets come in. Both bot lanes did resets, so curious if they go towards grubs, I gotta say. Yeah, it looks like Lucian making his way towards mid. I wouldn't mind if they dropped the grubs, actually, AMI, and played for the dragon. I know it's a really late dragon. Yone is a grubs abuser, but I feel like dragon stacking a real chance and capability to actually pull that one off. And with Shogo showing top, it's going to be hard to get more than one grub here.
And they did send Baz down to bot side, so not gonna. Oh, the mid lane play! The fade sealed! That's the CC combo, but look at that wild growth. And now 5 Mini has to flash. He's gonna go back under turret. 5 Mini's dead.
Oh, no.
Might go down. And the big pop onto Pocus. That's another one. Dude, what is Rhino do at 4-0? Go ahead and start building AD, brother.
I mean, it's going to be some trophy hunting for that that shutdown later on for AMI. So Rhino's picked up all four. I got to say, did not like that call from AMI. I think that where the map was at there, they had a timer to sneak away 1 or 2 grubs. Instead, they try and look for the fight, and it gets nuked by Rhino and Kill. We're both there to support their rookie mid laner and make sure that he couldn't go down to the Vi Yone combo. He gets out, they turn the play entirely, and Supernova has a massive lead in this game 1.
It is massive. 2.5k, just at about 11.5 minutes. AMI will try to scoop up this dragon, but that'll be 5 grubs going the way of Supernova. And they have massive siege potential with this Aphelios as well. They should transition this up into topside pressure, maybe looking to get some more plays before those do go down. Great stuff from AMI to at least get the counterplay in the dragon, but we're going to take a look back at that one.
Again, the combo, it's clean, but
wild
Rhino
growth,
and Keel being here, the terrain displacement's rough. I will say Fly Mini, chance he could have snapped back early, might have saved Pocus, because that tower heat up. Well, it tapped Pocus twice, tapped Fly Mini once, and everything went over to the Lulu, and Rhino, we're going to see how effective that early potential redemption is. Yep.
He's got it.
12-minute redemption, baby.
Oh my god, incredible.
Oh,
Baz. That's the flash and the barrier down by Baz in the bot lane.
Stray flashed as well, but good play by Stray. I think that's a positive trade now. Keeping that Lucian down. Again, if Lucian is not ahead in this game, the value of what we saw Sajed do earlier with being able to dash, being able to find that poke potential, it goes down a lot. So for me, Supernova, they have a much stronger comp earlier on. I think AMI is going to have to slow this game down by utilizing Fine Mini in the side lane and then just trying to get as much economy on the Lucian as they can. But with Shogo being as far ahead as he is, for me, that really is advantage Supernova. As, of course, in the inventory, Baz is off, but next base, Shogo's going to be big.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got his boots, so he'll have that first item as well. Massive picks and a composition that's literally built around him. And he's already off to a great start, at least with Rhino right there alongside him. We are going to have first items, though, for both sides. So does that up the at least fight potential for AMI in any regard?
I don't think AMI want to fight right now. I think it's, again, just stretch the map. You can lane Aurora into Rumble for a long time. Decoy is going to be fine in that scenario. And it's a nice moment. He's actually looking at Asila. Found a big chunk on mid lane. Orianna, Asila is low. Burned the altar. Nope, never mind. Ball snap back. The animation, but...
Oh. He thought about it for a second, you know?
He was
thought about
getting some scouting down. It still scared us enough. For me, I'm just really surprised Lucian and Milio are in the side lane. I think it's time to get Yone there. And Supernova, they're matching as well, which I think if they proactively put Shogo into the Yone with 5 grubs, they actually would have gotten more. So a couple of missed opportunities here. As they do see Pocus on a ward, so they know that someone's in this brush.
They do. They know there's something afoot, but maybe they don't realize what exactly is there. As LoJazz coming around the corner. He has the cease and desist. They're going to get the shutdown onto Rhino, and it goes right where it needs to into Baz. That's a ton of gold right back, but now 5 mini trying to get out with the Fate Seal. Gets the CC lockup, but it's not going to be nearly enough, and he'll just go down to kill. So without that response, it is still the even trade.
Yeah, trophy hunting and taking down Rhino, secured onto the Lucian. You'll take that. That said, I think the trade worth it for Supernova. Again, don't love the assignments from either team. think it's really important at this point of the game. Put Yone in a side lane, let him try and do work and be where he's comfortable. Also, with Lucian and Milio, you can always kind of fight for mid priority and try and be involved, at least with finding that harass, finding that poke potential. Instead, side lane, at least they were able to play through it as Rhino does get one shot. Good chain CC from LoJazz. Of course, Polymorph came down onto the Vine, not onto Lucian, and then Flymini did find the lockup on Keel under the turret with the Fate sealed, but that Skarner was way too tanky. And it was Ori who even had the aggro on himself. Yeah.
I think it's the hesitance on using the Fate Sealed as well, but hey, that's what you expect from kind of this rookie team that's coming up, right? Like, we've seen some really good performances from them, but the question will always be consistency in that case. Now, Shogo did end up taking that first turret in bot side, so the man is in charge here. Look at that gold, almost 1,000 gold up over his lane opponent. Still has about 1,300 to spend, and they'll move him towards mid lane, getting ready for this Rift Herald spawn.
Good look here from Supernova. I know week 1 was disappointing for them. I talked to Rhino before the games today, and he shared the sentiment of, hey, I was like, hey, what happened with week 1? Like, what'd you guys change up coming into this week? Obviously not where you guys want to be. It's like, hey, we agreed. It was a major disappointment for us as a team. And we came away really frustrated. When it was over, they had a long talk as a team. They felt like it was productive. They felt like they were playing too much like a solo queue team and wanted to improve on their communication and ability to actually execute plays in the game. I thought they were quite stubborn week 1, so we've seen a couple of plays already be shifted up, and I feel like they aren't sticking to the raw call in the first place. So I like what we're seeing out of Supernova. Again, this was a team that people had much higher expectations for than what we saw week 1. Feels like they're playing much better in this game against AMI, so good to see.
Good to see, for sure. Still have a lot of game left to give, and there is another Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. We'll see now. Obviously, the first Dragon didn't get taken, but the Impale go on to Baz. We'll end up getting that Breath of Life. Oh no, the knockback for the Shockwave. Oh, he's gone. No, one more auto. He didn't get it, and now the turret is locking him down. Keel gets out with a flash. That is so close. Like a decoy. The play from AMI. It's here. It's now. It's the big Fate sealed. And 5 mini. He's gonna get hit. Oh, goes for the flash. Those are the mechanics you love to see from that new Prodigy mid laner on AMI.
Great 2-piece picked up by AMI. I thought Keel was going to find the kill on the Baz, but Pocus on the Milio did such a nice job of just stalling out the heals, shields, giving extra mileage and baiting that Skarner in, where a lot of tower shots were taken by the Skarner, and it enabled AMI to turn that one later on, also finding the kill on the Lulu too.
And this will be the second Dragon for AMI. I know it doesn't say so at the top there. They'll be able to get this stacking going for themselves, and man, these are the plays that get you so excited about AMI. They just know how to think with each other, and the play was coming from a mile away.
I mean, for me, I actually don't mind the look from Supernova. I think the thing that I really like is actually Pocus burn his flash to get Baz out of the yoink. That was the big one for me. Of course, Baz, he's getting polymorphed and locked up, but the fact that the campfire kept him alive, nice and cozy under his turret, and then Keel feeling a little bit uncomfortable and got too close to the fire, too close to the flames, and 5 mini. Good hands on the Yone afterwards. I've been a little bit critical of his Yone play. I feel like he's a little bit more comfortable on control mages as a rookie, but know that one of the players or coaches he's working with is Razvan.
Speaking of rookies, Asila, he's down.
Yeah, that side wave he was playing a little bit too far up. Probably should have given that one. Helped out the Rift Herald, not the case, but I know 5 mini he's been working with Razvan. Shout out to him, former coach of EG LCS. Razvan has spoken really highly of 5 mini, just who he is, person, player, and they said, hey, Yone is a work in progress. He thinks it's better than what we've seen on stage, and nice to see some flashes of that work there.
True that.
As the aggression was nice.
And I get to talk to 5 mini. Just curious about his story, right? Like, kind of just coming up in the scene and finding this opportunity in ACL, right? Like, I asked him where he came from, like, what got him into League of Legends. He said he used to watch LCS as a kid all the time. His dream is to make it to LTA, and now he's showing out here. Might get the pullback, goes down. Burn is enough, and Stray gets the solo bolo.
Yeah,
the caster curse there, and you love to see it.
Yeah, we took one too many overheat autos there. It's fine, Mini. I think if we just forced him to overheat, might have been good. Re-engage afterwards, next D. Not the case. Unforced air in the side lane, as both of our rookie mids make a misplay on the side, and it's going to end up being
down.
Supernova favored in the end as good Rift Herald Crash secures mid, and
look at that swarm. So many. Oh, the little snipe fest from Shogo. The turret's getting a little bit low. Shogo can't really step up. The minions will finally fall. AMI do defend, but they lost their outer turret.
I think big key for Supernova later on. Of course, Shogo on this Aphelios can pump out a ton of damage, but will be under duress from the range that Lucian can bring. Important that a Silo on the Orianna can buy space and buy the zones that Aphelios will need to function later on. As get a replay of a Silo getting nuked in the side lane. Not much to talk about there. We'll say we have been pretty quiet about the top laners. Each have been doing a decent job picking up their farm.
True.
We've seen proactive play from Decoy mid. We saw Stray, get a flash out bot and also get a kill for himself. So, not in the area we've talked about a lot, but still, we will see what they can bring to these fights later on, as that Aurora pop can always be quite big.
It can be. I think even with some of the nerfs that we've seen and the kind of lack of play of the Aurora, it's still very deadly. By many, just trying to go ham right now on the Stray, by the way.
I mean, again, just leave the overheat. A Stray flashes over. Even with that flash over, which was nice from Stray, I feel like he doesn't have enough to kill. Mini doesn't, so just an unnecessary risk there from... I know it's 1 and 3 on the scoreboard, but Mini has had a couple nice flashes in this game. But playing with a little bit too much variance on this pick,
You
I
love
will
to
say.
see it.
I can't really blame him for it. Yone
Test
is
the
one of
limits.
those champs where you just feel OP.
Yeah, all the time, for sure.
Yeah.
And honestly, because 90% of the time you are OP. But I think returning to some of the points we made from draft and kind of the Shogo show over here for Supernova, I mean, it's going well. You invested in this guy. He's on 2 items. Baz is right there with him because a lot of those kills didn't go the way of Shogo early. But this composition is so set up for success for this kind of ranged carry setup.
It is. I just think that, they really, when they have their R keys up, they really have to make good use out of it. I think that's the big thing for me with AMI. I mean, you have Between Worlds, Cease and Assist, Fate Sealed, the Culling. All these are really significant buttons. As
You
well
just go
as
after
Lucian.
Shogo.
Yeah, Lucian needs to use his range in order to really zone out and make Shogo uncomfortable in these fights. If not, keep in mind, everyone's going into Aphelios. It's a pretty happy spot for Aphelios. Meanwhile, Stray maybe in an unhappy spot.
Slow down. Oh, he's not going to hit
Good equalizer.
the Vault Breaker. Able to get some decent damage back on the Decoy because of that equalizer. And now you've got the rest of Supernova come down. He's going to use Between Two Worlds to get out of there, get a little bit extra distance. But that is Dragon coming up as well. And that could be a denial of the stacking objective for AMI.
I think that you take that if you are Supernova. AMI should give it and probably play around Mini as Baz going to get chunked out by the PTA Aphelios. Focus also cut off. Again, should be a free trade.
TP.
They did get Shogo's flash, but Decoy is still no ult. I feel like AMI needs to buy some time before they actually want to play this. Shogo has access to red gun, so the Severance will pick him up some more health.
He's also got red-white, and if there's one lesson as old as time in League of Legends, red-white looking for a fight. As Keel tries to pop that Impale, is down that big ability. So AMI, I mean, they have a ton of breathing room in this fight now.
I gotta say that flash from Decoy for the Impale kind of worth it. If AMI actually wait and find a window where Between Worlds is back up, you're no equalizer, no Impale, and that could be a good scenario for AMI.
Both teams a little hesitant to move back, but we've already got Stray doing the Dragon.
For AMI. They're gonna go.
He's been they got it. Rhino, a little bit of chunk damage onto him. Mini, unfortunately, split from the rest of the team. Might just be run down. Ends up burning the Fate Sealed as a defensive tool yet again.
And okay, that's going to be it. A nice defense there by Supernova. I really feel like AMI had an opportunity to collapse and actually make a play again. Look at the alt keys Between Worlds just coming off cooldown. Instead, they're going to exit and play sides quickly. There will be some more farm onto Yone, which is never a bad thing, but I feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity there from AMI where, we talked about how impactful their ultimates are. You get stuff like the Impale down, now the Shockwave traded out for the Fate Seal. That could be worth in a fight, and just not willing to pull the trigger quite yet. So waiting on some items here for AMI.
Absolutely. Seems like they have that strategy in mind. Also catching up people on the dragon stacking since there are no dragons at the top of the screen. It is 2 dragons to 1 in favor of AMI right now. And we're going to be on the Chemtech Soul, so something to think about moving forward especially. And we also are on 2 items, 2.5 items now specifically for Shogo. And maybe getting closer and closer to that moment when 5 Mini just takes over the game on the Yone.
I gotta say, the Chem Soul being drawn, pretty good for both teams, but more mileage for Supernova if they are able to pick that up. Again, Rumble, Skarner, Oriana all have built-in shields, and then you have a Lulu on top of that. Honestly, might be worth getting a Serpent's Fang later on for the Lucian. Of course, that is not going to be the priority item now. It looks like Baz is working towards that RFC. Probably going to be the call. So, the time needs to be bought. I will say, though, if this game goes super late, I think things are okay for AMI. We saw the scaling of the Lucian Milio in the last game, and it might be another game where it's kind of tough for Supernova to interact with. Supernova at the moment actually making
they're just
plays
forcing
to speed
this
up this game. That's a TP burned for this Otacon.
I mean, everybody. Yeah, AMI are moving to this mid lane. There's nobody coming this way. All the roses will go their way as well. And mid lane outer will be the at least payment that Supernova to have gotten for that, or at least AMI have gotten. Oh my God, are they going to get tier 2 too?
Yeah, they will. It's still worth for me because the flowers grant experience, and there's a decent experience advantage now over on Supernova. You got like Shogo and Asaiwa up a level. I know this is pretty close, but you can answer with towers later on, and they will answer with an inner of their own in the side lane. Decoy should knock down bot outer here too if he sticks around, so tower trade still ends up AMI, but again, I think if you're Supernova, this is well worth it, and a good play from them, and good to see them work.
Oh, is it worth it? Poke is down. Keel gets the impale.
Now. Yeah, good job, Supernova. They can rip this Baron too if they want.
Use the improved blast gun. They want to go on mid lane. They want blood. They don't care about your objectives. Maybe they care a little bit.
I don't think there's anything here. Shogo's very far
He's
up.
got Graviton.
So, yeah, with the blue, purple, and the Lulu, he knows how safe he is.
Oh my God, wait. Stray?
That was ambitious. Again, I don't think that Supernova wants the fight. I think that the way they should play this is to zone them out, to actually go look at the Baron, which they could have ripped and kind of missed the opportunity to.
All right. Well, that's
some good and bad moments in this game, Zell. You know, it's still kind of a banger. Maybe not as good of a banger as the last series, but it's still tightly contested. We have our wish with some good games today.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the last series, those are like top 3 teams, right? We're going to see a lot of good macro play from them. Here's a little bit less topsy-turvy in middle of the map, as you say, but really good pick-off there from Supernova.
Oh, Supernova. Again, see if Shogo can continue to do a nice job of managing the guns. I really like how when we look at Shogo, again, we talked about how AMI has to dive. The only thing that can really outrange the Aphelios is a Lucian. Chance for Yone, of course, to out-interact it. But you can see the setups that Shogo's had. A lot of red-white and a lot of blue-purple, which I think is the right move for this game. You know that AMI has to go into those guns. Feel really nice to be sitting on when you do have a team diving into you. So like the setups that Shogo's had.
He's on 3 items now as well. That Lord Dom's completed. The man is packing a punch here. So we're going to get the resets out from AMI. Big next break point for me is 5 Mini getting his 3rd item. We have Baz that just completed his as well, but we're still going to be a little behind on 5 Mini getting it. And I think this Yone on 3 items does upset the kind of status quo that we've seen so far developed in the game.
Dragon is spawning here shortly. Again, shout out to our team putting the dragons up there on the screen. 2-1.
Huge.
With Supernova picking up that 1 Chemtech. Again, Chemtech going to have a lot of mileage in this game. A lot of shields built in, especially for Supernova. To the likes of which, again, a Serpent's Fang on Lucian, I think, is not ruled out. With Dragon spawning at 30, looks like Supernova, they're going to rip the Baron. And I will say, this is a very healthy Baron for them. They can do this pretty safely, at least with ripping it and, you know, trying to see if they can get AMI to bait in. That thing's gone.
The chakrams, man. The chakrams do so much work. Got a little knock-up potential on the low jazz. Now looking for the fight onto Keel. Keel gonna get out with that impale usage. Decoy at the flank, that between worlds. Oh, Shogo hits the Moonlight Vigil, trying to get Baz the burn. The shield is going to be enough to save him. All of AMI trying to get out. They might do so. Decoy trying to flash over the wall, does get out. Blast Cone to safety. They lose the Baron, but no lives given.
I mean, this Aphelios Lulu is massive. No one can move Shogo, and Shogo with the Chakrams was the one moving everyone else in the fight. The green-white ended up being a great selection there for Shogo, as he was able to stack up the Chakrams and on the retreat still harass everyone down. Beautiful fight from the Aphelios, and it means all the objectives on the map go down for free for Supernova.
I talked about the Promised Son 5 Mini showing up yesterday. This is the promised son in Shogo. It feels like it's been so long that we've been seeing this guy's name pop up in Tier 3, and it is a absolute pleasure to get to cast him, to get to cover him in his entrance into Tier 2, and making it known that he is the carry potential here as Syla. This is both mid or solo laners from Supernova getting caught out on the side. He's going to try to flash away, but you got everybody coming down here for you, and the party goes the way of AMI.
The flash was also not that good. Now this Rumble TP, I will say Stray is a little bit on his own.
Equalizer.
Not going to be a ton of value here.
Okay. They got Pocus on the slow. They might look for an angle here as they go into the wall. Stray is just going straight up and dying. Shutdown goes the way of Baz. AMI taking advantage of it. Supernova trying to use this Baron buff as much as they can.
They have Between Worlds. They're going to go for Rhino here. Good combo.
Rhino might just die. Really good. Ixal's impact for 5 mini. Onto 5 mini. Impale into 2. And boom! The shutdown going the way of Supernova. Shogo still untouched. And he is menacing. Just walking at him here with the flash. The play. The one shot. Oh my god! Moonlight Vigil to get the fade away. Go ahead and give him some black sunglasses because he don't look at explosions. He's too damn cool.
This Aphelios is massive off the back of the Lulu too, as 5 mini is going to look to at least catch the wave, go fish. He's got that Q3, wasn't quite able to prep it up, but they're fixing the waves, and this Baron push, despite both solo laners falling, it's still going. I gotta say, this is too much. You have Between Worlds coming back up soon. I know Shogo's doing some work, but if you're able to long chase the same eye, it's good.
Yeah, 5 mini. He's got an angle here. Fate sealed right back up. He's getting chunked. He's trying to take down Shogo, but Shogo is unstoppable. A double kill for the man himself and Supernova. They can do no wrong.
Oh, we wanted the long chase, not the initial fight. Between Worlds, the culling, they're both coming off cooldown. Unfortunately, the Yone goes in early. 5 mini goes down at the hands of Shogo, who continues to shred people, shred objectives, and shred the game.
I'm starting to feel the Supernova energy here, and now we get a mid lane push onto Low Jazz too. They get the shockwave on a Pocus, and he is gone straight. He's making it felt that he's got a flamethrower and he knows how to use it.
Yeah, the game got a little bit sloppy and away from AMI here, sadly, as a squishy team, they're getting split up and taken down, and Supernova just benefiting off of it with now Shogo. That's a Hurricane coming in for the Aphelios, so those guns going to be doing AoE interactions now, and we're going to go way back here as Syla goes down free again. Syla burning the flash here was a little bit unwarranted when you still have 5 with CC assist up, so a bit of an oopsie there. TP in from Stray, it was a little bit deep, and I mean, again, AMI, like, you got to believe at one point in this fight, it was almost a winning angle, winning moment for them. 5 mini is about to have a really nice re-engage here onto the Rumble as Stray goes a little bit too far forward with the overheat and goes down. But it's Shogo that's just way too strong with a couple of those big ults being down.
Look at this auto, by the way.
Between Worlds up, yeah. And he's about to chunk everyone pretty massively here.
I mean, Baz loses like 3/4 of his health from one Gravitum auto combo, and it's actually insane.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. As again, the Aphelios, everyone has to jump in, interact with his guns, and Shogo just continues to hold strong.
And the Pocus, Jesus Christ, man, it is just unfair. But the reason why we put so much praise on this is because when you draft it, like, you have a very clear strategy of what you're trying to do, and Shogo is able to represent on that. And even here, I mean, this is just a representation of they are just too far ahead.
It is, but again, I think AMI actually has a winning angle here. They just have to play this one slow. Wait for Between Worlds. Wait for like the culling to come back out. I know that 5 mini hits a double here, but you just don't have enough damage to get through the next round of shields from Lulu. You can maybe see if you can wait out those cooldowns at all. Because a couple of these plays were just one or two go in. You don't wait for it to be synced up and it to be a sound engage as a team. It's just trying to make the hero play, and Supernova were the ones that came out on top of all these plays attempted by AMI.
Yeah, this is just a Supernova montage reel here in this last little bit.
We just missed like 3 minutes of game time. I don't know what just happened. That was a forever fight.
And as we go back on, we are getting almost 4th item there for Baz. We have hit the 3rd item for Phi Mini, but at this point, with a over 6,000 gold lead for Supernova and a composition that just suits so well together, it feels so difficult to crack open. We have a Baron coming up, another Dragon coming up, and Supernova can take their pick.
Dragon looks to be the pick of choice, and I can't blame him for it because, again, Chemtech Dragons with the draft that Supernova has, that's a lot of strength being added onto these heals, onto these shields. It's going to feel great if you're Supernova.
It is indeed. You see that Dragon quickly going down the way of Supernova.
They're going to be ripped. Okay, no, never mind.
They will be on 3 Dragons now, so on Soul Point here, but they might be able to just push the tempo onto the Baron. There's some vision there from AMI, so probably just looking to clear all of that out. Luckily, AMI were able to do their due diligence there. Does it get better for AMI, Cubby? Give me a hope and a prayer. Give me something.
I don't know. They have to get the Aphelios at this point.
Good.
And yeah, we have Skarner getting a flash and an ult out of Phi Mini. That just might be enough to rip the Baron. Blue Trinket going down. It's already at half. Lojaz has no wards. He's got to guess.
Yep, he's going to try to get in there. Gets it, Lojaz, the MVP of day 1 of the week. And here he is to buy them a little bit of hope, a little bit of prayers, and that Baron buff going the way of AMI.
Decoy gonna get chased now. I mean, that's nice. I think Supernova is at least gonna knock down this mid inhib, but AMI has a chance to get some standing gold, maybe in the side lanes afterwards. It's a good yoink for sure. Buy some time in this game.
Is it going to be enough time? That clock is ticking away, and that mid lane is gone. They're going to go for 2 inhibs now. No big buffs to help separate them, but maybe a collapse on a Decoy. He's going to have to jump out, but I don't think he can get out. Shockwave in there. They do have some healing coming out from Pocus. Heal will be used. Minion wave coming in with a super minion. Keel looks like he wants to stick around. Will end up backing away now. Impale, oh, but he goes unstoppable at the last second. That was massive from Phi Mini. Impale will be down.
It wins the hands check as Keel was trying him out. Phi Mini not going to be a victim to it that time around. And again, AMI, they only lose the inhib. That's a win for them. They get to farm out these supers. The gold deficit, it stayed at 5K for a while, right? So it's small wins coming in for AMI.
That's huge. We'll see a delay on some of the backs there, but look at this play from Lojaz.
Yeah, can't see the HP on the Baron. I think that he spotted it about 1150 is what I saw in the main, but good teamwork there from Pocus. Again, a little bit of a guessing game. Supernova, they go for the flip and lose the 50-50 to buy.
You take that. A little bit of reprieve in some way, shape, or form. We're starting to get some items along the lines of full builds for Supernova. Big man Shogo. He's on the Aphelios. He's carrying.
Shogo's not getting any stronger. The Yone, the Aurora, the Lucian, they all will. So for me, this is like Supernova's strongest point in the game. I think this is the point where if they really, burn flashes aggressively, try and make a play, I would not blame him for it whatsoever, because from here, again, it's only going to be AMI catching up to the massive lead that Shogo has built for himself and his team early on.
See if it's enough to get them over the hump. Take down AMI in game number 1.
This is nice for Baz.
Yeah, big Baron buff push here by AMI to try to get some of the side lane gold.
Again, AMI, they had some standing turret gold. We talked about the inners that were up. Mid or bot inner taken. Mid inner is about where Phi Mini's at right now. That one's already gone. And Lojaz
they got Lojaz.
in trouble.
He had to have known it was coming. And Shogo goes unstoppable. Now they can collapse into the bot lane.
Yeah,
this is a run for your lives, AMI. You might be the Apex Mission Impossible Wolves, but I don't know if you're the Apex Predator on this Summoner's Rift right now. I think his name starts with S and ends with O, and Shogo looking for more here as well. Decoy, he's going to get Moonlight Vigil. Watch this chunk. Boom, baby! That's why you picked this guy. That's why we're excited. He just knows how to pilot the Aphelios. He knows how to make it move for Supernova. And it has been literally a full game of Shogo highlights.
It has still. It's not enough there. Shout out to Pocus. He didn't even burn his ult, but had some nice Super Mega Fire kicks that kept on preventing Skarner from Eing. And then Baz actually went in on the Wasiwa. And speaking of going going in onto Asila. That TP was unwarranted. Fine Mini. He saved his ult, able to hit it, and another oopsie coming out from one of our rookie mids this game.
That is tough. That is very tough. Very, very, very tough. We're going to get the reset now for Supernova. Unless they want to stick around, but they're going to reset in potential for that soul.
He's not up for Dragon now.
That's so bad.
Props
That's
to
so
Mini.
tough.
Look at Asila has flash. This is a frame perfect. Fate sealed. Right when he lands, no chance to flash. Beautiful from Fly Mini. Well played.
We were talking about, you know, the Yone is a work in progress. Well, it's a work in progress in this game, and nonetheless as well. AMI pushing over.
Soul. If they prevent Chem's Soul, that's a nice buff. AMI needs this.
They can move over, but I mean, the initial push is definitely going to come from Shogo. He is very strong. Look at that. Two shots on a Pocus. Now 5 Mini caught out. Gonna have to flash away from the Impale. Shogo wants him. Shogo knows, and Shogo goes dominant. He's looking for more of the Baz. He's gonna dash away. Low Jazz is there. Decoy has a flank. They go onto Shogo. This is it. Maybe they can get him. Culling in there, but Shogo is unstoppable. Shogo is the one, the only, the carry for Supernova, and he's gonna ignite that Supernova into a triple kill to get them this win and go to match point over AMI.
Big Aphelios pick, big first map win for Supernova in NACL. This split off the back, their carry and Shogo. Honorary shout out to Rhino, you know, on the Lulu. He was a good little shield buff after he decided to not steal any kills anymore after starting 4-0, but Supernova...
You look into the sky, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff Supernova talked about in terms of what they were working on after week 1. I feel like it really shined through in this game. It was a much better look for them.
That'll be game 1 win. I had a whole thing, but we didn't get to do it. And that'll be game number 1 for Supernova. And honestly, it was very dominant from start to finish. I think there were some moments that you were question marking some of the decisions made for sure, but it is still Supernova who finally show an iteration of themselves that I feel like was the expected result.
Much closer to what we expected, a Shogo, Aphelios, and Enchantress, and having him get big and kind of run the game through him. That was a really nice angle for the Aphelios and Illusion. I like that pick a lot, and they made it work. They cashed in, so really well played by Supernova.
Yeah, indeed. And it was the composition, I think, just from the outright that set them up for success. I think that's what I was looking for this entire time is, like, they've had some good drafts, right? They've also cooked a little bit in some of those drafts, but it was about finding a composition that has one big strength, one big poster that you can tell what's going to happen, but then being able to execute on that. And it's really nice to see them put all the eggs in the Shogo basket and it pay out. I think there were some moments where you want a little bit of stability from the solo lanes, and maybe that's what we get in game number 2. That's it for game 1, though. We'll see if AMI can push us the distance here after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're in the last series of day 2 of week 2. Supernova get their first win, and that star has finally crumpled into their own supernova now. And over Apex Mission Impossible, a team of rookies who gave them a run for their money here. They made sure that Shogo was the carry here, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big game for Shogo looking back, as a couple of decent plays came out from AMI, but for me, Supernova being able to support Shogo was the big difference maker in this game. And AMI, I feel like the bright spot looking back was kind of Decoy in the top side, who I know was relatively quiet, but I feel like looking back was the one that really was doing his job for a lot of the game. Just wasn't enough to get through this Aphelios Lulu, who got too big to beat later on in the game.
And by the way, that was a Lulu. The reason why you see all this focus on Lulu is that was a 4-0 Lulu to start it off for Rhino. But ended up getting headhunted there, taken down for his setup. But then the entire game just centered around big picks and utilizing this Shogo Aphelios to just put pressure constantly onto the map.
And this was really the last time that AMI felt like they had a winning angle, was when Kilo overextended. They were able to get Rhino too. Some good angles coming out from Decoy and Fly Mini, but yeah, it was really the Shogo show from here on out.
It was indeed. And I think there were some missteps for sure from AMI in a couple positions, but I still love that they were constantly looking for plays across the map, because I think it's easy in these kinds of setups when you see what Shogo is doing to kind of shut down, but they were constantly looking for it, and that's the kind of scrappiness that AMI has shown us over this last week and this last day after their win over Winthrop too.
And when Aphelios gets that big and you have Vi, yeah, you just go hunting the sideline. So I wasn't surprised AMI was played that one out correctly, but yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't enough. And again, this Aphelios was like just doing comic damage almost in these fights.
It's almost being back in 2023, so man. I like
yeah, he was so big in some of these fights. And I will say, I felt like he's gotten sneaky buffs here and there, and I just appreciate Shogo pulling, like, being able and willing to pull him out in a game like this, where into Lucian, good matchup, into a team that's going to dive you, feels nice. And the Vi Aurora combo just didn't have enough damage to get through the Lulu empowered Aphelios, who the polymorphs also against the Vi Yone saw be pretty nice a couple moments in this game too. So really well played by Supernova.
It's just lethal when you give a guy with the aggressive mindset like Shogo just a bunch of weapons that do a bunch of utility but also do a bunch of damage, right? Like, you're giving this guy who has a really good way to think about the game also the tools to do so. So it's like having him as a master assassin. A couple of these plays were really nice from AMI, right? That steal from Low Jazz was massive. I mean, it delayed the game by a ton, but I don't think it mattered in the end because Shogo was able to do it.
This was a big one for me. Like, Fly Mini had to burn all to get out, and I feel like AMI, they messed up their setup where they had to burn tools to get themselves out of it. And then you're going to see they go on to Shogo. They throw everything they can onto him. It's just not even close to being enough. They really needed the Yone over the top. They really needed Lucian to collapse in. But that protective shell was able to keep Shogo safe and got the Rebels their first win.
That's huge. I think that's so massive because you did say Rebels. Oops. It's massive because this is their first win, right? They've gotten 2-0 for a team that had those expectations on them. They've gotten 2-0 in both their last series. So to be able to kind of bring that back and finally feel what it's like to get that victory screen, at least on the NACL level in the competitive matches, must feel really good. And I know these guys thrive off emotion, right? And sometimes good, sometimes bad, but trying to utilize that as momentum forward is what I'm looking at next.
Winning always feels better than losing, so hopefully Supernova is able to channel some of that energy. I mean, Rhino said it before, so I can't blame him with that one. But yeah, it was a good look for Supernova. And again, I just appreciate how week one, they didn't look good at all.
Yeah.
And I feel a lot of what Rhino was talking about, like, hey, we play like a solo queue team. Hey, we need to make more set plays, communicate more as a team. And it was kind of a wake-up call for them after week one. Just happy to see that some of the things that Rhino said they were working on did shine through in that game one, and we did get a Shogo pop-off performance. I mean, we were expecting to see a little bit this season out of this team.
Yeah, and especially, he's a rookie, obviously, in ACL, but I think less so than a rookie than Baz is on the other side. Rookie.
Really?
But it is interesting to think about, like, the differences in that bot lane and where now we know that Supernova's focus is going to be, and it's about setting up Shogo for success into Baz. But Baz is no slouch himself. I know he's a Jhin enjoyer. He's a Jhin lover, so that makes me happy. But what does AMI do here on the blue side for game number 2 to change up their drafting style and make something work?
I was about to say, blue side step 1. Also shout out to, of course, on Supernova, Coach Calmer, and then Coach Dr. Hyphy and Tea Time helping out with AMI. Two people that I know Lojaz is actually very complimentary of when I got to catch up with him before the games today. So that said, the shift up of sides is going to mean Nefiri Gwentax likely to have to be paid by Supernova unless you want to leave a lot on the board. Of course, Keel has been denied that Zyra for the vast majority of time. I think rightfully so, as the bans continue to fly in. I will say the Talia being banned, my eyes go a little bit more towards, what happens if we're going to lock in something like a Callista or Ambessa, where the rocks can get a lot of value. Maybe they're trying to open up a pick like that.
I could see it, and I guess trying to play to space to some extent, but I really want to see Phi Mini kind of grow into his own in this one. I think the combination between him and Lojaz has been probably the strongest pieces, at least in terms of what can carry this team over the edge for victories. We do get the Renekton final ban from them on that blue side. It's going to be the Gwyn ban as well by Supernova.
And it's going to be first pick Ambessa. I think 100%. That Talia Renekton is trying to protect this. Other options, of course, you have the Jace, and a team pick Poppy is nice, but I like the Maokai pick from Keel. Not only is Keel able to play this pick well, I'm still a big fan of Maokai in the jungle. It's been a big pick for Lojaz and AMI, so a bit of a deny as well. As, of course, this Ambessa, I gotta say, it is a flex pick with Phi Mini, who did show a pretty impressive Ambessa. Definitely the best melee I've seen out of him so far. Played it really well in a loss earlier against Conviction.
And it was a very, very interesting game. If you haven't watched it, go watch it as well. Yeah. The Sejuani is the pickup for Lojaz, so they'll go with that kind of Ambessa 1-2 punch there for the first 2 picks for themselves. I'm expecting more poke, more prodding from the side of Supernova, and much more utility. Maybe the Ashe comes through here, right? The Maokai Ashe is a deadly combo when you're looking at objective setup. The Misfortune gonna layer in some AoE damage right now for AMI.
I think it's Jin Ezreal here for Shogo. I know that Shogo used to not play Ezreal, like he refused to play it. He eventually did pick it up. As I'm actually a little bit curious to see Asila going for the Ahri. I gotta say, with the Ahri itself, we have seen this new build crop up. It's Roa, Leandri's Riftmaker. You get really tanky. You're kind of a drain tank, and you're just fishing around for charms. Your positioning is always really good in fights, so you lean out on a lot of that. We'll see if that's the pick for Asila, or if you go for more of the traditional Malignance, we're going to R as much as possible and then try and find the one-shot. But I think there's a lot of value to that new build coming out for Supernova. A little bit curious, though, they just didn't grab an AD, as I feel like Jin Ezreal would have been really nice. I like Jin and his identity a lot in this comp for Supernova. I know that Corki's been taken away, a very common ban against Shogo, who does love that Bloodthirster Corki, and he knows the limits a lot better than most other players, but I feel like a Jin deny here would be a really nice ban, as I just like how Jin fits into Supernova's comp a lot.
The thing is, though, I need Shogo to carry, and I'm a Jin lover too, and Jin can carry, but the percentage chances, I don't know if they're in his favor, all right? So we're going to look at the second phase of bans. It is the Varus Corki combo of AD bans there. The Akali was actually banned towards Comfort there for Phi Mini as well, and the Malphite ban too. So maybe thinking there could be some flexibility where this Ambessa is going to go for AMI. And now into the second phase, what are they going to say for counter pick for Supernova?
I gotta say, I mean, you pick AD here. I know it's Shogo, so of course we don't get Jin, we don't get Ezreal. We get a Jinx.
We get what we needed from this guy, the carry.
Now, this comp just kind of shifted. It's going to be about Maokai controlling space and trying to get resets for Ahri and the Jinx. I gotta say, I think a good time for Ornn or Sion in the top side if they actually want to shift that Ambessa mid, just to try and be a tankier team and prevent resets. My issue with that is MF isn't exactly that DPS AD that you can have, or you can afford a tanky team. So I feel like this Cho'Gath, expecting it to be into the Ahri, likely going to be that AP, very mobile Cho'Gath, but it does put AMI on the clock.
The wombo combos right now, man, from AMI. It is going to be rampant for them. You're looking at massive circles, massive Venn diagrams, and they might be of death, because that is their initial setup, right? You have
like Renata. I would really like Renata for Rhino here. I know it's like Nico wins against it in the lane matchup, but everyone's going to try and dogpile. That hostile takeover could be massive. That said, it's going to be a Rhino and Supernova special. That Maokai, it is a flex pick on this team. So they're going to put the Maokai bot, try and survive this lane, and then take the Tank Buster in the Wukong for the top side in a game where Wukong he feels really happy about the champions that he sees, able to interrupt some bullet time, interact really well with the tanks that are showing for AMI. So a feel-good pick for sure.
Now, we saw a massive difference in the bot lane last game as well, and a lot of focus down there for Supernova early. I feel like maybe this time it's more of a bridge built by these solo lanes, and especially on the side of Keel, to get Shogo into that point later on, that 3-item spike on the Jinx.
And honestly, we're going to have to see if Supernova is up to the task. I will say, when looking at this roster on paper, we have a lot of faith in Shogo and Rhino to be competitive with any bot lane in NACL, less so for Stray and Asila. Of course, Asila being a rookie, and Stray just not having the same strength as Shogo's. This is the Shogo team. So good chance for Supernova. They showed what they were working on in game 1 from over the past week with some better teamwork, but we'd love to see the solo laners step up, as after that game 1, still hoping to see a little bit more from them, then.
Want to see another series go 3 games, please? That's what I know I want. I want more games. But I think AMI have set themselves up for success. Not only playing with the meta a little bit, but trying to have a very much centered focus around kind of decoy and the solo lanes, having a little bit more given to them this time around. Because last time around it was a little tough. That's they're going to have Rhino coming over here. As a 5-minute might lose a little bit more health than he bargained for, but nothing else going to come of it here. And which team do you think needs to be a little bit more proactive in this setup? I mean, I think Asila and Keel potentially.
Oh, for sure. I think it has to, well, Asila actually doesn't really get to move. For me, it's mostly Stray. He's the one lane that's actually winning early on, whereas Ari's kind of trying to survive. And the MF Nico should have push. For me, the real focus should be on the AMI team and Low Jazz, because this is a comp that needs to get off to the races. MF does not have the damage later on in the game to really be the same threat that Jinx is going to be. And this is a game where there are a lot of things that interact pretty well with MF. Whether it's, Maokai threat with the R, Wukong as well. So Bad's going to be under threat later on. So for me, really important that AMI get off to a clean start. This comp needs a lead if it wants to function later on.
See if they can get that for themselves. Backs up against the wall with this series. Again, this is the only time we'll see this matchup in the regular season between these two teams. And AMI, they've had a really good week to start, upsetting Winthrop already yesterday. Looking to go 2-0 on the week. What a massive come up it would be after they were so close in that week 1 setup they had. But we are fully centered on now where these junglers are going. We see an aggressive invade by Low Jazz right now.
Yeah, this is really cute from Low Jazz. So he did blue, did Gromp, and now he's going to take away the Raptors. We're going to see if he actually comes back and joins. I love this from Low Jazz. Like, he just got a camp away for free, and I think a lot of times, Sejuani has a nice clear into Wukong, and you can skirmish with the Wukong very early on. You feel really nice level 2 as Sejuani, so just yoinking that camp away, and now they get the scout Keel. That's really good stuff from Low Jazz against a very experienced and respected jungler in the league. Really like to see that from him.
And I'm interested now. He actually bypasses Wolves to go on the bot side. So maybe trying to keep he's doing the same camps, right? Like try to keep that timer. And the pings did come out because now Supernova knows because they had that ward. Realizing maybe it was a little bit late at the Dorval though, but he sees that chicken camp gone. And now we have to think about what comes next. Bot lane focus potentially for AMI with this path coming through from Low Jazz. Top lane focus there for Keel.
Yeah, he's going to be relegated to the top crab. We'll see if he does yoink away the wolves. Even I will say yoinking those wolves away, not even super worth it, because you actually prompt the respawn camp for Low Jazz, which is nice. So Keel going to be kind of stuck after this. Expect a scouting ward on the Gromp. Whereas Low Jazz is going to take that crab where he has priority and yoink the camp before. Again, I know it's a small thing. Just want to give Low Jazz credit. That's good jungling right there. Just, take what you can get.
And I mean, that's why we're here. We're here to see the next stars, the next level up from a lot of these players. And when you have a team full of rookies, there's always moments to prove yourselves. And little moments like that, garner a little bit of attention because I think it's worth it. We are getting the TPs right back into mid lane, at least from Asila. The Dragon coming up here shortly really hasn't been the focus for either team. We've seen pretty late Dragons today across the board for both series, actually.
I gotta say, if Low Jazz takes those respawn Raptors, he is my GOAT. There's gonna be a timer where he can get it against Keel. So again, I feel like that's where this setup, like even with Keel denying that camp away, yes, it's even on the scoreboard, but where the respawn camps are, it still is a better setup for Low Jazz across the map. I know I've spent a lot of time talking about nitty-gritty. That's really the only thing happening in the jungle. Low Jazz did walk past a ward, Stray instantly walked backwards, so nothing there. Is Rhino gonna find Focus, knock him into the turret?
Has the
No
zap
choppers,
there.
though. No
Shogo.
choppers.
Yeah, Shogo not pulling the trigger on any summoner spells either. We got heal at least burned by Pocus. Rhino with his flash down. Keel has made his roam. Gonna get the flash preemptively out of Pocus. I think that's really good awareness from the AMI's bot lane.
Yeah, again, that flash might have looked goofy, but Keel was there, and if Pocus gets locked up by Rhino, he for sure is going to be under threat. So
Absolutely.
I do like that from Pocus and Baz.
Little heads up.
Hey, look at Lojaz. He's going to go
Yeah.
contest the Raptors.
Yes, he's gonna get it. Dude,
If he's actually goaded, he gets the Krugs too, by the way. Because he skipped over the Raptors, he might be able to assume that he went Krugs, and that might be up as well.
that would
so-
be actually so huge.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
but I
going to
love
be Trader
it.
Raptors, so good read from Keel. Some good jungling this game. It's been a nice
Yeah.
little back and forth.
And again, you have to think about like where these jugglers came from. Like Lojaz, coming up in the scene now, really well regarded by a lot of people in tier 3 now with that kind of really quick
Keel
come
just
up.
pinged his Krugs.
But he might get the mid lane focus on the 2v2. Rupture is not going to go through because the Spirit Rush was used, but now Asila can use it on the offensive. Going for Lojaz, misses the point
Asyla's
blank
low.
charm. They might have to get the flash out of Asila. Here comes Keel, though, to reset the fight. Gets the clone out the side. Gets about half health on 5 mini, but he does have that, the at least ultimate for 5 mini, and trying to find that is really difficult, but
So-
also potential.
I'm a little bit surprised that Lojaz left there. I think it was because Rhino and Shogo were missing. Because for me, they win that 2v2 hard. And because Shogo and Rhino walked up, that means that Grubs actually go over to Supernova. So really good map play from Supernova. I think AMI got a little bit of cold feet. For me, they win that
True.
mid lane 2v2 if they take that. But because Shogo and Rhino walked when they did, more resources go over to Supernova. Good rotations from this team.
We will finally get an early dragon, by the way, Cubby.
It's
like
still,
Christmas.
It's still kind of just a, it's,
Don't you downplay a dragon, all right?
No,
They're
it's-
important too.
It's, it's the second prize. It's silver medal.
It's not quite the pity prize, but it is the second medal.
Yeah, I will say, too, they might give the stack over to Fly Mini. Yep, but the camps for Lojaz, this was a really expensive Drake take for Lojaz, because Keel has really taken off in the jungle now. I know it was a fun cat and mouse with the first clear and the second, some trades going on, but Keel, he denied the Raptors. He's going to steal
Yeah.
away the blue and might even look for more Lojaz because he was taking a while on that Drake, didn't have the help of his bot lane, going to lose his blue buff for it.
And he's falling pretty. I mean, he will still have the clear, right? He's still coming back out, but Keel's going to have respawns coming up as well, and he's up a pretty decent
Yeah,
amount
Keel's up big.
over the Sejuani. And that isn't to say that Sejuani doesn't have fast clear speed, but when Wukong starts getting ramping, and especially once this first item comes out, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Keel around the map.
It was the choices made, right?
It was.
Keel is a very good jungler. He punished appropriately, so good to see. Also, in case you guys aren't familiar with this Cho'Gath build, I feel like you are, especially if you're playing solo queue, because this is the build that's very popular in solo queue. It is move speed Cho'Gath. You lean on the base damage of your Q, the true damage of your R, and the Hail of Blades to pretty much try and one-shot people in the mid game. That's really where your spike is. So Symbiotic Souls for Fly Mini. Gonna look to run around the map, have the impact that he can, and then also a Shirelia's Rush. That looks to be the grab. Still a chance that it's Cosmic Shrine. That is a key item in this build, but yeah, it's been a solo queue
Oh,
menace.
Glacial Prison went wide there. Decoy going low. Lojaz now trying to get the kill back up here in top side. Ends up getting that Permafrost down, but Keel able to walk away. Very dicey stuff in top side.
Again, I didn't see the start of that fight, but I feel like Lojaz might have been able to push a little bit harder. I wasn't exactly sure there. Not quite able to find that one. As looks like a silo. We'll be going for that traditional one-shot Ahri build, so definitely priority on finding the bot lane and interacting with that. Speaking of bot lanes, credit to Supernova's bot lane again. The Jinx and the Maokai very far behind in this matchup, but Shogo and Rhino are doing a pretty decent job at least. They're behind, but this is a very acceptable deficit given the laning advantages that MF and Nico have.
That's the interesting part here when we've seen so much focus on this bot side for the earlier game as well, and now we're getting a little bit of a different style of that kind of push coming through in favor of AMI. How they utilize it, I think, is the most important part. And right now, both junglers at least feeling okay with letting time tick by, letting these camps just be the farm central point. But there is the question of Grubs coming up in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, and would be Grubageddon for Supernova if they get all three.
We'll see if Baz and Pocus want to actually, move, try and find a reset where they could support a potential grub take. As I think they got news. Yeah, it looks like their pings go on to Kill. They know the Kill's on Bot Crab. So that is good scouting from AMI. I will say, Loja is going to probably want to reset before this grub fight. So expect him to base soon. The bot lane hover here, quite interesting. They could look for a play on Rhino and Shogo and go from there. But they are basing, and we'll see if they sprint their way towards mid. Rotations have been good from S10 so far this game. As they are they have their sights set on the second grubs.
Meowka. Still one of the best skins of all time. We are getting the adaptation from both teams, at least in some ways. I think AMI might be a little bit later to the party here, but still going to be on time, at least to get their bot lane up to the side.
I don't know. They stayed away too long for sure. I mean, MF, you have the Strut passive, but you're late at the moment.
See if this push in mid lane actually ends up paying out for anything that Shogo will be pushing here.
Fine Midi's going to fix. They have one wave to play hard and get a Silas TP out, but Keel, ideally, he's going to try and snipe one of these away. I like how Loja is actually dropping the wave. They're going to let MF take it. So this means that control will now be in favor of AMI. I feel like Keel was late to the play. Now Keel's going to get comboed.
Half health down. Flail coming through. Pop Blossom. And you got damage down. First blood goes the way of 5 Mini. He chomped him and is feasting away. Ooh. Rhino gets very, very low. And AMI off the back of nothing makes something. And they get those grubs going too.
Yeah, I feel like 5 Mini, he could have actually tanked a tower shot to try and hit another Q. That thing's on a really low cooldown early on. I think it's a base of like 6 seconds. Also another reason that we're seeing this Cho'Gath being played. I feel like that was a little bit of maybe a missed opportunity to find Rhino too, and it's going to allow AMI to get re-engaged upon his decoy.
Exact timing on the perfect execution, and Baz comes up with the kill too. That's a quick 2-0 lead for AMI.
Beautiful from Decoy. Game 1, it was 5 Mini hitting a frame perfect ult to stop the TP. This time, Decoy says, I'll raise you one. As a teammate finds another, again, Low Jazz, he's going to find Keel, synced up really well with 5 Mini. It's going to be a flash over the choppers. That leads to the true chomp coming in onto the Wukong. This is where I feel like 5 Mini might have been able to tank the turret. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4. Yeah, maybe just didn't want to walk up far enough to at least be able to threaten Rhino. But still, we talked early on AMI. They have to get things off to the races. Yeah. I think they're a little bit behind the pace they would ideally want to be at. But at least they're able to find some positives there.
we got first out of completion, baby. 5 Mini. Also going to come through with his. We got the Malignants on the other side. Supernova making a play on top side now, though. They did get 5 grubs as well, so their siege potential is pretty huge. And Decoy, he's getting cycloned, and that's a windstorm right there. Keel comes up with the response for Supernova, but Baz, he's on the wrong side of this fight. Maybe he's got enough damage, but gets the flash out of Stray. Now Rhino going to join that flash as well. Low Jazz about to get the flail back, trying to set up this permafrost, and not able to get the damage from Baz, but they still push Supernova out of their top side.
Baz has flash and ult up. If he wants to push past the turret, he should. As they're going to try and delay the bases of Supernova and at least get some tempo for themselves. I love the chase from AMI. I know that this play doesn't connect, but at least they're going to be able to delay some tempo as, again, Decoy. Beautiful ultimate from him as the public execution keeps Ahri in the town square and makes sure that she goes down. The clone catches all the skill shots from Supernova as AMI were able to equalize things off that TP. But not able to equalize things in the top lane. Supernova were able to escape.
That's 3 flashes down at the same time. Stray, Keel, and Rhino all gone. I have to think about that in these next little fights, especially with that Rift Herald coming up shortly. Dragon already up on the map. We're getting redeploys now from AMI, who have this slow but steady lead for themselves as we take a look back at the top lane.
Decoy, of course, he did go for the Electrocute Ambessa, so a little bit less tankiness without the green tree. And here, gets the shield off with a lockdown from Rhino and Keel, bringing it a little bit too true. As Low Jazz, he had no flash available at the start of this play. We just weren't able to quite find enough. Again, I feel like Low Jazz, it was really close to maybe being able to find more there on the Sejuani. But just not the case. It's now Keel.
Keel's in trouble right now. Nature's Grasp going to be used. Bullet time on top of him. He is tanky enough to get out. That's a 4-man Nature's Grasp, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't love the ult from Low Jazz. I don't think he procced the E first, so missed out on like getting that double passive proc. Keel's going to try and jungle privilege himself back up a bit. Does have that Cyclone coming back, but tough to take that Dragon away from a Sejuani Smite plus a Cho'Gath Feast. They're going to try and give this one over to 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, he just absolutely chomps that one down. Let's see if Supernova want to make a play on the backside of it. The Sapling's going to chase down Baz. Nothing else there for them, but they are still looking. Stray will have push in topside. TP is available for Decoy. He does not complete his bag, so we'll have to stick around here. Flash is available as well, so outplay potential is definitely there, and the rest of AMI are collapsing over this top side.
Stray for sure deserves some props. Did say that the one winning lane for
Get out of there,
Supernova
Stray!
going into this game. It is the Jace, and now Stray is really going to be trying to make his way out of here. Focus, though.
I feel like you can see that one coming like a train down the tracks, and unfortunately he's just unaware, gets ran over by it.
It's like a Mr. Beast train down the tracks where you have to, like choose who
which
gets
side.
which briefcase from the Beast games,
AMI got that briefcase, that's all I'm saying.
I'm really trying to appeal to the Zoomers with the, we need to get a new audience here as all the old heads are still playing League. Anyway. It looks like 5 Many about to clean up that bot outer turret, so win on the top side, of course. Stray does fall. Going to be a win on the bot side afterwards for the Cho'Gath, hopefully, as that bot outer turret quite low.
I want to check in, though. All right, like Supernova, our big goal is getting Shogo to a point where he gets to do Jinx things. And we're not even close to that, obviously, but they've kept enough of a hand on AMI to make that still a reality here.
Yeah, I think the concern is that in the mid game, once you get Cho'Gath, again, the Shurelias, the Evolved Souls, which he does have, and the Deadmans that's going to be coming in next, it's about moving fast and lining up those 6-second ruptures. So Shogo will have to be wary of that on the Jinx, because this is a time of the game where he doesn't have the damage to really rip through what Cho'Gath is presenting him. And this is the real strength of the Cho'Gath pick. It's the laning phase and the mid game coming in as we're going to see Focus.
There's the Mr. Beast train.
Yeah, still locked down, and it was, save your friend or, get rid of the 5 others in the game or something like that. Their chance to win a bunch of money. That was indeed the plot. It was a little goofy.
Oh, some extra turret shots, but look how tanky he's getting.
Passive.
Literally just off of the one item and a couple pieces to the next. Rift Herald is up on the table now as well, has been for about a minute now. And Supernova are going to be first over here. Shogo not super confident to move forward. Does have first item pick up there, though, but that's the same for everybody else in the game as well.
Another Chemtech Soul on the Rift. I will say not nearly as abusable this game by either comp as it was last game when you have double Enchantress in the game, right? So a little bit, I'd say Drake a little bit deprioritized, but Syla.
The Hail of Blades. Let's see it.
Here.
Gonna have to Spirit Rush out. That's just a basic ability.
Well done by 5 Many. You'll take the all for Rupture trade any day, and again, that's a timer that you can at least look to punish. Of course, AMI looking elsewhere. All sides set on that Rift Herald, which Supernova look to be given.
Seems like that's the case, and without the grubs stacked, AMI's push with that Rift Herald will definitely not be as powerful as it would have been for Supernova. But honestly, you'll take anything you can get in terms of AMI's push on this map, because they have a small lead, but we said the entire time we want them to have a bigger lead with this kind of composition. The meatball soup that this team can be. They will end up getting that Rift Herald, maybe taking down one of the standing turrets. There are none taken so far, so first turret still available to either side.
I like what 5 Many's been doing too. He's been
You like his googly eyes?
Yeah, I do. He's farming camps while his jungler is away. If you're able to cycle this out, can be good for the jungler at times. And it looks like he's been feasting some of those as well, as I think the big Krug just went over to the Cho'Gath. So trying to stack up that health, that passive, and continue to keep himself big on the Rift. Does have the most economy to his name. If you look at those CS scores, 5 Many. Not hard to CS as the Cho'Gath, but still, the fact that he's up this much might be important later on.
I don't know. I just think when you have 6 eyes, it's just kind of unfair. I mean, he's got literally 6 googly eyes on that thing, and he's just able to see everything. Maybe it's going to make the difference, as that second item does end up coming through, and you do have a little bit more speed to give it over to 5 Many as well.
On outer turret, 5 Many didn't want to approach it. It looks like he's don't let those creeps die, but still very close to being taken down. Rift Herald pop mid might be why 5 Many is not on that wave. Him and Asylum both make their way to the mid lane.
Okay, maybe. They actually get the charge in. The turret maybe going down. First turret going the way of AMI as well. Maybe they end up getting somebody with the little drip from Low Jazz, but it's a pretty tanky Jace there. Not going to do anything in it. And that charge will end up just getting the one tower. Rupture going a little bit wide, but Dragon is on the table now.
Yeah, for me, all eyes on Pocus, what kind of angle that he can create for the Dragon. Of course, Soul Point on the table here for AMI. Sejuani ult didn't connect with Keel. Keel going to try and jungle privilege his way back up. The Chemtech plants helping him sustain himself here a little bit as Supernova on the retake. And to do so successfully.
Well done to utilize the kind of utility that Rhino brings to the comp. I think that's why we see the Maokai picked even all these years later, obviously, with the amount of utility that the saplings give. Turret number 2 goes down in favor of AMI. Dragon is the take-up now. 5 Mini can move over. He can absolutely steal. Pocus is going to come over as well. They're trying to fight back in mid lane. Public Execution went in. Pop Blossom's going to go one, but the bullet time, it gets stopped by Keel. That's what we said from the trap. And guess who's excited? It's that big Shogo show, and Stray gets himself a triple kill.
The engage from Pocus. The flashes were burned by Supernova. The Pop Blossom doesn't ring true, and Supernova ends up popping AMI and getting the resets for themselves.
Dude, that Shojins goes wild. Stray picking up the 3-piece there and maybe even looking for a 4th. Stray still alive, and it's going to be the kill going to Keel. The Dragon going to Supernova, and they have exploded in this game too.
Yeah, we were hoping to see more out of the Supernova solo laners. Props to Stray having a big game. Again, I had a lot of economy on himself rolling into that fight, picked up a triple kill. Soul Point denied and slowing down, and Cho'Gath trapped is everything if you're Supernova. Big win for them as they take control of this game.
Massive, almost 1,000 gold lead swing now over there. And they're going to be getting to their second items here rather quickly. So now we take a look back at that fight, and really just well spaced by Supernova.
Oh, great W from Rhino. Got under the public execution, then the Pop Blossom. Everyone flashes away from it. Played well as 5 there for Supernova. Not so much from AMI, a team that I was giving praise for decent setups. LoJazz, 5 Mini were very split. And I think the look from Decoy and Pocus was a little bit too fast for what LoJazz and 5 Mini could respond to, as LoJazz at the end kind of throws his life away.
Yeah.
Didn't have the ult quite up, but that flail does connect. Maybe Stray goes down, but not quite worth it there from LoJazz.
And it just feels bad because the setup, that wombo combo we talked about from it feels so juicy. It feels so good. Like, you just want to hit it. But you have to remember that when you get your setup like that, you are putting yourself with a target on your back for a very mobile team like Supernova to just chop down, figuratively speaking.
I think that's a good call. For me, though, a lot of the mobility used there, it was all the flashes. So
yeah.
I think a real opportunity if you are AMI to actually look again as Decoy trying to get out.
I don't think he's making it. And the Iron Wolf will nail once again, and this time to Keel. Yeah. And we get the Atacon taken. This will be the GAs as well.
I gotta say, I really don't like the Electrocute Ambassador. I've seen it a lot. I just think that having the green tree is too valuable. You need to get stuff as Shogo. Speaking of too valuable, 5 Mini able to pick up that kill. Didn't even burn the feast, but that's going to prevent an Otacon take as that was started by Supernova, and AMI might be able to look for more. 5 Mini is level 15. He's quite big this game.
Yeah, he actually did use the feast on that one, so he got an extra stack right there and getting a huge amount for Shogo. It's coming on as through. Maybe it just got utilized there as well, but Keel is now the front and center piece. Asila might be caught here. LoJazz storm. That's massive. Baz is on the flank here. Look at 5 Mini now going in the back as well. Might not have gotten used that time. Gonna try to use it this time though. Gets the flash out. AMI. They're showing some of this grittiness. They're showing what this comp can do, and maybe able to get through on the other side. They get the bullet time out, and now it's Atacon helping them out. A double kill goes through for Baz. Decoy can't follow through any further. They will take the reset here, so no Atacon for AMI, but they take back the lead.
I mean, yet another forever fight in this series, and it ends up going the way of AMI as Decoy. He went down first. He came all the way back with a TP and found a public execution, which is likely to lead to an Otacon. As we're in the replay again, Decoy melted. Is the Electrocute and Bessa doesn't have access to the extra durability the Green Tree can give you, but on the flip side here, Shogo, he's disconnected from mid, just hunted down by Pocus and LoJazz, and a beautiful TP from 5 Mini as the Jinx falls, and then the tankiness of Cho'Gath and the economy that we've talked about with 5 Mini stacking up really enabled him to tank up a lot, buy a lot of time, get the team back involved for the play here in the back half.
The fact that it is off the back of Shogo getting caught, but then Supernova go right back into that play
I don't
as
like
well.
this from Asila. Asila's way too far off and playing into Baz, into Fine Mini. It enables the rotation to come through. Keel's going to die for the sins of his team. Not worth it as
Whoa!
getting back.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good for AMI. Shogo's getting real excited, and you don't like that. I don't know if you've seen Arcade 5 Mini going down to a shutdown to Stray 2. More gold, and it's an avalanche. Get out of there, AMI. Low Jazz is down, and Supernova wrestle back the lead with yet another triple kill from Stray.
I mean, Decoy's top with no TP, and you're looking at an inner turret. I don't know exactly how that one started, but AMI is way too far up there, and again, it's these forever fights, right? It's just whoever has CDs up, just press them and use them. The other team's way too far up to, have any right to be there on the Rift. Supernova did it first, AMI did it next, and Supernova, again, back in control.
Oh, man, that is absolutely insane. And I mean, this is going to be a gold graph of all time as Decoy trying to get the solo, going down to Stray with a thumbs up, and the third item completed. He is making the difference, and it is finally the case.
Stray is huge in this one, and AMI, I think, kind of falling apart. Again, it was like they lost the play, then Supernova presented them with opportunities. Supernova lost that play, then AMI, they took that win and overextended, presented Supernova with yet another opportunity, and while that's been going on, the Otacon's been standing tall, and now it might actually be focused down by Supernova.
Love to see this pickup from Stray, obviously well known in the southern scene, but now coming into Old Miss and now coming into Supernova. And a real big redemption game from that game number one, where he had some really big saves, but also some oopsies along the way. But the Atacon already getting lower. Low Jazz around the corner of this one, trying to maybe get the steal. The Nature's Grasp is coming out, rooted. And now Low Jazz just died. Oh. Hesitancy is what kills him. And Stray will go legendary into the Baron take for Supernova.
He was not able to get around the route, and things go from bad to worse. And AMI, it was a lot of fight that we saw out of them yesterday to find the upset win, but against Supernova today, it feels like they're kind of going down with a whimper.
A little bit there, maybe the Poro whimper there. They say we're not going to talk about that.
for you, Otacon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they were planning there. This will be third dragon for AMI, so they've got something going for them, Cubby. But a 5,000 gold lead now for Supernova. And I just have to harp on what we've said this entire series. It is finally the Supernova that we feel like was what the expectations were coming into the split.
I mean that, but also the fact that Stray is this big as we get another look, and Keel was able to flash out. Fine Mini wasn't able to chain things up, and
Fine Mini used the ult on the
wasn't
clone.
Focused again. You give up one reset to a Jinx team, and it's just way too goddamn much for them to handle. With Shogo able to easily run the rest of the fight.
That's what they set up for, though. Like literally today, the day of Shogo.
It is, but AMI is playing right into it too. I mean, they're making it way too easy on Supernova to pull that off.
But that's two comps in a row where they give Shogo those tickets. They give him that focus. He's 0-1-9, but he is the end-all be-all for this Supernova team. They take yet another tier 2 down in the bot side, or at least their first tier 2. They're looking at another tier 2 in mid lane. They still have Baron buff. They still have Atacon on most members. This is the siege of a lifetime for Supernova.
Yeah, you can see Fine Mini doing his best to rupture the wave, but Shogo gets to play out of range where it's kind of tough to be under threat of Cho'Gath as the roots come out. Low Jazz.
Okay, they get another turret here. Fine Mini getting lower. Gets cycloned by Keel. Asila ends up finding a charm. Pocus is down. Supernova, they're on the verge of a 2-0. They hadn't won a single game coming into this series, but they've woken up. They've taken form, and you look into that sky. That star has collapsed, and in its place, a Supernova blooms. They'll find their first series win of 2025.
And AMI, the team that was really proving that they could fight to be maybe a middle-of-the-table team, they fall over to a whimper of a new and improved Supernova. It took them 1 week to warm up, but man, whatever they did in the past week looked damn good on them today as a much better Supernova hits the Rift and finds the win.
Colomer doesn't have to shave his head. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But it is truly a refreshing factor, I'm sure, for a lot of Supernova fans to finally see what can make this team work and for them to execute it on. And I have to give props to AMI. I mean, this is a team that took that massive upset win over Winthrop as well after Winthrop looked really good. And to give a fighting chance here to Supernova, it maybe was a 0-2, a little bit of a whimper on the backside, but that game one showed what AMI can do to some of our top of the table half-tame teams.
Yeah, again, I feel like AMI, like, they have potential. They can be competitive, but for me, Supernova, it was such a disappointment looking at, you know, the names on paper in that roster. Week one, put up the performances that they did. I know they were disappointed internally as well. Just to see them bounce back and really put together a sound performance in week two. Again, this was a team that we were really hoping, expected to be middle of the table, but one that might be able to challenge, at least be competitive in there and maybe, you know, upwards as they try and move upwards throughout the standings. And just a much better performance, much closer to what the expectations that we had for Supernova was. So happy to see them reach that mantle and find that 2-0.
Yeah, it's refreshing, like I was saying. And now I think moving forward as well for them, it's about what this momentum can do. Again, I said it, I believe, at the end of the first game, but a team that definitely is fueled by some emotions, good or bad, in a lot of ways. So trying to utilize this in a positive form and let that kind of continuation of what works for them in the Shogo show continue to be the brightest spot.
And to be fair, like the good and bad, I mean, again, I think being in person, being on the college campus, Rhino said they had a big team meeting, sat down, talked through some stuff, figured out what they needed to work on, how they wanted to play. And as Zumuto said earlier, like when you're in person, you got to solve those problems immediately.
Yep.
Like Ole Miss, after that week one, got together. Seems like they solved some of those problems on the Rift, as we saw a much better look today. And again, find that 2-0.
They did indeed. We're going to take a look back at the highlights from that one as well. Another 2-0. I am cursed in this NACL season for 3 gamers, but it has been a lot of story building for a lot of our teams, which makes it feel really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice, like, to see both AMI at least have flashes where they can compete, and then also for Supernova to bounce back. I thought the series that we started the day with, yes, it was a 2-0. That was very close, and it was a treat to cast this one.
Yeah.
A little bit sloppier. I think you can see why we pitched the earlier one as top of the table teams versus, you know, middle of the table or maybe lower in the second one, but still expected a closely contested series today. Feel like we got that, especially with the first one, somewhat so even with the second one, as there was some back and forth thanks to some sloppiness, some good plays from each side. But again, Supernova ringing true. And also, shout out to Stray, man. This was a guy, he did not have his best week one. Really stepped it up on the Jays, played a banger of a game against Decoy here in game 2 especially, and was that big carry that we were hoping to see as in draft that one lane where we're like, hey, you can win this lane, Jason Ambessa. Stray did so, carried it into the rest of the map, and played very well.
Had double triple kills, by the way. Like that was, he had a triple double the backwards way.
Nice.
It was really nice to see. This one, it was a moment I was like, okay, AMI, you're like picking apart the composition a little bit from Supernova.
You say okay, AMI, I'm like, okay, Supernova.
Okay, Shogo.
That's a bit of an oopsie. We're not exactly connected there. There was a mid wave that we took that we couldn't. It's fine. You know, it happens. But yeah, again, just
who is
good
your
to see.
MVP?
MVP? Oh, gee. I mean,
I think mine's Shogo. I think because you have to look at the whole series. I think if you were just looking at this game, it's Stray 100%. But I think if you look at the whole series, it has to be Shogo. Because even in this game, he didn't get a lot of kills, but he was a massive.
Nothing in this game, man. Like,
dude, his damage was undercurrent. All right, but he was like, especially that bot lane fight that kind of sealed the deal.
Like, he didn't lose lane as hard as you can lose this lane. I feel like that's...
So who do you give it to, then?
Like, look at what he's doing in this fight, man. Like, I can play this one out. Like, come on.
I mean, hey, I'm just saying. He played it out. He got to win.
I'd give it to Stray. I feel like Stray was...
The series MVP?
Yeah, I'd actually give it to Stray. I'd actually give it to Stray. Shout out to, I thought he was huge in this game, and it was... decent. It's a serviceable in that game. There were a couple mistakes, but a couple good plays in that game one, you know.
We might be looking at rose-colored glasses, but I like it. It's fine.
That's what I'm known for, Mizel. Let's be honest.
Is it? I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I'm going to need a fact checker on that one. But it is
a tier 2, absolutely. You know.
All right. It is a 2-0 for Supernova there, though. And again, a return to form, I guess. But it was really not a return because it was the first time we got to see them in this form. And there's a reason why a lot of these veteran players are getting a shot with Supernova, but also why some of that veterancy is the difference maker against a squad of 5 full rookies.
Yeah, and again, I'm really happy just to see Supernova really far away from the expectations in week 1, much closer in week 2. Props to them on the work put in by everyone over there to make sure they were able to hit the rift and overcome the disappointment of week 1 that was internal for them. So excited to hear more from them about that process, about going from the week 1 performance, what happened in between the weeks, and what it took to put up this win in the rift this week.
I wonder who we're going to get to talk to today. I'm sure we're going to be getting our interview here sooner rather than later. There with Supernova, finally get to hear them as well. Voice off maybe any things that they want to talk about moving forward here. But I also want to talk about moving forward for both these two teams because I think it's obviously important to think of what this means in the longevity of things. But AMI, I mean, they're done for the week, but then they'll go on to face Polestar next week, which a very even matchup on paper. Polestar still looking for their first win, but that's something where maybe they get a little bit of confidence back moving forward.
I don't know. I feel like Polestar might be looking for the first win heading into playoffs with the current rate that we're in. So, of course, every team that we have here does make playoffs, I believe. I think we have a 10-man going on. Yeah, I'm just still not very confident in Pulse. I feel a lot better about it.
But confident in AMI.
Possible.
Specifically.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see AMI pick up a couple more wins. At least one more throughout the split, maybe 2 again. This is a single round robin best of 3, so every win counts. The fact Supernova moved to 1 and 2. And keep in mind, if you're bottom 2, you're playing promotion relegation for your NACL spot going into summer. And summer is the split where you get to compete for that LTA North spot. So a really big win, an important one for Supernova to pick up over AMI here.
Well, and going back to your point earlier, like it is playoffs for top 6 teams, so there's a lot of room for teams to not have some movement in there. So it'll be interesting, especially when we get a little bit going. I got my way, Cubby. I got my way.
He wins both predictions and the MVP vote,
baby.
Yeah. Okay. I see how it is.
Shogo King.
You know, I feel like I know I said Stray. I could make more of a case for Rhino over Shogo too, but you know that's just me.
You just give him the highlight reel of the 4 kills, and then you just say walk away. You know?
Yeah, it be what it do, you know. But
all right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll ask whoever we get to talk to who their MVP would be, the behind the scenes MVP. But Shogo, at least in game number 1, earned his keep on the Aphelios, and here in game number 2. Having some exciting moments, pun intended, on the Jinx.
Man, reset and right click, big time.
You're so angry.
I don't know, man. I want to give it to the players that deserve it. You know, I feel sure.
Are you kidding? Are you telling me that the 1v9 Aphelios performance is not like that's you're discounting an entire first game?
No, we'll ask him. I feel like you know, I'm trying to give it to a player that had 2 good games. You know, or like was visible in both games.
Oh goodness. Well, hey, we'll get to talk. We'll hash this out live on broadcast and figure out who truly deserved it as well. I believe we're getting closer and closer to that interview. Unfortunately, I was laughing too much to hear what was said by our production side, but I'm sure we'll be getting somebody in here quick.
I hope so. And thanks for everyone for tuning around. Obviously, always a highlight to talk to these players after the matches and get to hear what's going on behind the scenes.
My favorite
with a team like Supernova that had such a glow up after, I don't know if I want to call it a glow up with this team, but for sure was a better week 2 than week 1. So
reestablishing, I don't know.
Yeah, more of a like, congrats, NACL actually did start this week, and you know we actually do get to see the Supernova that we expected. I think Shogo tweeted that out after they won.
Yeah. He's like, when does
NACL start? He for sure had it as this week on his calendar.
Yeah, 100%. Sure. That's an easy explanation.
Yeah.
And there will not be a bald coach on the side of Supernova now, so that's also good. We have Stray as our interviewee, so we're going to bring him in to talk a little bit. Yeah, hey, Cubby's MVP, man. We'll get to hear from the man himself here, but we'll go ahead and bring on Stray and get to talk about their first win as a Supernova squad here. Hopefully we'll be bringing him on. Stray, my friend, you got the dub. The Jace looked good in game number 2. Cubby gave you series MVP. Do you feel like this series was an establishing moment for you and the team?
Yeah, it's definitely really good for us. Like starting like with 2 losses, I mean, it's not good. It was kind of rough for the team, but I think this will cheer up our confidence, like looking forward.
Yeah, Stray, I was talking with Rhino before your series today, and he shared that after week 1, you guys kind of had a team sit-down discussion talking about, hey, like what went wrong, what can we work on? Kind of explain that to us at home. Like, what were some big takeaways from week 1 and the disappointing to start, and what did you guys work on in week 2 to really prepare to get to the form that you were in today to find that 2-0 win?
I mean, the last games that we have, I didn't think like we play as a team, and we didn't play like we were playing in the scrim. So it was kind of like really sad to see how we play, and so even doing the reviews like was kind of hard because we didn't even play that week. But after some conclusions, I think like we need to like be confident, like play our champions, like play our game basically, and not trying to copy any other team. And that's what we focused this week, and I think it's go pretty well. I think we feel more comfortable in draft, and we're more comfortable as a team.
I like to hear that. It's little parts that mean so much. I guess I want to ask you a little bit more about the duality of playing top lane on the other side of a carry like Shogo, and how you guys decide who's going to get resources in draft and kind of work through that process.
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge to play with Shogo. I mean, it's a really good ADC. He grab a lot of attention, but and a lot of resource because he's really good and he get the advantages. But the problem is like when you face really good teams and really good players, and that kind of playstyle that only go in bolt sometimes doesn't work. So we need to find a way to play through top lane, through mid, or even through jungler. Like we need to learn those kind of playstyles. And of course, we are new of giving me resource to me, but I think we are doing a great job. Like, and I hope I can show it in the future better.
Yeah, in terms of like the future and your guys' goals for this upcoming split, what else are you guys hoping to show? I know that talking with some of the guys on your team, everyone's really happy to be able to compete and with Ole Miss and CLOL and with Supernova and NACL. Like, what kind of goals do you have, and what do you want fans to walk away with after they're done watching you and your team compete after this split?
Yeah, when I came here to United States, I didn't think I will play NACL. I mean, a couple months ago, the director gave me the call, like, hey guys, do you guys want to play NACL? And I was like really excited. I mean, I was kind of in my retirement area, but now like it's just amazing. Like, just to compete in a higher level with better players, with better teams. It's just that feeling that it's more hard to get a win. To like, it's just amazing. But looking forward, I mean, I want to win everything. I think, like, of course we have high goals, but we need to just go step by step thing.
Yeah, I like it. Now, I have one little personal question to ask. You got back-to-back triple kills in that one on the Jace in those fights. Are you screaming? Are you the kind of guy that's like hooting and hollering, or are you quiet, calm, cool, collected?
No, I'm the opposite. Like, I just say like, oh, cool. Like,
I clocked in.
Yeah, should we go mid? And then when we get mid, then I say like, oh, Sichuan is inting. Right, nice. But usually I'm the quiet guy. Even when I'm quick side, I'm like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna die, guys. I'll do it. Just go bowling. And I'm like, I'm just very chill. Like that's how I am.
Well, it's been fun to hear from you, Stray. I appreciate you sharing so much. I just want to give you the floor before we let you go. Any thank you, shout outs, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, for sure. I want to thank. I think I have a lot of friends watching me, and to my mom. And thank you for watching us. We're gonna get better and better, and I hope you like our games.
It's the first of many wins, I'm sure. Finally back in action is Supernova. Stray, thank you so much for talking to us. Hopefully we get to talk to you some more down the line. That'll be it from our series, though. Me and Cubby are going to take it back from Stray and bid him adieu. And we're going to go ahead and cover what we just had today, because we are into our the end of our second day of NACL week number 2. So goodbye, Stray. And it was 2-2-0s, but we get some movement in the standings here, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, I was 0-2 on my predictions. I thought we'd have 2 pretty close series today, and I will say that it's somewhat delivered. So props to myself. He even got the last series MVP. I got owned by a team play-by-play on the death today, but
I'm
all
sorry,
good.
bro. I'm sorry. I typed in the chat faster than you said it on broadcast. That's all that happens.
It's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles, But hey, let's fire up the standings and see just how we did see the shift up today, as of course Supernova picking up that first win. They were one of 2 teams to play 2 series last week, so sitting at 0-2, that 1-2 is going to look nice, especially when we get more games tomorrow. And I got to say, pretty excited for the games that we have tomorrow too, Mazel, as it's our last day of the week, and there's a treat at the end of it with CCG versus Near Airport, which is one that I really have my eyes on, because CCG looked damn good in their debut, going up against, Blue Otter. Yeah, they took them down.
Unfortunately, Supernova does have a win, so they will be up in the standings there, I promise. This was not just a fluke of games. The other thing I will say about Supernova, though, is like the competition doesn't get any easier. Their next 2 matches are Near Airport and Darksteel Dragonsteel. So it's tough, but that's why I love to play off of what Stray said and using some of this confidence to move forward, because they're going to need it.
I mean, it makes this win even more important, the fact that they have 2 top of the table matchups coming up, and we'll see if Supernova can show more of this form compared to the form that we saw from week 1, as it was a much better look for them today.
And there we go. We got the updated graphic as well. So Luminosity did end up falling. Dark Zero Dragonsteel will move up in that table, but more importantly, Supernova have gotten off the ground.
Yeah, it's nice to see also the LG fall. You know, obviously they did play.
Nice to see.
No, hold on. Nice to see the Supernova rise. Not nice to see the LG fall. Just as, like, for context, these guys did play, like, the 2 best teams besides them in the league right off the bat. So expect to see LG continue to climb up in the standings and reclaim or really reach where Dark Zero was. But, man.
That series was a banger.
It was. I'm just really curious. I got to say the schedule a little bit goofy this week. We have no Conviction, as they sat on 2-0, and really interested to see what Conviction looks like in week 3.
Yeah.
As that is a team that, for me, people were hoping were going to be, one of the better middle of the table teams. I thought they looked decent for 2-0, and definitely excited to see them next week, as that team does have a lot of young names that I know I'm excited to see what they can do.
They do, and we're going to take a look at tomorrow's games, because there is another Gigabanger tomorrow. Maybe a little bit more one-sided on that first one, but it'll be a lot of fun tomorrow. We're kicking it off with Winthrop versus Polestar, and then CCG versus Near Airport.
Yeah, I hope they have something fun prepped going up against Dardoch.
Me
could
too.
Be a good time. But yeah,
the content will be great.
Shout out to them. I gotta say, Array and Breezy looked really, really, really strong in their opener against Blue Otter. Really, really took it to them.
Yeah.
So I want to say, or I want to see them go up against Doublelift and Biofrost, quite frankly. As those are 2 players that I know Doublelift's duoed with Breezy in the past. Like, Breezy's always been high up in solo queue. Array was a player for me when he did play on Golden Guardians Academy with Prismo. I thought that bot lane was really good, and I was excited about Array. He was a sub for Golden Guardians and took some time off of Acad, actually. So for me, seeing them really hit high mantles with Dardoch was exciting, and definitely that form has us a little bit excited about that match against Near Airport, which could be fun.
And Near Airport looking for their first win too. It was a lot of fun to see them and the content made afterwards. I know they're really hungry to get their first win on the season itself. That's it from day 2. We're gonna be back same time, same place tomorrow, Cubby. It was an absolute pleasure to get to cover these games with you. Shout out to Liga Ace behind the scenes for making everything go, and we'll see you bright and early, I guess, in the afternoon tomorrow for the final day of week number 2 in NACL 2025. That is the play from LG. Oh, they've maybe overstayed. Tactical gets locked out by Yuji. Just going face planting into the vise. Spyrax with the flick. He flashes out immediately. Yuji trying to get it. There is chaos flashes all apart these teams. Dark Zero now moving in, closing the jaws on LG. Sajed has been untouched in the side, and he is pumping. Get that gunslinger in there, and a rampage for the man himself. Yuji, who kept that cease and desist the whole time, will still be alive. What? They are creating magic on the Rift, and Zamudo's there to slam dunk the rest of them. They got harpoons for days.
They can lean on. It's going to be so tough for Dark Zero to break.
UG going into the face check push. Now they're getting their own medicine thrown back at it. Oh my god, Zamudo just decides it's Tactical's end. He is down. Zamudo once again making the saving play. There's the Sky's Descent, but he is out of there. Keeper first verdict from Dragon Steel, and they get one. Sajed goes on a killing spree now. That is 5 members strong on this siege for Dark Zero.
Map win for Supernova and NACL. This split off the back of their carry and Shogo. Honorary shout out to Rhino. You know, on the Lulu, he was a good little shield buff after he decided to not steal any kills anymore after starting 4-0. But Supernova,
You look into the sky, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff Supernova talked about in terms of what they were working on after week 1. I feel like it really shined through in this game. It was a much better look for them.
That'll be the siege of a lifetime for Supernova.
Yeah, you can see Fine Mini doing his best to rupture the wave, but Shogo gets to play out of range where it's kind of tough to be under threat of Cho'Gath as the roots come out, low jabs.
Okay, they get another turret here. 5 Mini getting lower, gets cycloned by Keel. Asila ends up finding a charm. Pocus is down. Supernova, they're on the verge of a 2-0. They hadn't won a single game coming into this series, but they've woken up. They've taken form, and you look into that sky. That star has collapsed, and in its place, a Supernova blooms. They'll find their first series win of 2025.
An AMI
Well,
that you can lean on.